Story 1, The Seal That Sang. The reefer unit screamed like a living throat the moment I bumped the dock plate, and my trailer lurched hard enough to knock my coffee into my lap. Not a normal reefer whine, not the steady turbine hum that means cold air and money. This was a pitch that climbed until my teeth ached, until the mirrors vibrated and my eyes watered. I hit the red knob, set the brakes, and the screaming kept going. Then the temperature readout on the Thermo King flashed 34 degrees F, 32 degrees F, 29 degrees F, dropping too fast, while the inside of the trailer on the camera feed I'd installed myself fogged as if something had exhaled on the lens. A wet handprint slid down the glass from the inside. I didn't open the doors right away. I sat there with my thighs burning from hot coffee, my fingers numb on the wheel, staring at the gate light and the rain-slick yard in Joliet, Illinois. March 14th, 2023. 2:11 a.m. The lumens of a single halogen floodlight turned the puddles into molten coins. I'd hauled refrigerated loads for 12 years, ran I-80 until my dreams had lane markings, and I'd learned there were two kinds of trouble at night. The kind you can see in your mirrors, and the kind that rides sealed behind you and waits. The paperwork said frozen chicken parts, 42,000 pounds, sealed at a plant outside Omaha, seal number 7,719,046, verified by the shipper's clerk with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. I'd watched him clamp it on the latch. I'd watched the silver tag swing once and settle. The load was clean. The route was clean. The broker was clean. Yet there, in a yard that smelled like wet diesel and old pallets, my reefer was singing like it wanted to draw something out of me. My name is Robert Hayes. I've been called worse things at way stations. I've been called, sir, by state troopers who could smell fear through a closed window. That night, when the reefer started to scream and the camera fogged, I climbed down anyway because the dispatcher had already threatened to put me on a load board blacklist if I missed the appointment. The ground was slick and gritty. I walked back along the trailer, my boots crunching on pea gravel, my flashlight beam bouncing off aluminum ribs. The reefer unit vibrated, rattling the nose of the trailer like a giant's jaw. I put my hand on the sidewall. Cold punched through my glove. It wasn't the clean cold of frozen product. It was damp, and it felt wrong, like touching a tongue. At the doors, the seal hung exactly where it should. Shiny, unbroken. The number looked crisp under my light. I took a photo for my records because that's what you do when the world is normal. Then I leaned in and listened. Behind the doors, something tapped, slow at first, then faster like impatient fingers. The tapping traveled from left latch to right latch, and when it reached the right latch it stopped for one full second, then resumed on the left as if it had looped, as if it knew the width of the trailer and was measuring it. I forced myself to breathe through my nose. Diesel rained the sour tang of the yard's trash compactor. No rotten smell, no ammonia, nothing that screamed reefer failure. Still, my throat tightened. My mind did what it always did when fear showed up in a place it didn't belong. It tried to inventory. Maybe a load shift, maybe a pallet fell, maybe the camera fogged from temperature differential, maybe the reefer's bearings were shot, maybe the tapping was a strap buckle swinging. Then the reefer screamed again, sharper, and I heard something else layered beneath it. A sound like a choir trying to remember a hymn, throats wet, voices mismatched. It rose from inside the trailer, muffled by insulation, but it vibrated the latch handles under my fingers. I backed away. I told myself I'd call the yard office, get a dock worker, have a witness. I turned, and the yard was empty in every direction except for my rig and the glowing dock door 50 yards ahead, the number 17 painted in white. No other trucks, no forklifts, no humans, only rain. My phone had one bar, dispatch voicemail. I dialed anyway. "Hey," I said when it picked up, voice too loud in the night. "Something's wrong with the reefer. I'm at the receiver. A click, then a woman's voice, not dispatch, not anyone I knew. "Don't open it," she whispered. "Whatever they told you, don't open it." I froze with the phone pressed to my ear, rain cold on my neck. "Who is this?" I asked. Silence, then a faint sound like wind through teeth. "Seal stays on," she said, and the line went dead. I stared at my phone. No missed call ID, just the broker's number. My screen reflected my own face, pale, eyes too wide, mouth in a tight line like I was holding something in. A forklift beeped somewhere far off, a single chirp like a bird. Then nothing again. I made myself walk back to the cab. I locked the door. I sat under the dash glow and watched the reefer's temperature continue to fall. 18 degrees F, 11 degrees F, 4 degrees F. The set point was 0 degrees F, but it was dropping below it as if it was trying to freeze the world. The fog on the camera lens thickened until the inside was nothing but white, and then, very slowly, a shape pushed against the fog from within. A face, or something that wanted to be a face. It pressed close enough that the lens cleared for a heartbeat. Skin like wet paper. Lips peeled back from teeth that were too small and too many. One eye open, one eye sealed shut with a milky film. It looked directly at the camera. Then it opened its mouth and sang. No sound came through the feed, but the reefer's scream harmonized, changed pitch to match, and the trailer shuddered like it was breathing. I felt it through the fifth wheel, through the frame, through the seat. A vibration that climbed into my bones. I slammed the sleeper curtain closed as if fabric could stop whatever was back there. I turned the key. The engine cranked, caught, and the whole cab filled with the familiar comfort of vibration. I threw it in gear, released the brakes, and rolled forward. The moment the trailer tires moved, the singing stopped. Just like that, the reefer dropped back to its normal hum. The camera feed cleared. All I saw inside was the dim, greenish glow of my own IR lights and rows of shrink-wrapped pallets. Frozen chicken. Clean, normal. My hands shook. I pulled up to dock door 17. The green light stayed red. No one came out. I sat there for 3 minutes, then 5, then 10. Rain drummed the roof. My wipers squeaked. My heart never stopped racing because I could still feel the echo of that vibration in my teeth. Finally, the dock light blinked green. I climbed out, walked to the back, and waited for the receiver's guy. He never showed. The yard door was open, a rectangle of fluorescent light and warmth, but the dock itself was empty. Then the dock plate shifted with a metallic groan, sliding outward on its own. I stepped back fast. The plate extended until it kissed my trailer's bumper with a dull thunk. The green light stayed green. The building breathed out warm air that smelled faintly of bleach and something sweet, like rotting fruit. I called out, "Hello." My voice vanished into the dock bay. No answer. I should have left. I should have pulled away and called safety, called the cops, called anyone. But trucking doesn't train you to be a hero. It trains you to be on time. It trains you to accept that weirdness is just part of the job. Lonely highways, strange shippers, nights that stretch too long. I had a mortgage. I had a kid in high school. I had a dispatcher who didn't care if my reefer sang hymns as long as the load delivered. So I did what made sense in the small, desperate way it always does in the moment. I broke protocol. I took my bolt cutters from the side box. I walked to the seal. I put the jaws around it. The metal felt colder than it should, even through the rubber grips. My breath fogged in front of my face, though the rain wasn't that cold. I cut. The seal snapped with a sharp ping, and the sound echoed too long like the yard was a tunnel. The moment it broke, the reefer's hum deepened, and I heard the tapping again, faster now, excited. I grabbed the right latch handle. It was slick with moisture, but not rain. Something viscous clung to it like saliva. My stomach rolled. I wiped my hand on my jeans without thinking, and the wetness smeared dark. I opened the right door first, just a crack. Cold air poured out in a solid wave that hit my face like a fist. My eyelashes stiffened. The air carried a smell that didn't belong with chicken, brine and iron, and something like old river mud. My tongue tasted pennies. I widened the gap. The trailer interior was dim, lit by the dock's spill and my flashlight. Pallets sat in neat rows, shrink wrap glistened. The load looked untouched. Then I saw the footprints. Bare footprints in frost on the trailer floor, leading from the nose to the doors. They were small, child-sized, but the toes were too long, and the heel was narrow like a fish tail. 17 prints on the left side, 16 on the right, staggered as if whatever made them walked with a limp. They stopped at the doors, right where I stood. A thin film of frost coated the inside of the door. In it, someone had written with a finger, "Open both." My breath caught so hard it hurt. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see a prankster, a yard worker, anyone. Nothing but rain and the empty dock. I forced my hands to move. I opened the left door. The cold surged again, harsher, and the reefer screamed like it had at the beginning, only louder. And this time the sound was not just mechanical. It was layered with voices, the same wet choir, and it rose from deep inside the trailer, from between the pallets, from the air itself. The shrink wrap on the nearest pallet began to pulse. Not flutter from wind, pulse, in and out, as if something beneath it was. Breathing, the plastic stretched, whitened, relaxed. The pallet labels read chicken THIGHS, but the word THIGHS blurred as if the ink was running. I raised my flashlight beam and saw that the frost on the floor wasn't just frost. It was a thin layer of something crystalline that looked like salt. And in it, more footprints, more marks. Circles, spirals, symbols I didn't recognize, all pressed into the floor like a ritual drawn by bare feet. I stepped onto the dock plate, my boots clanging on metal, and leaned in. My stomach turned as the air hit me. The cold wasn't clean. It was alive. It crawled under my skin. My fingertips ached like they were being pulled apart. The tapping stopped. The singing stopped. Everything went quiet for half a second. Then a pallet at the very front, by the nose, shifted sideways as if shoved. I heard the sound of wood scraping aluminum, and beneath it, a wet, dragging noise like meat across tile. My mind screamed to run. My body didn't listen. I stood there, pinned by the same dumb curiosity that kills cats and truckers. I aimed my flashlight deeper, trying to see past the first row. Something moved between the pallets. A shadow that wasn't a shadow, too dense, too close. It slid, not walked. It flowed around corners without bending. My throat tightened until I could barely swallow. I tasted copper. The dock's fluorescent light flickered once, twice, and in that stutter I saw a face where there shouldn't be one, pressed against a pallet's shrink wrap, flattened like a bug in resin, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes rolled back white. The face was human, middle-aged, beard stubble, a driver's face. I knew that face. Patricia Sullivan had shown me his picture once at a truck stop outside Des Moines, laughing about how her brother never smiled. She said his name was Caleb, and he disappeared with a load of frozen beef on I-88 the year before. No wreck, no ping, just gone. Now his face was inside my trailer, like a label on a pallet. I staggered back on the dock plate. My heels slipped, and my stomach dropped with it. I caught myself on the door handle, and the metal burned my palm with cold so intense it felt hot. The singing started again, but now it came from the dock, from the building behind me. I turned. Inside the receiving bay, just past the open door, someone stood in the fluorescent light. A woman in a safety vest. Hair tucked under a cap, she held a clipboard, normal. Except her face was wrong. It was blurred like my eyes couldn't focus on it. As I stared, the blur shifted, trying to settle into features, trying to become something recognizable. It cycled through faces. A young guy, an old man, a woman with sharp cheekbones, a kid with braces. None of them held for more than a heartbeat. She lifted the clipboard. "Paperwork," she said, voice flat. "Sign and go." My fingers were numb, my heartbeat loud in my ears. I couldn't look away from her face because every time it changed, it felt like a hook in my brain tugging my memories loose. I said, "Where's your crew?" "Inside," she replied. "Unload crew is inside." The reefer screamed. The trailer shuddered. Behind me, inside the trailer, something laughed. A wet, bubbling sound that made my skin crawl. The woman's face snapped into something clear for the first time. My own face, staring back at me, eyes too wide, mouth in a tight line. "Sign," she said again, and she held out the clipboard with a pen attached by a chain that looked like it had been in someone's mouth. I backed away from her step by step until my boots hit the edge of the dock plate. The rain hissed on the yard asphalt. My trailer gaped open like a throat cold pouring out. "I'm leaving," I said, and my voice sounded small. My face on her head smiled. "You can't," it said. "The seal is broken." Something in my brain clicked on a memory I didn't know I had. A safety guy once telling me that a broken seal means liability. Broken seal means claims. Broken seal means you don't move until it's inspected. Broken seal means you're stuck. The thought was ridiculous in the face of what I was seeing, but it rooted me the way rules always do. It made my fear feel like paperwork. That hesitation was enough. The dock plate jerked, not a shift, a pull, like a hand yanked it. I stumbled forward, arms windmilling. The woman reached out with my own face and grabbed my wrist. Her grip was icy and wet, and I felt something under her skin move like worms. "Driver," she whispered, and her voice changed again, layered with the choir. "Load must be accounted for." She pulled. My boots slid on the metal plate. The cold from the trailer wrapped around my legs like water. I dug my heels in, but the plate kept inching toward the trailer as if the whole dock was feeding me in. I screamed, a raw sound that tore my throat, and I twisted, yanking my arm free. Skin tore. Warm blood hit cold air and steamed. I fell backward into the rain, off the dock plate onto the gravel. My elbow hit hard. Stars burst in my vision. I rolled, scrambled like an animal, and got to my feet. The woman didn't follow me. She stood in the bay with my face and watched, smiling. Behind her, deeper in the building, I saw movement. Shadows. Figures standing still, too many, lined up like pallets. Their heads tilted in unison as if listening. The reefer scream turned into singing again. I ran to my cab. I tore the door open. I climbed in, nearly slipping on the step. My hands shook so hard I fumbled the key. When it finally turned, the engine roared alive like a blessing. I didn't close the trailer doors. I didn't crank the landing gear. I didn't pull the dock plate. I just released the brakes and gunned it. The truck surged forward and the fifth wheel clunked as the trailer tugged. The open doors swung outward, catching air, slamming, flapping like wings. The mirrors shook. The reefer screamed. I shot out of the yard entrance, tires spitting gravel, and hit the access road. My trailer doors banged and banged, and with each bang I heard the choir rise and fall like breath. I merged onto I-80 eastbound with my hazard lights on, rain blurring the world. My CB crackled with static. I grabbed the mic. "Breaker 19, I rasped. "Any driver near Joliet I got." A voice came back immediately, too clear through the static. "Robert Hayes," it said. "You opened it." My blood went cold. The voice was my dispatcher's voice, the same bored tone he used when he threatened my livelihood. "You opened it," he repeated, and then he laughed, wet and bubbling. I threw the mic down as if it burned. My hands clenched the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. The road stretched ahead, wet and black, reflective like a tongue. Tail lights smeared red in the rain. The world felt normal at 65 miles per hour, and that normality was its own kind of trap. Then the reefer temperature readout on my dash began to change again. Degrees F, degrees F, degrees F. My breath fogged in the cab. I turned the heater up. The vents blew cold. I glanced in the mirror at my trailer doors. They were still open, swinging. Inside, in the dim, I saw something pale move near the threshold, like a hand reaching. A hand that wasn't attached to an arm, just a hand, crawling on fingers. It gripped the door edge, pulled itself up, and a head rose behind it, hairless, skin wet paper pale. One eye open, one eye sealed. It stared at me through the mirror. It opened its mouth, and the choir sang without sound, and my teeth began to vibrate again. I didn't know where to go. I-80 was a ribbon through darkness. Exits flashed by, Minooka, Morris, Ottawa. I needed a scale house, a trooper, somewhere with cameras and lights and people, somewhere real. I saw the sign for a rest area in 5 miles. I took it. The ramp curved, slick, and as I slowed, the trailer doors banged harder, the open air catching them like fists. The pale thing in the trailer crawled closer to the edge, its fingers leaving wet streaks on the aluminum. Behind it, deeper in the trailer, shadows shifted between pallets and faces pressed against shrink wrap like trapped flies. I pulled into the rest area and stopped under a sodium lamp. I yanked the red knob, slammed the truck into park. The engine idled, rain hissed. The rest area was empty. No cars, no other trucks, just rows of parking spaces gleaming wet. The building's lights were on, but the glass doors were dark, as if the inside was unlit. I grabbed my flashlight and a tire thumper because it was the only thing that felt like a weapon. I stepped out into the rain. The air felt thicker here, heavy, like I was waiting. My trailer doors hung open, cold poured out. The pale thing was gone from the threshold. I approached slowly, heart hammering. My flashlight beam cut into the trailer. The pallets were still there, the shrink wrap still glistened, but the labels had changed. Where it had read chicken THIGHS, it now read driver PARTS. I stumbled back, bile rising. My stomach clenched hard enough to cramp. I gagged and swallowed it down, tasting acid. The reefer unit sang softly now, almost tender. A lullaby. I heard footsteps on wet asphalt behind me. I spun, swinging the flashlight beam. A man stood near the rest area building, or something shaped like a man. He wore a reflective vest like the woman, and his face was blurred in the same way, shifting, searching. In one hand, he held a clipboard, in the other, a bolt seal. He lifted the seal. "Replacement," he said. His voice was layered, multiple throats speaking at once. "We can make it right, just need your signature." My mouth went dry. "No," I whispered. He took a step forward and the rain didn't hit him. It slid around him as if he displaced it. The blur of his face resolved into a smile, my kid's smile, the one he gave me when he thought I was strong. "You're tired, Dad," the thing said in my son's voice. "Let us take the load." My chest tightened like a fist. My eyes burned. My mind started to fracture around that voice because it hit the part of me that was weakest, the part that wanted to believe in comfort. I backed toward the cab. "You're not him," I said, but my voice shook. The thing laughed softly. "We can be," it said. "We are what you haul, you opened the doors, you delivered yourself." Behind me inside the trailer, the choir swelled. The pallets pulsed like lungs. The cold thickened until my breath felt like shards. I made a decision that didn't feel brave. It felt like a reflex, like an animal chewing off its own leg to escape a trap. I climbed into the cab and grabbed my flare gun from the emergency kit. I'd never fired it except at a training range. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it. I shoved my head out the window, aimed at the open trailer, and pulled the trigger. The flare streaked into the trailer like a comet, hissed, and hit the shrink wrap on the nearest pallet. For a second, nothing happened. Then the plastic ignited with a whoosh, and the flame spread too fast, racing along the rows as if the wrap was soaked in fuel. The trailer filled with orange light. The cold air snapped into steam. The choir's singing turned into a scream that came through the metal and into my ears, real now, loud enough to hurt. Faces pressed against the burning plastic, mouths open, eyes rolling. Hands flailed. The pallets writhed, not from heat, but from something inside them trying to get out. The thing in the reflective vest outside shrieked, a sound like 100 radios detuning at once. It lunged toward the trailer, and the rain around it exploded into mist. I threw the truck in gear and floored it. The trailer jerked. The open doors flapped wildly and flames licked out into the rain, casting strobing light across the rest area. Smoke poured upward, black and oily. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I drove until the fuel needle dipped into the red and my hands cramped from gripping the wheel. I drove until dawn bled gray into the sky over Indiana. I drove with the smell of burning plastic and something worse. Burning hair, burning fat, seeping through my vents no matter how I set them. Somewhere near South Bend, the state police lights appeared behind me. Relief hit so hard I almost sobbed. I pulled onto the shoulder, hazards on, heart pounding. The trooper approached cautiously, hand on holster, eyes wide at the sight of my trailer. Doors gone now, ripped off somewhere in the night, and smoke still curling from the empty frame. He stopped at my window. "Driver," he said, voice tense, "where's your load?" I opened my mouth and nothing came out at first. My throat felt scraped raw, my tongue tasted ash. Finally I whispered, "It's gone." He stared past me at the trailer at the blackened floor. "There's no sign of cargo," he said slowly. "No pallets, no product, nothing." I shook my head frantic. "It burned," I rasped. "It was there, it." He leaned in, his eyes flicked to my hands. "What happened to your palm?" I looked down. The skin on my right palm was peeled back where I'd grabbed the latch handle at the dock. Underneath, the flesh wasn't flesh anymore. It looked pale and wet like paper soaked in brine. I flexed my fingers and the skin made a faint crackling sound like shrink wrap tightening. My stomach lurched. I tried to wipe it and the surface smeared, leaving fibers as if my hand was coming apart into pulp. The trooper stepped back fast. His hand went to his radio. "Dispatch," he said, voice sharp. "I need." His radio crackled with static. Then a voice came through, too clear, layered with a wet choir. "Seal stays on," it whispered. The trooper's face went white. He looked at me like he finally saw what I was, what I'd become. Then his eyes went past me to the mirror. I turned my head slowly. In the side mirror behind my cab, my trailer was empty, charred, normal. But on the blackened floor, in a thin crust of frost that shouldn't exist in daylight, were bare footprints leading from the nose to the fifth wheel. Small, long-toed, 17 on the left, 16 on the right. They didn't stop at the doors. They climbed up the frame toward my cab. And on the back of my sleeper window from the inside, a wet handprint began to form, sliding down the glass as if something behind me was trying to get out again. Only this time it was already riding in the cab with me, humming softly in my teeth, waiting for the next seal I'd have to break. Story 2. The way station that weighed me. The red closed sign at the Wyoming port of entry flicked to green right as my trailer brakes started to smoke, like the building had been waiting for the stink of hot linings to decide. My steering wheel jerked left on its own, not a drift from wind, not a rut, but a deliberate pull that dragged my Peterbilt toward the scale lane. The CB hissed, then a voice cut through the static, calm, official, and Ron. "Gee, driver, do not stop on the platform." I wasn't even on the platform yet, and the voice already sounded impatient, like it had memorized my mistakes. The road was empty behind me, my mirrors showing nothing but blowing snow, but I felt watched so hard my scalp tightened. Then the green arrow lit up under my lane, and the scale's digital display flashed my gross weight before my steer tires touched the first steel plate. The numbers were my numbers. 80,110, 150, spiking like a heart monitor. My cargo should have been 38,000 pounds of boxed medical supplies, Denver to Salt Lake City, sealed at a distribution warehouse in Commerce City with a bolt seal I'd photographed twice. Reefer off, dry van, nothing exotic, nothing with a smell. Yet the scale screen rolled to 212,000 pounds, and my cab dipped as if my fifth wheel had suddenly been welded to a sinking ship. I'm Marcus Chen, and I've run I-80 through Wyoming enough times to respect two things: wind and paperwork. Wind will flip you, paperwork will bury you. That night, November 22nd, 2024, the wind was bad but not impossible. The snow was fine-grained, the kind that needles the skin and makes the world look like it's being erased. I'd been awake too long, chasing a delivery window because my broker's urgent meant my penalty fees if I failed, not his. I had planned to bypass the port. Most drivers do if the sign is red and you're legal. But the moment I saw that closed flip to open like a wink, my gut tightened. And the truck did that tiny lurch it does when you know you're about to pay for something you didn't buy. The green arrow pointed me forward. The port building sat to the right like a low, concrete bunker, windows dark. The scale house light was on, but it didn't spill warm the way fluorescent usually does. It was a cold white that made the snow look dirty. I rolled onto the first scale pad, and my suspension groaned. The dashboard shook with the vibration of the platform sensors. I kept moving because the voice on the CB had said not to stop. Then the digital display above the platform flashed my dot number in huge, segmented digits. I hadn't keyed up, I hadn't spoken it. Nobody else was on the road. A second line appeared beneath it, MARCUSCHEN. It took my breath like a slap. My name was on my CDL, not on my truck, not on any exterior marking. I felt my hands tighten on the wheels so hard my wrists cramped. The snow ticked the windshield. Somewhere under my hood the fan clutch roared, a deep animal sound. I rolled to the second pad, then the third. The display kept changing, and with each shift it felt like it was peeling something off me. 83,000, 160, 212. Then abruptly, 119. Then 64. Then 0. My trailer didn't lighten. My truck didn't rise. The weight wasn't actually changing. Only the numbers were, like the scale was trying on different versions of my reality until it found the one it liked. A loudspeaker crackled from the scale house. "Driver, pull forward and park for inspection." My stomach dropped. Inspection meant time. Time meant hours of service problems. Time meant the receiver might refuse the load. But those were normal fears. The abnormal fear was worse, that the voice sounded like it was smiling. I pulled off the platform into the inspection bay. The snow here was packed hard, gray with grime. The bay lights were on but flickered, dipping in brightness like someone breathing near the switch. The port building's main doors stood open, and beyond them was a corridor of white tile and silence. No other trucks, no line, no troopers. I set the brakes. The air valves clapped loud in the dead space. My cab smelled like stale coffee, diesel heater exhaust, and the faint medicinal tang of the load, latex and cardboard. I grabbed my paperwork binder and stepped down. The cold hit my face and instantly tightened my sinuses. My boots crunched over ice. My breath steamed and was sucked away by wind that seemed to flow toward the open doors, like the building was inhaling. I called out, "Hello, port of entry." My voice sounded too small against the concrete. A trooper finally appeared in the doorway, but appeared is generous. He seemed to resolve out of the fluorescent light like a picture loading slowly. Tall, broad shoulders, campaign hat, reflective jacket. His face was half-shadowed, and I couldn't see his eyes clearly. He didn't have that normal human jitter of micro-movements. He stood too still. "Driver Chen," he said, not a greeting, a label. "Bring documents." I walked toward him, binder clutched against my chest. As I got closer, a smell reached me, not cologne or tobacco, but something like old pennies soaked in bleach. The trooper's jacket looked damp, not from snow, but from inside out like it had been worn by some knee-sweating cold water. He held out a gloved hand. I handed him my BOL, my registration, my insurance. He flipped them with quick, precise motions. "Load medical supplies," he read. "Destination, Salt Lake City." He paused on the seal number I'd written in black ink. "Seal intact." "Yes, sir," I said automatically, because that's what you say to cops. "Bolt seal photographed. No stop since fueling in Laramie." He nodded once. "We will verify." "We?" I asked before I could stop myself. His head tilted an exact fraction. "We," he repeated, as if testing the word for taste. "Pull trailer doors." A cold, crawling unease slid up my spine. Drivers don't usually open their own doors for inspections in blizzard conditions. They don't usually do it in a bay with no cameras visible, no other personnel, no noise. But I nodded, because refusing a trooper is a fast way to make your life smaller. I walked back to my trailer, my flashlight beam bouncing off the rivets. The white van doors were crusted with salt. The bolt seal hung from the latch, shiny and unbroken. The number matched my paperwork. Everything was normal enough to be reassuring. Yet I could feel something in my chest, a pressure like I was standing too close to a subwoofer. The closer I got to the doors, the stronger it became, vibrating in my teeth. I reached for the latch handles. They were warm. Not cold, but warm like skin, warm like a mouth. I jerked my hand back and stared at my fingers as if they'd been bitten. The air was below freezing. Metal should have been icy. I pressed my palm against the door instead, expecting cold. Warm. The warmth spread into my glove, and for a moment I imagined the trailer had a heartbeat behind it, slow and heavy, pulsing through the aluminum. I heard the trooper behind me. His boots didn't crunch. They made a soft, wet sound like stepping on soaked paper. "Open," he said. I swallowed. My throat tasted metallic. I took my bolt cutters from the side box, cheap orange-handled ones I'd used to cut seals on backhauls. The jaws closed around the bolt seal. I hesitated. A bolt seal is a promise. Break it and you create a problem that doesn't go away just because you wish it hadn't happened. But the trooper stood there, waiting, and the bay lights flickered again, and in that dip of brightness I saw something behind him in the doorway. More figures, lined up in the corridor, still as mannequins. I cut the seal. The bolt snapped with a sharp crack, and the sound didn't echo the way it should. It got swallowed immediately, like the building absorbed it. The moment the seal broke, the warmth on the doors increased, spreading outward in a quick bloom. My palms tingled, and for a second it felt like my skin was sticking to the metal like adhesive. The trooper exhaled. It sounded like relief. I swung the right door open. A rush of air poured out, and it wasn't cold. It was dry, warm, and smelled like ozone and old carpet. My eyes watered. The interior of the trailer should have been stacks of cardboard boxes strapped and braced. It should have been dim and dusty. Instead, it was lit. Not by my flashlight, by a pale, fluorescent glow coming from nowhere, as if the trailer walls themselves had become a light box. The load wasn't boxes. It was rows of filing cabinets, gray metal, stretching deep into the trailer like an office hallway. Each cabinet drawer was slightly ajar, and from each gap hung a strip of paper, fluttering without wind. My stomach dropped so hard my knees threatened to buckle. "That's not," I started. The trooper's gloved hand clamped onto my shoulder, gentle but unyielding. His glove was wet. "Verify," he said. I forced myself to look closer. The filing cabinets had labels in black text like evidence tags. The nearest one read, "MARCUSCHEN/incident/dissociation." A second label, "MARCUSCHEN/DEBTS/outstanding." A third, "MARCUSCHEN/DREAMS/recurrent." My mouth went dry. My ears rang, a high, thin tone like feedback. "I'm hauling medical," I whispered, because saying it out loud felt like a lifeline to reality. "This isn't mine." The trooper leaned in, and I caught a glimpse of his face under the brim of his hat. There were no eyes. Where his eyes should have been were smooth, pale hollows like the skin had grown over them. Yet he still turned his head as if he could see. His mouth was a thin line, too neat. "You declared one thing," he said softly. "You carry another." The filing cabinet drawers began to slide outward a fraction all at once, like synchronized breathing. Paper strips trembled. Somewhere deep in the trailer, a drawer slammed shut with a sharp bang that made me flinch. The trooper's grip tightened. "Step inside," he said. Every instinct screamed no. But the building had that weight, that pressure, and the corridor behind the trooper was full of those still figures. The snow outside had become a blur through the open bay. The only clear path felt like. It was into the trailer, into the impossible light. I did something that still humiliates me. I obeyed. I stepped onto the trailer floor. It didn't feel like aluminum. It felt like carpet, short pile, industrial, slightly damp. My boots sank in a millimeter. A smell rose with my weight, dust and stale sweat and something faintly sweet like decomposing fruit. The trooper followed, his boots making that soft, wet sound. Behind us, the trailer doors swung inward and closed on their own with a solid, final thunk. The sound hit my chest like a door closing on oxygen. For a heartbeat, I couldn't breathe. Panic surged so hot it made my skin prickle. I spun, grabbed the handle, and pulled. The doors didn't budge. The handle was no longer metal. It was rubbery, like gripping a thick tendon. I yanked harder. It flexed and snapped back, and a sting shot up my arm. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The trooper's voice came from behind me, calm. "No egress during way." "Way," I rasped. "This isn't a scale." He stepped beside me and pointed at a cabinet drawer. "Open," he said. My hands shook. My mouth tasted like pennies. I forced myself to grip the drawer handle. Cold shot through my fingers as if I'd plunged them into ice water. I pulled. The drawer slid open smoothly, and inside wasn't paper files. It was my logbook. Not the electronic device in my cab, the old paper logbook I kept as a backup, the one I hadn't used in years. It was open to a page dated February 3rd, 2019. The handwriting was mine. The hours were wrong. The duty status showed me driving for 14 hours straight. The remarks line read, "Drove past the crash, didn't stop." My throat closed. I remembered that day like a bruise you don't press. I-70 near Vale, a jackknifed rig, a car crushed under a trailer. I'd seen the twisted metal in my mirror. I'd seen smoke. I'd told myself the first responders would handle it. I'd kept rolling because I was late, because I was scared, because stopping would mean facing it. I hadn't written it down. I hadn't confessed it to anyone. Yet here it was, in a drawer in an impossible trailer. Behind me, other drawers slid open with soft, metallic whispers. A chorus of paper movement. The sound was like insects. I turned my head and saw more drawers, open now, revealing things that made my stomach lurch. A photo of my ex-wife crying at a kitchen table. A collection notice from a hospital. A child's drawing with my face scribbled out. A ticket stub from a concert I'd promised to attend and missed because dispatch rerouted me. A plastic bag containing a tooth with dried blood. The trooper's hand tapped my shoulder again. "Weight accumulates," he said. "You haul it." I didn't, my voice cracked. This is my life." He nodded once. "Declared medical supplies, actual unresolved." The filing cabinet stretched deeper than any 53-foot trailer could hold. The far end disappeared into a haze of fluorescent light. Somewhere in that depth, drawers slammed in a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat. I tried the doors again, desperation overriding pain. The rubbery handle resisted, and this time I felt it twitch like something alive beneath it. A wet sound came from the seam, like lips parting. I staggered back, bile rising. The trooper moved closer, and the air around him felt colder despite the warmth. "Driver Chen," he said, and his voice layered for a second as if more than one throat was speaking through him. "Way station measures total." My mind started to crack in small, specific ways. I noticed details that shouldn't matter, the exact number of cabinets across 6, the exact number of drawers per cabinet 4, the faint buzzing of the lights 120 hertz like old ballasts, the way my own breathing sounded too loud, too wet. I thought of the normal world outside. My cab, my load, my route. I thought of my phone. I thought of 911. I reached for my pocket. No phone. My cargo shorts pocket was empty. I checked my jacket, empty. The trooper watched without expression. "Communications are cargo," he said. "Cargo is subject to inspection." My hands trembled. "Let me out." He tilted his head. "Pay the difference." "I don't understand." He lifted a gloved finger and pointed at my chest. "Your gross weight," he said. My heart hammered. I felt my pulse in my fingertips. "How do I?" "Unload," he said simply. The word hit me with a sick, physical dread. Unload. In trucking, unload means pallets and straps and sweat and dock plates. Here, unload meant something else. It meant opening drawers and pulling out memories and regrets and making them real. A drawer slid open by itself beside me. Inside was a small, black plastic case. I recognized it immediately. The case my father kept his ashes in before we scattered them, the one I'd dropped in a river because my hands were shaking and I pretended it was an accident. The case lid slowly up. Land. Inside wasn't ashes. Inside was wet, gray sand, and in the sand something pulsed, something like a worm made of paper, curling and uncurling. My stomach heaved, my skin went cold. The trooper's voice was close. "Remove it," he said. I backed away. No. The filing cabinet drawers began to open in a wave, row by row, like a stadium doing the wave. The sound of metal slides and paper flutter became a roar. The fluorescent light brightened until my eyes hurt. The air grew thick, syrupy. I tasted ozone. I stumbled, tripped over nothing, and fell onto the carpeted floor. My palms slapped down, and the carpet felt damp, like it had been steamed. I looked closer. The carpet was made of shredded paper, densely packed, fibers matted together. It clung to my skin. When I lifted my hand, pieces stuck, and I saw faint ink on them, words, numbers, names. It was paperwork. It was me. I scrambled to my feet, panting. My chest ached like I'd been running in thin air. The trooper stepped closer, and for the first time his mouth moved into something like a smile. His lips were too pale, too smooth. "You understand now," he said. I did, horribly. This wasn't about my cargo disappearing. This was about me being the cargo. The scale didn't weigh trucks, it weighed drivers. And it wanted its due. I turned and ran into the trailer, away from the doors that wouldn't open, toward the fluorescent haze at the far end. Because when you're trapped, you start believing forward might lead to an exit even when you know better. The cabinets blurred as I sprinted past them. Drawers snapped open, reaching like mouths. Paper strips whipped my face, stinging. I heard whispers in the paper, tiny voices reading my own thoughts aloud. Late again, not enough, should have stopped, should have stayed. My lungs burned, my legs felt heavy like running through water. The fluorescent haze ahead didn't get closer. The trailer stretched. The distance remained the same, like a treadmill you can't step off. I glanced back over my shoulder. The trooper wasn't chasing. He was walking, unhurried, and behind him the corridor figures had entered the trailer, too. They moved like people in reflective vests, but their faces were all blurred, shifting, trying to settle. They carried clipboards. They carried bolt seals. They carried blank forms. One of them spoke in my mother's voice. "Marcus," it said gently, "sign here." I kept running. A drawer slammed shut in front of me, blocking my path. I skidded to a stop, boots slipping on paper fibers. The cabinet in front of me had a drawer labeled MARCUSCHEN/body/inventory. The handle was wet. It glistened like saliva. A second drawer above it slid open, and a hand reached out. Not a human hand, but something made of tightly folded paper, creased into fingers, inked with tiny lines like veins. It grabbed my wrist with a dry, papery grip that still felt strong. Pain shot up my arm as the paper fingers tightened, edges biting into skin like 1,000 little cuts. Warm blood seeped. The smell of iron filled my nose. I screamed and yanked back. The paper hand didn't tear. It stretched, fibers elongating, then snapped back harder, pulling me closer to the drawer. The cabinet drawers around me began to open one after another, and more paper hands emerged. Some were small, child-sized. Some were large and heavy. They grabbed at my sleeves, my jacket, my belt. Their grips were dry and sharp. Each touch left thin cuts like paper cuts, but deeper, and the blood warmed the cold air. I thrashed, trying to tear free. My mind started to fracture into simple commands. Pull, breathe, don't let them take your eyes. A paper hand slapped over my mouth. It tasted like dust and ink. I gagged, saliva mixing with blood. Somewhere behind me, the trooper's voice carried like a loudspeaker. "Driver, you are overweight." The phrase hit my brain with absurd clarity. Overweight. It sounded like a violation, like a fine, like a ticket you could pay and move on. The normality of it made the horror sharper. The paper hands dragged me toward the open drawer labeled body/inventory. I kicked, heels striking the cabinet. The metal rang. The sound seemed to irritate the lights. They flickered violently, strobing. In the flashes, I saw what the drawer contained. Not files. A neat arrangement of human parts, cataloged like tools in a foam case. A tongue, eyes in small plastic cups, a heart beating slowly in a bag, fingertips labeled with dates. All of them pale, all of them slick, all of them faintly familiar. The drawer smelled like hospital antiseptic and meat. My panic turned animal. I bit down hard on the paper hand over my mouth. It tore with a dry rip and ink smeared my lips. I spat fibers and blood. I twisted, yanked my wrist free from one grip at the cost of skin. The pain was bright and immediate. It helped. I shoved my arm into the open drawer and grabbed the first thing that felt solid. Why own logbook? I didn't think. I just hurled it at the cabinet's fluorescent light source, at the seam where the glow seemed to leak. The logbook hit with a dull thud. For a fraction of a second, the light dimmed. The paper hands hesitated, as if confused. I grabbed the ash case from the other drawer, the one with the wet sandworm, and flung it too. It burst, scattering gray sand and inked paper fibers. The worm writhed, then collapsed into pulp. The fluorescent light sputtered like a dying bulb. The cabinets trembled. Drawers rattled. A sound rose through the trailer that made my teeth ache, a deep groan like the building itself was displeased. The paper hands tightened in anger. I did the only thing I could think of. I started ripping. I grabbed the cabinet label strips and tore them off, yanking hard. The adhesive gave with a wet snap. I tore open drawers, dumped contents onto the floor, kicked them aside. Each item that hit the paper carpet made a different sound. Photos slapped, teeth clinked, forms fluttered like dying birds. The more I made a mess, the more the light stuttered. The trailer's impossible order was its strength. Disorder hurt it. A figure with a blurred face lunged at me, clipboard raised like a weapon. I swung my fist and connected with something soft, like hitting wet foam. My knuckles sank in, and for a second my hand was inside its face. The blur swallowed my fingers, cold and sticky, and panic surged again. I yanked back, and my skin came away coated in ink-black mucus. The figure recoiled, making a sound like a fax machine choking. I ran again, not toward the endless forward, but back toward the doors. Because sometimes the thing you couldn't open becomes open when the world starts breaking. The cabinets shook as I sprinted, drawers slammed. Paper hands lashed out, missing by inches. The air filled with shredded fibers, my eyes watered, my throat burned. The trooper stepped into my path, unhurried, as if he'd been waiting. He raised a gloved hand. "Stop," he said. The word hit me like a physical force. My muscles locked, my knees buckled. I stumbled, caught myself, tried to move, and couldn't. My body obeyed the command like it was issued by my own nervous system. The trooper stood close enough that I could smell that bleach-penny odor. His eyeless face tilted down toward me. "Sign," he whispered. A clipboard appeared in front of my face, held by one of the blurred figures. The paper on it was blank except for one line of text, printed in bold. "Acknowledge total weight." Below it was a signature line with my name already written in faint gray, like pencil pressed too lightly. The pen attached to the clipboard was a cheap ballpoint. Its tip glistened wet. I realized with sick clarity that if I signed, I'd be agreeing to be whatever this place said I was. Overweight, non-compliant, subject to seizure. My mind flashed through consequences the way it always does. Fines, impound, jail, but this was beyond that. Signing felt like letting the cabinet drawer close on me. My lips trembled. I could taste ink and blood. I forced my jaw to move. "No," I croaked. The trooper's mouth tightened. "Then we adjust." Behind him, the cabinet drawer labeled body inventory slid open wider. The neatly arranged parts shifted slightly, like they were readying for a swap. The blurred figures stepped closer. Their faces began to settle one by one into recognizable features. Drivers I'd seen at truck stops, women in hoodies, men with beard stubble, tired eyes. Their faces looked like people who had spent too long on the road and lost something they couldn't name. One of them looked exactly like the guy who'd parked beside me at Little America Travel Center 2 hours earlier. We'd nodded at each other, exchanged that silent trucker acknowledgement. Now his eyes were hollowed, his skin too pale, and his vest hung off him like wet cloth. He held out the pen with a trembling hand. "Just sign," he whispered, voice ragged. "It gets easier after." My throat tightened. "What happens after?" I asked. He swallowed. "You haul," he said. "You stop being the one who's weighed, you become the one who weighs others." The words sank into me like cold water. The idea was worse than death. To keep driving, to keep working, but with this thing inside you, this job that wasn't a job but a hunger. The trooper leaned in close. "Time is running," he murmured, and I heard a second voice under his, a wet choir like distant tires on wet pavement. Something inside my chest fluttered. My heart felt too heavy. My breathing sounded loud, desperate. I did a desperate, believable thing. I lied with conviction. I nodded slowly, as if surrendering. I reached for the pen. The trooper relaxed by a fraction. The clipboard steadied. I took the pen in my right hand, and instead of signing, I drove it into the trooper's throat. The pen sank in with shocking ease, like piercing a wet paper bag. Black ink, too. Oh, much ink, impossibly much, spurted onto my fingers, warm and slick. The trooper made a sound like air escaping a punctured tire. His gloved hands flew to the wound. The grip on my muscles loosened instantly, as if his control had been physical. I ripped the clipboard away and swung it like a shield, smashing it into the nearest blurred figure's face. The board cracked. The figure staggered, papers fluttering out of its mouth. I ran. The doors were ahead, impossibly far, then suddenly close as the trailer's geometry snapped back toward normal. I grabbed the rubbery handle and yanked with everything I had. This time it opened. The right door swung wide, and blizzard air slammed into my face like salvation. Cold, real cold, sharp and clean compared to the trailer's stale warmth. Snow swirled in, carried by wind. I leapt out of the trailer onto the packed snow, hit hard, rolled, and came up scrambling like an animal. Behind me, the trailer door tried to close, pulling inward like a mouth trying to swallow me again. I grabbed the edge and held it open with my shoulder, grunting, muscles straining. The trooper stumbled out behind me, clutching his throat. Ink poured between his fingers. His eyeless face turned toward me, and for the first time his mouth opened in a true expression of rage. The corridor figures poured after him, clipboards raised, bolt seals swinging like weapons. I ran for my cab. The port of entry yard was still empty. The scale house windows were dark. The world outside the trailer looked normal. Snow, concrete, my truck idling with exhaust pluming, hazard lights blinking. The normality felt like a lie layered over a wound. I climbed into the cab, slammed the door, locked it. My hands shook so hard I almost dropped the keys, but the engine was already running, thank God. I released the brakes and stomped the throttle. The truck lurched forward, and the fifth wheel clunked as the trailer tugged. In the mirror, I saw the figures running, their reflective vests flashing in my taillights like frantic signal flags. Then the scale display lit up again behind me, even from a distance, and I saw numbers rolling. Not weight, not gross. A countdown. 0, 0, 0, 0, 10. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 9. I didn't understand until the trailer behind me shuddered violently, like something huge shifted inside. My rig fishtailed slightly on the icy yard. The steering wheel jerked again, trying to pull me back toward the platform. I fought it, muscles burning. I forced the truck straight, aiming for the on-ramp back to I-80. Snow blew sideways. The ramp sign was half buried, green and white like a drowned thing. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 3. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2. My trailer shook again, harder. The whole rig felt heavier, as if the cabinets had returned, as if the paperwork had reassembled itself behind me, pressing down. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. I hit the ramp. Tires slipped, caught, slipped again. The Jake brake barked when I feathered it, a harsh growl. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The trailer exploded into sound. Not a bang, not a crash. A roar of sliding metal and paper like 1,000 drawers opening at once. The fifth wheel jerked so hard my head snapped back. For a moment, the cab filled with the smell of ink and bleach. Then abruptly, the pressure vanished. The steering wheel stopped fighting. The truck surged forward like a freed animal. I merged onto I-80 westbound, hazard lights off, heart hammering. In my mirror, the port of entry receded into the blizzard. The open sign flickered, then went dark. The scale display went blank. I drove for 20 miles before I dared to pull onto the shoulder. My hands were cramped, my knuckles white. My throat hurt from breathing too hard. I got out, walked back to the trailer, and stared at the doors. They were closed. They were sealed. A bolt seal hung from the latch, shiny and perfect. The number on it wasn't the one from Commerce City. It was a new number, stamped clean. 112,224. November 22nd, 2024. Well, today, my stomach twisted. I touched the seal with a trembling finger. It was warm. I stumbled back, breath fogging. My palms stung where the paper hands had cut me. I raised my hands to the daylight and saw the cuts weren't cuts anymore. They were thin black lines of ink, running under my skin like veins, branching toward my wrists, toward my elbows, as if something was writing me from the inside. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I nearly screamed. I pulled it out with shaking hands. A text from an unknown number. Way complete, cargo secured. Thank you for your compliance. I stared at the message until the letters blurred. Then another text arrived. Next inspection, your dreams. The wind howled across the plains, rocking my trailer gently, and from inside the sealed van, through aluminum, through insulation, through the lie of normal cargo, I heard it. A soft metallic whisper. A drawer sliding open. Story 3, the exit that wasn't on any map. My GPS said I was doing 72 on I-10E. Sent of El Paso, but my speedometer needle died at 45 and stayed there like it had been pinned by a thumb. The dash clock blinked 3. 17 a.m. went black, then came back as 3. 17 a.m. again, like time had hit a pothole and couldn't climb out. Ahead, an exit sign rose out of the desert glare, green reflective letters bright as a warning flare. Reading Exit 0A. Cargo claims, and the moment my headlights touched it, my trailer slammed sideways so hard my fifth wheel barked, my load straps groaned, and the CB spat a single sentence in my own voice. Take it, Adrian, take it now. I'm Adrian Velasquez. I haul dry van, mostly retail and medical overflow, the kind of freight that smells like cardboard and tape and profit. I'd left Los Angeles on January 6th, 2025, running hard through Arizona to make a drop in Houston by morning, because the shipper's hot load meant a penalty clause in fine print and a broker who would swear he never promised me anything. The desert was empty and black, lit only by my high beams and the dull orange dome of El Paso's edge glow behind me. Wind pushed at my trailer like it was trying to peel me off the highway and lay me down in the sand. My load was 17 pallets of consumer electronics, tablets and smart home junk, sealed at a warehouse in Ontario, California. Seal number 4,491,082. I'd checked it twice at fuel stops because theft is real and I don't like surprises. The bolt seal was still there at Lordsburg, still there at Las Cruces, still there 15 minutes ago when I stopped on the shoulder to piss and listened to coyotes laughing far away like they knew jokes I didn't. Now out here where exits come in predictable intervals, where the same old green signs point you toward the same old towns, there was a sign I'd never seen. Exit A, cargo claims. My hands tightened on the wheel. The steering felt heavy, like the tires were rolling through syrup. The road ahead shimmered with heat mirage even though it was winter. A faint buzzing built behind my ears, the way it does when you stand too close to high-voltage lines. I told myself it was fatigue. 300 miles of night can turn your brain into a bad radio. But the exit sign wasn't a hallucination. It threw light back at me in that harsh, reflective way, and it had a little white shield beneath it with black letters that read, US 0. There's no US 0. The off-ramp appeared at the last possible second, a dark mouth splitting away from the highway. My GPS didn't show it. My route line stayed stubbornly straight, yet my truck drifted toward it as if the lane lines were slanted, as if gravity itself had been changed to favor the ramp. I corrected right. The steering wheel tugged left. My trailer swayed again, and the straps inside the van made a sound like something alive shifting. The CB crackled. I hadn't keyed the mic. I hadn't touched anything. Cargo claims, the radio said. Not a voice exactly. More like a recording of a voice that had been replayed too many times until it lost warmth. All losses processed at exit A. My tongue went dry. My mouth tasted faintly of pennies. I should have kept going. I should have forced the wheel and stayed on I-10, kept rolling toward Houston, toward normal way stations and Buc-ee's and sunlit traffic. But I'd been running so long that my thoughts had started to feel like they were slipping gears. And that exit, there was something about it that hit a part of me that didn't care about logic. A part of me that remembered every missing load headline I'd read. Every driver vanished, rumor traded at truck stops. Every story that ended with a shrug and a new handle on the CB. Cargo claims. As if someone had built a whole place to handle things that weren't supposed to happen. The ramp pulled me in. That's the only way to describe it. My tractor tires crossed the gore point, and the highway noise fell away like a door closing. The desert wind stopped hitting my mirrors. Even my engine sounded different, muffled, as if the air had thickened. I glanced in the mirror. I-10 was still there behind me, tail lights of my own markers glowing red. But the highway already looked far away, hazy, like I'd driven miles down the ramp in a second. The exit sign on the main line shrank, and when I blinked, it was gone. The ramp curved downward into darkness. The reflectors along the shoulder weren't the usual white and orange. They were red, all of them spaced too evenly, like beads on a string. My headlights caught something else, too. Faint chalk marks on the asphalt, little symbols, circles with slashes, arrows pointing back, and numbers written in a shaky hand. My pulse thudded hard against my ribs. I told myself those were survey marks, construction remnants, anything. But the ramp wasn't on any map, and the air inside my cab felt wrong, stale, like the inside of a closed closet. The dash clock blinked again, 3:17 a.m. I turned on the dome light. It flickered, then steadied. My passenger seat was wet. Not spilled water, not condensation. Wet like someone had sat there drenched and recently stood up. The fabric was darkened, glossy. A faint smell rose from it, salt and old river mud. I lifted my flashlight and shone it on the seat. The wetness wasn't uniform. It formed the shape of a handprint, fingers splayed, as if someone had pressed down hard. A chill crawled up my spine. My scalp tightened. I swallowed and tasted copper again. My trailer creaked behind me, a slow flexing sound through the fifth wheel. The load should have been stable. Pallets strapped, braced. Yet something inside shifted with a slow, deliberate scrape, like furniture being dragged across a floor. I whispered no to nobody. The ramp leveled out and widened into a frontage road that shouldn't exist. The asphalt was new black, uncracked, but it absorbed my headlights rather than reflecting them. Road signs appeared in my beams, small and white, with black letters that looked hand-painted. CLAIMS Office 2 MILES. Evidence intake 1 mile. Driver services next right. My stomach tightened. The signs were too neat to be a prank, too intentional. And the word driver hit me like a hook because it wasn't about cargo anymore. It was about me. My phone had no signal, not even a bar. The little no service text might as well have been stamped into the glass. I keyed the CB. Breaker 19, I said, forcing my voice to sound normal. Any driver on I-10 near El Paso, you copy. Static. Then faintly a reply, my own voice again, layered with a second whisper under it. You're already off route, Adrian. I threw the mic down. My hands shook. The road dipped again. The darkness ahead was deeper than night should be, as if the sky had thickened into a ceiling. Then my headlights caught chain-link fencing on both sides, tall and topped with razor wire. Beyond it, the desert was gone. replaced by flat gravel lots and the silhouettes of trailers lined up like tombstones. Hundreds of them. Dry vans, reefers, tankers. Some branded, some plain white. Some rusted and leaning as if they'd been sitting for decades. My headlights swept across faded logos, companies that went bankrupt years ago, carriers I'd only seen on old dot violation lists. And some trailers had no markings at all, just dull metal sides that looked bruised. A gate appeared ahead, a big sliding steel gate with a sign bolted to it. Cargo CLAIMS facility. All disappearances must be processed. The gate was open. No guard booth, no cameras I could see, just an open mouth waiting. My truck rolled through without me deciding to. The road inside was packed gravel. My tires crunched. The sound was loud in the stillness. The facility lights came on as I entered, but not overhead floodlights. They were low sodium lamps spaced along the lots, casting everything in a sick amber glow. The air smelled like old oil and damp cardboard. I saw a building at the center of the yard, a long, low office structure with glass doors and a sign that read Driver Services. The windows were dark. A row of parking spaces sat in front of it, empty except for one car, an old Crown Vic with a light bar on top, paint chipped, as if it had been a highway patrol unit once. My trailer shifted again, harder. The straps inside snapped tight and then slack. Something thumped once, heavy enough to vibrate the frame. I set my brakes. The air valves snapped loud. The silence that followed felt thick, like the yard was holding its breath. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the glass doors of Driver Services opened inward. A woman stepped out. She wore a reflective vest over a gray hoodie, hood up. She walked with the careful gait of someone on ice, but the gravel wasn't icy. Her hands were bare. She held a clipboard and a pen on a chain. The pen chain swung with each step like a pendulum. As she came closer, my stomach turned because her face was wrong. Not deformed, just unstable. The features looked like they were trying to align like a poorly rendered video. Every time I blinked, her cheekbones shifted. Her mouth shortened. Her eyes changed spacing. She stopped at my driver's side window and looked up. "Adrian Velasquez," she said. Her voice was gentle, almost kind. "You're late." I stared, my throat went tight. "Who are you?" I managed. "Claims intake," she said. "We'll need your seal number, your BOL, and a statement regarding your loss." "I haven't lost anything," I said, and the words sounded stupid as soon as they left my mouth. Her expression flickered. For a moment, her face became someone else's, someone I recognized in that instant with a sick jolt. My own face. She smiled with my mouth. "Not yet," she said. My skin prickled, my hands clenched the wheel. "I'm leaving," I said. She tilted her head. "Once a claim begins," she replied, "it must be completed." The trailer thumped again, twice now, like something inside had shifted closer to the doors. A faint scrape followed, slow and deliberate. Like fingernails across metal. My breath fogged the glass, though the cab heater was on. The woman lifted the clipboard. "Please sign," she said, and she held the pen up. The pen's tip was wet. "I didn't take it. I'm not signing anything." Her smile widened a fraction. "Then we proceed with verification." She stepped back and motioned toward my trailer. "Break the seal." The phrase hit me like a command from the universe. Break the seal. That's how stories start. That's how cargo disappears. That's how drivers become a missing person poster with a sad family photo. "No," I said again, louder. Behind the woman in the amber light of the lot, other figures began to appear between trailers. Reflective vests, clipboards, slow, synchronized movement. They were coming toward me in a loose semicircle, not running, not urgent, confident. My panic sharpened. I reached for my door handle, thinking I could reverse out, ram the gate if I had to. Then I saw my mirrors. Behind me, where the gate had been, there was only fence. No opening, no road, just chain link and razor wire stretching into darkness like it had always been there. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. My throat tasted like metal. I whispered, "That's impossible." The woman nodded as if agreeing. "That's why you're here." I yanked my truck into reverse anyway and eased off the brakes. The rig rolled back a few feet, tires crunching gravel. The steering wheel fought me again, tugging toward the office building like a magnet. The figures kept approaching. The woman's voice came through my CB now, even though she was outside. "Driver services includes counseling," she said softly. "Most drivers find it helps to confess." I slapped the CB off. The power button didn't respond. The radio stayed on, hissing faintly like breath. The trailer creaked. A sound came from the rear, muffled but unmistakable. Knocking. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks again. Like someone trapped inside a box. My stomach rolled, my mouth filled with saliva. I swallowed hard. The load was electronics, cardboard boxes, nothing alive. Yet the knocking continued, now faster, more frantic, and beneath it I heard something else. Soft, wet scraping, like something rubbing its face against the inside of the doors. The woman tapped her pen against the clipboard. "Break the seal," she repeated, patient as a nurse. I did a desperate, believable thing. I tried to outsmart the yard. I grabbed my bolt cutters and climbed down, keeping my eyes on the figures. They stopped a respectful distance away, forming a ring, as if this was a ritual and they didn't want to interrupt the driver's part. I moved fast along the trailer's left side, toward the nose, thinking I could disconnect. Drop the trailer, pull away with just the tractor, sacrifice the load. Freight isn't worth your life. But when I reached the landing gear crank, my hands froze. There was no landing gear. Where the legs should have been were 2 smooth metal stumps, cut clean. The trailer hovered an inch above the gravel, unsupported, as if gravity had decided to take a break for it. My breath caught, the air tasted of dust and ozone. I backed away, heart hammering. The figures watched without reacting, as if they'd known I'd try that. The woman's face shifted again, briefly becoming my mother's face. Wrinkles, tired eyes, the same look she used when I lied as a kid. "Don't make it harder," she said. I snapped, "Shut up." My voice echoed oddly, as if the yard had a low ceiling. The knocking from inside the trailer became pounding now. The doors shuddered slightly with each hit. The bolt seal rattled on the latch. I couldn't stand it. The sound crawled into my skull. It made my hands sweat, made my skin itch. It sounded like someone trying to get out, someone who had been in there too long. I stepped back toward the doors despite myself, flashlight beam jittering. The bolt seal hung there, bright in my light, the number crisp. 4,491,082. My proof, my protection. The pounding stopped abruptly. Silence. Then a voice, muffled but clear, spoke from inside my trailer. "Adrian," it said. My blood turned to ice. That voice wasn't the CB. It wasn't the woman. It came from behind the doors. It was my brother's voice. My brother Diego had died 5 years earlier in Phoenix, overdose in a motel bathroom. I'd identified him. I'd seen his face gray and slack. I'd signed forms. I'd carried that weight like a hidden pallet. Now his voice came from my sealed trailer in an impossible yard. "Adrian," it said again, softer. "Help me, man, please." My knees went weak. My eyes burned. My hands trembled around the flashlight. The woman watched me carefully, pen poised. Her face flickered into Diego's face, too, like she was borrowing it. "That's part of your claim," she said. "Unrecovered cargo." I shook my head, whispering, "No, no, no." From inside the trailer, Diego's voice turned frantic. "It's cold. I can't breathe. Open it, bro. Open it, please." The sound of someone. Coughing followed, wet and choking. I stumbled back a step. My stomach twisted. Grief and terror mixed into something nauseating. The figures in vests leaned in slightly, as if listening to a favorite song. I realized then what this place did. It didn't steal cargo. It processed disappearances by making you participate. It used whatever you'd lost, people, time, sanity, and it packaged it behind your doors until you broke the seal yourself. My hands clenched. Pain flared in my jaw from grinding my teeth. I tasted blood where I'd bitten my cheek. I turned and ran to my cab. I climbed in and slammed the door, locked it. My hands shook so hard I fumbled the gear shift. The woman's voice came through the CB again, now layered with multiple throats. "Claims cannot be abandoned," it said. I jammed the truck into drive and floored it. The tractor surged forward. Gravel sprayed. My trailer followed, and for a moment I felt hope, the simple, stupid hope that force solves problems. Then the yard stretched. The rows of trailers didn't pass by. They stayed beside me, matching speed, as if the whole facility was moving with me. The office building remained in my peripheral vision, always the same distance away. The fence line never got closer. My speedometer climbed, 40, 50, 60. The world outside didn't change. The dash clock blinked, 3:17 a.m. My headlights swept across the same rusted reefer with a faded logo I couldn't read. Again and again, like I was driving in a circle even though the wheel was straight. Panic rose hot and thick. My palms sweated. My breathing turned shallow. I grabbed my phone and hit record, desperate for proof. The screen lit my face ghostly. The camera captured the amber-lit yard, the endless trailers, the office building that wouldn't recede. Then the phone screen glitched. Instead of the camera view, it showed my own face staring back, eyes too wide. Behind me in the video reflection, a figure sat in my sleeper berth. I whipped my head around. The sleeper was empty. I looked back at the phone. The figure in the video leaned forward, its face blurred, shifting, trying to become someone. It opened its mouth, and Diego's voice came out, distorted. "Open it," it begged. I threw the phone onto the passenger seat. It landed with a wet slap. The seat was wet again, the same handprint, fresh, spreading. My throat tightened. I felt tears prick, angry and involuntary. "I'm not doing this," I whispered. The CB crackled. A new voice now, deep, official, bored, like a DOT officer who'd heard every excuse. "Driver, pull into bay for verification." A red arrow lit up ahead on a sign that wasn't there a second ago. "Inspection bay this way." The steering wheel jerked left hard. My arms strained. The truck fought me like a living animal. I yanked the wheel right, trying to override it. My tires skidded on gravel. The trailer swayed. The load inside shifted with a heavy scrape, and for the first time I heard a sound that wasn't human. A wet, delighted chuckle. muffled by the doors. My stomach dropped. I realized the voice I'd heard, Diego, was bait. Whatever was back there wasn't my brother. It was something that wore loss like a uniform. I needed a weapon. I needed fire. I needed anything. I grabbed my road flare from the dash compartment, lit it with shaking hands. The flare hissed to life, bathing the cab in red. The smell of sulfur filled my nose, sharp and real. The red light seemed to irritate the yard. The amber lamps flickered. The office building's windows darkened further like blinking. Good, fear is a tool. I slammed the brakes, jumped out with the flare in one hand and the bolt cutters in the other. The cold hit my face. Wind still didn't exist here. The air was dead. The figures had moved closer while I'd been driving in circles. They stood 20 feet away now, forming a neat arc. Their reflective strips shone in my flare light. The woman stepped forward, her face settled briefly into Diego's face again. "You can end it," she said softly. "Just open, let it be counted." I raised the flare. "Back up," I snarled. They didn't. I ran to the trailer doors. My hands moved on pure adrenaline. I didn't want to open them. I wanted to destroy the idea of opening. I jammed the flare against the rubber door seal and held it there. The rubber began to smoke, bubbling. A stench rose, burning tire, acrid and thick. The flare hissed louder, spitting sparks. From inside the trailer, the pounding resumed instantly, furious now, like whatever was in there sensed threat. The doors vibrated under my palm. The bolt seal rattled. The woman's voice turned sharp. "Do not damage evidence," she snapped, and for the first time her calm broke. The figures surged forward, faster now, their movements too smooth, like a film played at the wrong frame rate. Clipboards raised, pens dangling. I yanked the bolt cutters up and swung them like a club. The metal connected with a clipboard, splintering it. The figure didn't bleed. It oozed black ink that dripped onto the gravel and evaporated. Another figure grabbed my arm. Its hand felt like cold rubber, too firm. I jerked away and the skin on my forearm stung. Thin cuts appeared, perfect parallel lines, like someone had scored me with a box cutter. Paper cuts, but deep. The flare burned down, heat licking my knuckles. Smoke from the door seal thickened. The rubber peeled, exposing a seam. I shoved the flare into the seam and forced it deeper, gritting my teeth against heat. The rubber caught fire. Flames crawled along the door edge, small but hungry. The pounding from inside became screaming. Diego's voice, my mother's, my own, overlapping into a wet choir of desperation. "Open, open, open." The figures recoiled slightly from the fire, and in that hesitation I made my choice. I cut the bolt seal. The metal snapped with a bright ping, and the sound rang across the yard like a bell. The figures froze, as if the ritual required this exact moment. My hands shook, smoke rose, heat and sulfur and burnt rubber filled my nose. I grabbed the latch and pulled. The door didn't swing open smoothly. It bulged outward like something pressed against it from inside, something soft and heavy. The latch gave with a wet pop, and the door cracked open an inch. A smell poured out that made me gag instantly. Old river mud, rot, and something sweet like decaying fruit. A hand shot through the crack, pale, long-fingered, and grabbed my wrist. The grip was icy. The fingers felt wrong, too many joints, bending in angles that made my bones hurt to look at. The hand yanked hard, and I stumbled forward, shoulder slamming into the door. In that moment, I saw inside. Not electronics. Not pallets. A hallway. A long fluorescent hallway lined with doors, like an apartment building or a motel. The floor was carpeted, damp, stained. The air inside shimmered like humidity. And along the hallway, doors stood open, and behind each one I saw a slice of someone's disappearance. A half-submerged car in floodwater, a overturned rig on black ice, a sleeping bag in a ditch, a pair of boots standing upright with no legs in them. At the far end of the hallway, a door was labeled with a handwritten sign, Adrian Claim Pending. Something moved in the doorway behind that sign. A shape trying to become a person. The hand tightened and pulled again, trying to drag me through the crack, into the hallway, into my own pending claim. Pain shot up my arm, my shoulder screamed, my feet slipped on gravel. I screamed back raw and slammed my other hand into the burning door seal, using pain as fuel. I drove my elbow into the door edge, widening the crack just enough to jam the bolt cutters in like a wedge. The hand inside hissed, a sound like air escaping a punctured bag, and tried to pull the cutters in two. I grabbed the flare stump, still hot, and shoved it into the crack right against the hand. The flesh sizzled. A smell like burnt hair and ink rose. The hand jerked back, releasing me, and the crack snapped shut slightly as if the trailer was trying to reseal itself. I didn't wait. I yanked the door open fully. The hallway inside yawned wide. Fluorescent lights buzzed. Damp carpet breathed out stale air. And the figures in reflective vests all raised their clipboards in unison, like a jury. The woman stepped closer, face now settling into mine again. "Step inside," she whispered. "Claimant must enter." My mind screamed no, but my body swayed forward like it was being pulled by invisible rope. My feet moved 1 inch toward the trailer threshold. Then my gaze dropped to the trailer floor at the threshold, and I saw something that snapped me awake. A line of footprints in damp carpet. Boot prints. Truck boots. And among them, smaller barefoot prints with long toes. Hundreds of overlapping tracks, all pointing inward. None pointing out. My stomach turned into a cold stone. I backed away hard, stumbling. "No," I gasped. The hallway's far door, labeled Adrian Claim Pending, creaked open wider. A figure stepped out. It was me. Not a perfect double, a worse one. Same height, same build, same jacket, but soaked as if pulled from a river. Skin pale, eyes too bright. It smiled with my mouth, and I saw its teeth were too many and too small. It lifted a pen on a chain and held it out. "Sign," it said in my voice, layered with the wet choir. My knees nearly buckled, my mind fractured into simple terror. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from behind my driver's seat, white canister, red handle, and sprinted back to the doors. I didn't aim at the figures. I aimed into the hallway. I pulled the pin and squeezed. A blast of white chemical powder erupted into the trailer, filling the hallway instantly. The fluorescent lights dimmed behind the cloud. The me-thing coughed, sound wet and bubbling. The figures outside recoiled, their reflective strips vanishing in the white storm. I emptied the extinguisher, arms shaking, lungs burning from chemical dust. Then I slammed trailer doors shut. They resisted for a second, bulging as if something pressed from inside. I threw my weight into them, grunting, and the doors finally met with a heavy thunk. No seal. No latch security. Just metal on metal. I ran to my cab, jumped in, and floored it with the doors unsecured. The trailer banged and rattled. The yard stretched again, but the chemical cloud seemed to have disrupted it. Lights flickered violently, and for a moment the fence line ahead shimmered like heat mirage. The gate reappeared. Opened. I didn't think. I aimed straight for it and accelerated. Gravel sprayed. The rig shook. The trailer doors banged behind me like a drumline. As I hit the gate opening, the air changed. Wind slammed my cab. The desert returned in a rush, real cold, real dry, real sound. My ears popped. My headlights caught I-10 ahead, concrete and lane reflectors like a miracle. I merged back onto the highway at speed, heart hammering so hard my vision tunneled. In the mirror, the exit ramp was gone. Only desert. Only darkness. I drove for an hour without blinking, convinced the wheel would jerk again, convinced the sign would appear, convinced the CB would call my name. When dawn finally stained the horizon pale gray, I pulled into a Love-S outside Fort Stockton, hands trembling too hard to hold my coffee. I parked and walked back to the trailer to check the damage. The doors were closed. They were latched, and a fresh bolt seal hung from the latch, shiny in the new light. Seal number 0. All zeros. My stomach dropped. I pressed my ear to the door. From inside, very softly, like someone shuffling papers in a quiet office, I heard a pen scratching. Writing. Filling out forms. Processing my claim. Story 3, the seal that screamed. The reefer unit behind me screamed like a living throat. Not the usual compressor whine or belt squeal. A wet, furious sound, half metal, half animal, punched through the cab's insulation and vibrated my teeth. My dash clock blinked 2:13 a.m., then went dark for a beat, then returned as 2:13 again like it couldn't commit to time. On I-80 westbound outside Laramie, the wind hammered the trailer broadside, and the whole rig crab-walked a foot toward the rumble strip. I grabbed the wheel, knuckles whitening, and the smell hit me. Hot pennies and old lake water, seeping through my sleeper curtain as if the trailer door were open. The thermometer for the load should have read 34. It read 68 and climbing. I keyed my mic. Dispatch, this is Robert Hayes, Unit 47, my reefer S screaming, and temp is spiking. Only static answered, but through the static I heard my own voice whisper back, delayed and intimate. My reefer's screaming. I'd hauled medical supplies before, vaccines, insulin, lab cultures. But this load was different from the moment I signed for it on March 14, 2023. The bill of lading was too clean, the ink too crisp, like it had never been handled by human hands. The shipper in Omaha wouldn't meet my eyes. He wore nitrile gloves and had a faint chemical rash around his wrists, and when he peeled the paperwork off a clipboard, the paper stuck for a second as if it didn't want to leave. Cargo biological samples, temperature controlled. Destination, Reno, Nevada. Receiver, blank. No phone number, no contact, just a dock address that didn't show up on my GPS unless I typed it twice. And the seal. A red, numbered seal clamped on the trailer latch, normal enough, except the plastic felt warm when I pinched it, warm like skin in sunlight. I'd joked with the yard guy, tried to lighten it. Must be some fancy new tamper-proof deal. He didn't laugh. He looked past me at the trailer's rear doors, and his throat bobbed like he was swallowing something sharp. "Don't cut it early," he said. "Whatever happens, don't cut it early." Now, 3 states later, the unit behind me screamed and my cab smelled like wet money, and the radio gave me my own words back like a parrot with a grudge. I took exit 316, the lonely ramp spilling into a windswept truck stop that looked like it had been assembled from discarded sheet metal and regret. The sign flickered. Wyoming Plains Fuel, then Wyoming PAINS Fuel, then just WYO before sputtering out. Snow skated across the lot in thin, hissing sheets. I rolled to a stop with my trailer angled away from the wind and killed the engine. The sudden silence should have been relief. It was. The reefer kept running, but now it didn't scream. It breathed. A slow, deep draw and exhale, like a chest. I climbed down, boots crunching on ice, and walked the line back with my flashlight. The cold was vicious. It went right through my jacket and into my bones, but near the trailer doors it changed. The air there was humid, warmer, carrying that Penny End Lake stink, and my breath didn't fog. The reefer's digital panel glowed a sickly green. Set point 34 degrees F. Actual 72 degrees F. Alarm code E13. I'd never seen an E13. I tapped the housing. The casing vibrated under my palm, not with machinery, but with something like a purr. The trailer walls shivered, faint ripples under the aluminum skin, as if something pressed from inside and slid away. I told myself it was the wind. It had to be the wind. Then the red seal on the latch twitched. Just a little, like a finger flexing. I jerked my hand back so hard I banged my knuckles on the latch bar. Pain flared bright and clean, and I sucked air through my teeth. My flashlight beam wobbled. The seal hung there, motionless now, but the numbers printed on it, 041779, looked blurred, as if the plastic were sweating over them. My phone had no signal. The truck stop office was a dim rectangle of yellow light. I marched across the lot, shoulders hunched against the wind, and pushed inside. Bell chimed. Warm air hit my face, thick with fryer grease and old coffee. Behind the counter, a woman in a faded hoodie watched me with the flat patience of someone who'd seen too many men walk in carrying problems they wanted to dump on her floor. Her name tag said Patty, but the stitching was frayed, and it could have been pain for all I knew. "You look like you saw a wreck," she said. "My reefer's acting up," I told her. "Alarm code I've never seen, temps climbing." She didn't ask what I was hauling. That alone made my stomach tighten. Most clerks asked. Curiosity was their currency. Patty just reached under the counter and slid out a battered binder. She flipped pages without looking down, like she'd memorized it. She murmured and stopped. Her face changed, not fear exactly, disgust, like she'd smelled spoiled meat. "Don't open it," she said quietly. "What?" She held the binder so I could see the page. Handwritten notes in different inks, some neat, some frantic. E13, do not cut seal. Do not break latch. Do not stand behind doors. Call state troopers. Call, there was a name scratched out so hard it tore the paper. Call hazmat. Below that, in block letters, it learns your voice. My mouth went dry. Is this a joke? Patty shut the binder. "No, I've seen it 3 times. She leaned closer, eyes scanning my face like she was measuring whether I'd listen. "You ever hear a trailer knock from the inside, like shifting freight?" "Yeah." "This ain't that." She pointed at my right hand. Blood from my knuckle had smeared across my skin, dark against pale. "You hurt yourself." "Latch." "Wash it now." Her tone had an edge that made me move without thinking. I went to the bathroom, scrubbed my knuckles under hot water until the sting turned into a deep, pulsing ache. The water ran pink, then clear. I stared at my reflection. My pupils looked too wide. Behind me, the fluorescent light flickered, and for a split second, my reflection's mouth moved when mine didn't. My reefer's screaming. It mouthed silently. I spun around. Empty bathroom. My heart hammered like a Jake brake on a steep downgrade. When I came back out, Patty had a cordless phone pressed to her ear. She shook her head at me, a tight, helpless motion. "No service line," she whispered. "Landline's dead. Tower's been weird all winter." Outside, my trailer thumped. One heavy, deliberate air, like someone inside had kicked the door. Then another, closer together. My skin prickled. I ran out, slipping on ice, and hit the unlock on my fob by habit. The cab lights blinked. The trailer lights blinked too, though they shouldn't have responded. The thumps became scratches. A fingernail drag along metal, slow and patient, traveling from the bottom of the doors upward. I stopped 10 feet short of the trailer. The wind died completely. In the sudden stillness, I heard the reefers breathing, the soft rasp of that scratch, and underneath it, a faint, wet clicking like a tongue against teeth. Something tapped the inside of the door exactly where the seal sat. Tap, tap, tap. The red seal twitched again, more obvious now, as if something tugged it from the inside. The latch bar shuddered. My brain threw up a dozen rational explanations. Pressure change, ice, mechanical failure. But none of them accounted for the smell getting stronger, or the way the trailer's aluminum skin dimpled outward like a cheek being pressed by a thumb. "Robert," a voice said. It came from behind the doors, muffled but unmistakable. My name, spoken with my mother's cadence. I hadn't heard that cadence in 8 years, not since the hospital. "No," I whispered, and the word came out as a thin hiss. "Robert," it repeated, sweeter. "Honey, open up, I'm cold." My lungs locked. My mother was dead. I'd signed the paperwork myself. I'd held her hand when the machines went quiet. There was no universe where she was in my trailer. The latch bar jerked. Patty's door banged behind me. "Don't you go back there," she shouted. "Get in the cab, drive, don't stop." "But—" "Drive," she screamed, and her voice cracked like glass. The seal snapped. Not cut, not broken by pliers. It snapped like a tendon splitting clean down the middle. One half fell to the ground, still warm, bouncing once on the ice. The other half stayed clamped to the latch, writhing, the number 41,779 smearing like wet ink. My legs moved before my brain did. I sprinted for the cab, boots sliding, fingers numb. I hauled myself up, slammed the door, and shoved the key in. The engine coughed, caught, roared. The reefer screamed again, high and furious, and the whole rig rocked as something hit the trailer doors from the inside hard enough to bow them outward. I jammed it into gear and pulled out, tires spitting gravel and ice. In my mirror, Patty stood in the doorway of the office, one hand over her mouth. The lot lights flickered, and for a heartbeat, her shadow stretched across the snow like it belonged to something taller. I hit the interstate and pushed the speed, 85 and a 70. The trailer swayed. Wind returned with a vengeance, slamming the broadside, but the worst sound was inside the cab, my CB crackling with breath. Not words, just breathing, matching the reefer's rhythm. I grabbed the mic with shaking hands. "Who is this?" My own voice answered, calm and close. "Who is this?" Then softer, like a secret. "You already opened it." I looked down. My right hand, the one I'd scraped, had a thin line of black under the skin near the cut, like ink spreading through a vein. I pressed it. It didn't hurt. It felt numb, like dead flesh. Panic rose, bitter in my throat. I reached for sanitizer, dumped it over my knuckles. The black line didn't fade. It pulsed once like something tasting. I drove west into the night, and the road began to do things roads shouldn't. Mile markers repeated. 317, 318, 319, then 317 again. My GPS showed me moving, but the map glitched, the little arrow circling like a trapped fly. The sky ahead looked wrong, too low, clouds hanging like dirty cotton just above the headlights. The moon was a thin cut, and every time my high beams caught the snow, the flakes looked like tiny bits of bone. I told myself to keep going, don't stop, don't open it, but my trailer was no longer sealed. Whatever rule existed, I'd broken it by simply being there when it snapped. I felt implicated, chosen. The reefer alarm beeped, a frantic stutter, and the temp display on my dash, linked through the telematics, climbed to 80 degrees F, then 90, then 103. My load was cooking. I imagined vials swelling, cultures blooming, something alive feeding on warmth. The smell intensified until my cab felt damp. My tongue tasted metal. My eyes watered. On the shoulder ahead, hazards blinked. A parked rig an old Peterbilt, hood up. A man stood beside it, waving both arms, frantic. I should have passed. I should have kept my eyes forward like Patty said. But he stepped closer to the line, and his face in my headlights was so raw with desperation that my foot eased off the throttle before I could stop it. Trucker instinct. We help each other. It's in the bones. I pulled onto the shoulder, keeping the trailer as far from him as I could. I cracked the window. "You okay?" He stumbled to the cab, breath puffing. "Radio's dead," he panted. "My engine won't turn. I'm freezing out here, man. Can you?" He stopped mid-sentence and stared past me at my trailer. His eyes widened. "What the hell you hauling?" "Medical," I said automatically. He leaned closer, sniffed. His face tightened. "That smell," he whispered, "like pennies." My stomach dropped. "You know it." He backed away, hands up. "Nope, no, I don't know nothing." He turned like he was going to run back to his rig. Behind him, my trailer doors bulged outward again, slow this time, like something pressing its weight against them. The aluminum creased with a soft groan. The latch bar rattled, though there was no seal now to hold it. The man froze. His mouth fell open. He made a sound like he was about to scream, but no noise came out. Because the sound came from my CB instead. His voice perfectly coming through my speaker. "My engine won't turn. I'm freezing out here, man." He turned his head sharply toward my cab, eyes wild. "I didn't." The CB repeated in my own voice this time. "You didn't." His face went gray. He stumbled backward, tripped, fell hard on the icy shoulder. He scrambled on hands and knees, boots slipping, trying to get away from my trailer like it radiated heat. I shut my window, shaking. The black line under my skin crept another millimeter up my hand. The trailer doors bowed again, sharper. I heard metal pop. Something had damaged the latch from the inside. I did the only thing my survival brain could think of. I put it in gear and pulled away, leaving the man on the shoulder. His eyes met mine in the side mirror as I accelerated. They were pleading. Then the snow swallowed him. The guilt was immediate and nauseating, but it was braided with a colder truth. If I helped him, it would use him. Or it already had. It had his voice now. The road bent, climbed, and the landscape changed too quickly. 1 minute Wyoming sage and S. Now fences. Next minute black pines crowding the shoulder like a wall. My headlights caught trunks so close they felt like they were leaning in to listen. The air thickened, the snow stopped, and fog rolled over the asphalt in sheets that looked like steam from a slaughterhouse floor. A sign appeared, green reflective letters. Western AGRI Inspection Station 2 MILES. I'd never seen that sign on this stretch. My route memory was solid. I'd run I-80 dozens of times. There was no inspection station here. But the sign was real, and 2 miles later, floodlights punched through the fog, bleaching everything white. Cones narrowed traffic into a single lane. A chain-link fence rose on both sides, topped with razor wire. Beyond it, low buildings squatted like bunkers, their windows dark. I slowed, heart thudding. A figure stepped into the lane wearing a reflective vest and a hard hat. He held up a palm. I stopped. He approached my window, face hidden by the brim. "Evening," he said. His voice sounded like it had been recorded and played through a cheap speaker. "Papers." I handed him the bill of lading with numb fingers. He didn't look at it, he sniffed it. Then he smiled. His teeth were too many. They filled his mouth from gum to gum, crowded like grains of rice. The smile didn't reach his eyes because his eyes were wrong too, milky, filmed over, as if he'd been dead a week. "Reefer trouble?" he asked. My throat clenched, just a temp alarm. He nodded like that was expected. "Pull into Bay 3, we'll take a look, keep your engine running, keep your hands where I can see 'em." A second figure emerged from the fog near my trailer, carrying a clipboard. Then a third. Then more, shapes moving in the floodlight glare with the jerky coordination of puppets. Their vests reflected, but their faces stayed shadowed. I could have bolted, should have, but the lane was tight with cones and the fence pressed close. If I gunned it, I'd jackknife or clip a post. And something in me, some exhausted compliance, followed the instruction. Bay 3 was an open-sided garage with a concrete pad and drains in the floor. The air inside was warmer, damp. The smell of pennies became overwhelming, metallic, and sweet, and my stomach lurched. I parked, set brakes, kept the engine running like ordered. The milky-eyed man walked to my trailer doors and placed both hands flat on the metal. He tilted his head as if listening to a heartbeat. "It's awake," he murmured. The clipboard figure came to my window. "Step out," it said, not asked, told. I shook my head. "I'm not unhooking, I'm not opening, I just need to get to Reno." The figure's head twitched. "Reno," it repeated, savoring the word. "Reno, Reno." Then my mother's voice came from inside my cab, from the sleeper area, soft as breath on my ear. "Robert, do what they say." I whipped around. The sleeper curtains stirred, though there was no breeze. The smell in the cab was stronger now, as if the trailer had seeped through the fifth wheel and into the frame. The black line under my skin had reached my wrist. I looked back at the figure at the window. Under the hard hat brim, a mouth opened, teeth crowding. "Step out," it said again, and this time the words came through my CB2, layered, dozens of voices repeating in perfect sync. "Step out, step out, step out." My body moved without permission. Door handle, cold air, boots on concrete. The moment my feet hit the pad, the fog outside the bay thickened, sealing the entrance like a curtain. The interstate vanished. The world became this lit rectangle of concrete and damp air and too many teeth smiles. They guided me, hands not quite touching, but close enough I felt heat, to a side door. Inside was a hallway painted institutional green. Fluorescents buzzed overhead. The hum matched the reefer's breathing. A room opened on the left. Stainless steel table, drain in the center. A camera in the corner, red light blinking. The air smelled like antiseptic laid over rot. "Sit," the milky-eyed man said. I sat because my knees buckled. My heart hammered so hard my vision stuttered. He set my bill of lading on the table, smoothed it with reverent palms. "Unsolved," he whispered like a prayer. "Always unsolved." "What are you?" I managed. He leaned in, his breath smelled like copper. "We're what happens when cargo does arrive," he said. "We're the gap in the paperwork, the missing line item, the empty pallet space." Behind him, the wall-mounted intercom crackled. A voice came through, deep and amused, like someone smiling in the dark. Has the seal been compromised? The milky-eyed man glanced at my wrist. Yes, he said. Then he is part of it, the intercom said. Bring him to Bay 3. Cold terror flooded me. No, I whispered, trying to stand. My legs didn't listen. My right hand twitched, fingers curling slightly on their own like a puppet string pulled. The milky-eyed man grabbed my scraped knuckles. His touch was damp and hot. He pressed my wound against the bill of lading. The paper drank my blood. Not soaked, drank. The red vanished into the fibers, and black ink bloomed outward in branching lines like veins. The words biological samples blurred, rearranged, and reformed as biological subject. My name appeared where the receiver should have been. Robert Hayes. The intercom clicked off. They walked me back out, not dragging, not forcing, but guiding like I'd agreed. Bay 3 awaited, floodlights glaring. My rig idled, engine vibrating. The reefer unit screamed and breathed as if excited. The milky-eyed man stood behind my trailer doors and gestured. Open, he said. I don't have the seal, I whispered. You do, he said gently and pointed. My right hand. The black line under my skin had spread across my palm now, branching. Under the skin, something moved, sliding along tendon pathways. My fingers flexed without me. The sensation was horrifyingly intimate, like being inhabited. No, I said louder, but my body stepped forward. My hand reached for the latch bar. Every survival instinct fought. I tried to yank my arm back with my left hand, but my left hand wouldn't grip. It slipped on my own skin, sweaty and numb. My right hand wrapped around the latch and pulled. Metal clanged, the latch released. The reefer stopped screaming. Silence fell so hard it felt like pressure in my ears. Even the fluorescent buzz seemed to dim. The fog at the bay entrance pressed in like it wanted to watch. My hand swung the right door open. Warm air rolled out, thick and wet, smelling like pennies and pond scum and something sweetly rotten. It hit my face and condensed on my eyelashes. I gagged. Inside my trailer, there were no pallets, no coolers, no boxes. There was a hallway. A long, narrow corridor that shouldn't have fit inside 53 feet of trailer, lit by the same buzzing fluorescence as the inspection station. The walls weren't aluminum. They were tiled, white, glossy, with hairline cracks running like spider webs. The floor was wet, reflecting the lights in rippling streaks. And at the far end, something moved. A shape hunched, dragging itself forward. It made a wet, slapping sound. As it came closer, I saw it wasn't one thing, it was pieces. Human pieces fused together in a way that made my brain rebel. Arms grafted to torsos at wrong angles, mouths embedded in shoulders, eyes blinking from folds of skin where no eyes should be. Reefer-cold skin stretched and split, leaking clear fluid that steamed in the warm air. It looked up at me. And it spoke with the man's voice I'd left on the shoulder. My engine won't turn, it whispered. I'm freezing out here, man. Then it spoke with my mother's cadence. Robert, honey. Then it spoke with mine, my reefers screaming. The milky-eyed men behind me inhaled in unison, like worshippers at a sermon. I tried to scream. What came out was a wheeze. The thing in the corridor crawled closer, and behind it, more shapes shifted in the hallway's fluorescent glare. Bodies, cargo, gaps in paperwork made flesh. The corridor pulsed. The tile walls flexed like ribs. The air grew hotter. My skin prickled. The black line in my hand surged, and for a moment I felt a terrible clarity. This wasn't a monster that killed you. It was a system. A logistics network of missing things, a place where disappearances went to be processed. The milky-eyed man whispered in my ear, intimate as breath. "Every unsolved case needs a driver," he said. "A witness, someone to carry it forward." My right hand rose, fingers splayed, and I watched in horror as the skin split along the black veins. Not bleeding, opening. Underneath, the flesh looked glossy, like the inside of a mouth. Tiny red numbers, 041779, formed in the tissue, pulsing like a heartbeat. The corridor inside the trailer widened, inviting. I took one step forward. My boot landed on tile, not trailer floor. Water soaked through the sole, warm and sticky. The smell flooded my sinuses until I tasted copper. My stomach heaved, but nothing came up. My body felt wrong, heavy, like gravity had increased. Behind me, the trailer door swung wider on its own, and I heard the inspection station figures humming softly, a lullaby made of engine noise and radio static. I tried to turn back. My neck resisted, stiff. When I forced it, I saw the bay outside my trailer through a narrowing rectangle, as if the trailer opening was shrinking. The fog pressed in. The figures stood motionless, their reflective vests shining like trapped light. Then Patty's face appeared among them. Not her body, just her face, pale and terrified, floating at shoulder height like it had been cut out of reality and pinned there. Her mouth moved. "Don't," she mouthed. "Don't go in." I reached for her with my left hand. The corridor breathed in. The walls drew closer, tile flexing, and the opening behind me shrank to a slit. Patty's face distorted, stretched, and then snapped out like a rubber band, vanish. Into fog. Darkness swallowed the entrance. The fluorescence overhead flickered once, twice, then stabilized. The corridor continued forward, impossibly long. The wet shapes ahead shifted, crawling away as if leading me deeper. My right hand throbbed with the seal number under my skin, and the numbness crept up my forearm like frostbite in reverse, warm, deadening. I walked because there was no back. Each step made a wet slap. The air thickened, humid, full of whispered voices, drivers, dispatchers, clerks, snatches of panic and routine. "Copy that. 10-4. Where's my load?" It never arrived. Unsolved. After what felt like miles, the corridor opened into a room that looked like a dock, but wrong. Endless doors lined the walls, each with a red seal pulsing like a living blister. Forklifts moved without drivers, their beeping echoing. Pallets stacked themselves. Paperwork fluttered through the air like birds, landing on clipboards held by no hands. In the center of the room was my trailer, my actual trailer, parked on a phantom dock plate, its doors open. Inside it, I saw my cab, my steering wheel, my dash clock blinking 2:13. A loop. A trap. A man stood beside the trailer, waving both arms, frantic, hood up on a dead Peterbilt. He looked exactly like the guy I'd left on the shoulder, except his eyes were mine. He opened his mouth, and my voice came out. "My engine won't turn," he said. "I'm freezing out here, man." I understood then what the intercom meant by part of it. It didn't just learn your voice. It learned your choices. It filed you. It duplicated you. It made you cargo. The black lines surged up my arm to my elbow, and my skin began to feel warm and loose, like it didn't fit right. I looked down and saw tiny cracks forming along my forearm like tile. White, glossy, spreading. Somewhere overhead, an intercom clicked on, and a voice, deep, amused, spoke into the endless dock. "Next unit inbound," it announced. "Unsolved case, Route I-80. I tried to run. My legs moved like they were wading through syrup. The forklifts turned toward me as if noticing. their forks lifted slightly, eager. I stumbled back toward the corridor, but the corridor was gone. In its place was a closed door with a fresh red seal, warm and pulsing. The number on it matched the one under my skin. I pressed my palm against it. The seal flexed, recognizing me. Behind the door, something breathed. My reefer's screaming. My voice whispered from the other side. And then my dash clock, somewhere in that looping trailer, blinked too. 13 again, and the room filled with the wet, furious sound of a reefer unit learning to speak. Story 4, The Weight That Wasn't There. The trailer yanked my tractor backward like it had latched onto a sinking ship. I was already doing 65 on I-10 eastbound outside Tucson when the tug hit, violent enough to snap my seatbelt tight across my collarbone and make the steering wheel kick in my hands. The whole rig shuddered. My load meter on the dash, tied into the air ride pressure sensors, spiked as if I'd suddenly picked up another 20,000 pounds. Then the sensation vanished, leaving the truck floating light for half a second, like the fifth wheel had unhooked. The warning chime screamed. Trailer airlow flashed red. My mirrors showed nothing but the white wall of my van trailer and the desert night. Then my manifest clipboard slid off the passenger seat all by itself, paper fluttering like a trapped bird. The top sheet, BOL, landed face-up on my rubber floor mat, and every line of printed text had been replaced with a single sentence in greasy, fresh-looking ink. You are overweight with something you can't see. I got my foot off the throttle, heart thumping, and eased onto the shoulder. Heat still radiated off the asphalt even at 1:47 a.m., shimmering in my headlights like the road was breathing. I set my flashers and killed the engine. The sudden quiet made the desert feel closer, like it had leaned in. My own breathing sounded too loud. Somewhere out beyond the shoulder, a coyote yipped once, then went silent as if it realized it had said the wrong thing. My name is Patricia Sullivan, and I've hauled freight long enough to trust sensors when my nerves lie to me. 12 years OTR. I've handled blowouts, brake fade, a broken kingpin, a reefer fire in the middle of nowhere. I've never had my truck tell me I was overweight with nothing. Tonight's run was supposed to be clean. Pick up in a private yard outside Phoenix, take I-10 to El Paso, hand off at a cross-dock, sleep. The shipper was a company I'd never heard of, Desert Meridian Logistics, but the rate was good enough to make me ignore the weirdness. The weirdness started with the scale ticket. Empty trailer, my tractor and van should have come in at about 32,000. The yard scale printed 41, and the scale clerk, a skinny kid with a shaved head and black grease under his nails, stared at the number like it offended him. He ran it. Again, same. He tried a third time, muttering, same. Your trailer got something in it already? He asked, trying to sound casual. I'd opened my doors before I hit the scale. Empty, swept. No pallets, no forgotten dunnage, nothing but the smell of sun-baked plywood floor and my own footsteps. No, I said, it's clean. He swallowed. Then maybe your trailer's heavy. A trailer's a trailer. He didn't argue. He just stapled the scale ticket to my paperwork with trembling fingers and didn't meet my eyes when he handed it over. Don't take any side roads, he said, barely audible. Don't stop where it's dark. I'd laughed because what else do you do with that? It came out brittle. It's Arizona, it's all dark. He looked up then, and there was genuine fear in his face. Not that kind, he whispered. Now, on the shoulder outside Tucson, my air pressure warning had screamed, and my rig had felt like a giant hand had yanked it backward. And my paperwork had changed. I reached for my phone, no signal. Of course. Desert dead zones like potholes you can't see until you hit them. My cab smelled faintly of dust and stale coffee. Normal, but underneath that was a new odor barely there, like damp wool left in a hot trunk. I rubbed my forearms, suddenly aware of goose flesh despite the warmth. My skin felt too sensitive, like the air had teeth. I forced myself to do what I always do, physical check. Trust process. Process keeps you alive. I grabbed my flashlight, climbed down, and walked the passenger side back toward the trailer. My boots crunched gravel. The desert wind was soft, warm, carrying creosote and distant exhaust. My trailer's reflective tape shone bright white, clean, unbroken. Then I saw the landing gear crank handle. It was slowly turning, not spinning fast like it had been hit. Turning steady, deliberate, one click at a time, like an invisible hand was testing it. I stopped dead. My flashlight beam trembled on the metal. The handle turned another notch. Click. I whispered no. It turned again. Click. I backed away without thinking, hands up like it could see them. The handle stopped, as if it had decided it had my attention. My trailer was sealed with a standard bolt seal at the hasp. I hadn't touched it since pickup. The seal looked normal, blue plastic, numbers printed. But the metal around it, the latch hardware, looked wet. Not with rain, with something thick that caught my flashlight beam and shone like clear syrup. It dripped slowly down the door seam. I stepped closer involuntarily. The smell of damp wool strengthened, and with it a faint sourness like milk left too long. My stomach tightened. My flashlight beam slid down the seam, and for a split second I thought I saw the metal itself ripple, like something behind it pushed and relaxed. The seam bulged outward by a hair's breadth and then smoothed again. My trailer is a box. A box doesn't breathe. A gust of wind pushed warm air against my face, and in it I heard a sound, soft, slow, like fabric sliding on skin. It came from inside the trailer. Something shifting its weight. I stumbled back, heart racing, and my boot hit something on the ground. I looked down. A fresh footprint in the dust beside my trailer. Barefoot, 5 toes, deep impression like whoever made it was heavy. But it wasn't human-shaped. The arch was wrong, too long, and the toes were uneven, splayed like a hand. I hadn't walked there barefoot. Nobody had. The footprint looked wet at the edges. I turned and nearly ran to the cab, clambering in and slamming the door. I locked it even though locking a truck door in the open desert is mostly a comfort lie. My hands shook as I keyed the CB. Any drivers eastbound near Tucson, this is Patricia Sullivan on 10, you copy. I tried to keep my voice steady. I'm on the shoulder around mile marker 262. I got issues. Static hissed back, then a voice male tired. Patricia, that you? Relief hit like a drug. Yeah, who's this? Eddie Morales, the voice said. I'm 2 miles back. What kind of issues? Something's wrong with my trailer. My sensors think I'm overweight, but I'm empty. Now my landing gear handle was turning by itself. You ever hear of anything like that? There was a pause long enough for my skin to prickle. Then Eddie's voice came back quieter. Don't open your doors, he said. My mouth went dry. You have heard of it. Not like that, he admitted. But I've been on runs where the weight don't match. Dispatch tells you ignore it, says the sensors glitch. Then you get to a scale and the state boys wave you in like they knew you were coming. My dashboard clock blinked 1:47, went dark, then came back 1:47 again. My throat tightened. Eddie continued, where you headed? El Paso cross-dock. Desert Meridian load. I stared at my paperwork. Yeah. He exhaled through the mic, a sound like someone trying not to panic. Okay, listen, don't stop again, don't take way stations if you can avoid it, and if something tells why. Oh, to pull into a facility that ain't on your route. My trailer thumped. One heavy, hollow udea air that shook the cab. Eddie went silent. I whispered, Eddie. His voice came back, but it wasn't tired anymore. It was strained, pitched higher. Patricia, is there anybody with you? No. Okay, he said, and I could hear him swallowing. Okay, I'm gonna. The trailer thumped again, harder. The whole rig rocked slightly on the suspension. My hands clamped the steering wheel until my knuckles hurt. From the sleeper curtain behind me came a faint sound like someone exhaling through wet cloth. I didn't move, I didn't turn around. Every nerve screamed not to. Eddie's voice suddenly changed, not his cadence, not his tone, it became eerily flat. Patricia, it said, and it sounded like my own voice coming through his mic, echoed and thin. Open the door. My blood went cold. Eddie, stop. The radio crackled. My own voice again, slightly delayed, stop. Then softly, with intimacy that made my scalp crawl, you're carrying it wrong. I grabbed the mic and shouted, who is this? Static, then a whisper, so low I almost thought it came from inside my cab instead of the speaker. Wait is a promise, it said. You promised to carry. The sleeper curtain shifted. I forced myself to look. The curtain was drawn, but the bottom edge lifted a fraction, as if a draft moved it. There was no draft. The AC was off. Outside was warm. My cab felt suddenly damp, like breath had condensed on everything. Something slid along the floor behind my seat. A slow scrape, like bare skin on rubber. I slammed the truck into gear. The engine roared alive. I didn't care about checking anything else. I didn't care about the shoulder debris. I just pulled out, tires spitting gravel, merging back onto I-10 like a fleeing animal. The thumping in the trailer followed the rhythm of my acceleration. Not random, coordinated, like whatever was inside knew how to shift weight to destabilize a rig. My steering wheel tugged right, then left. My trailer swayed. I corrected, sweating. The air in the cab tasted metallic now, like I'd been chewing pennies. My tongue felt thick. My dash weight sensor climbed again. 41,000, 48, 55, impossible. Then, with a sudden lurch, it dropped to 29. My truck felt weightless. The suspension rose. The steering went twitchy like my trailer was empty again. I glanced in my mirror. The trailer's rear doors were still closed, the seal still intact. But the outline of something pressed from inside just for a moment, leaving a faint shape under the aluminum skin, an impression like a shoulder, then sliding away. I drove east through the desert night, and the road began to change the way nightmares change, subtle at first, then unmistakable. Exit signs appeared for places I knew weren't here. Gila Crossing 1 mile, Sundown Service Road, Meridian Facility 3 miles. The fonts were correct, the reflectivity right, but the words looked wrong, as if someone had guessed at what a sign should say. My GPS tried to recalculate, then froze, then rebooted. The screen flashed a blank white map, then displayed a single line of text. Deliver to Way Station 17. Way Station 17 didn't exist. I'd been through Arizona enough to know the scales. My phone buzzed once, startling me. A text came through despite no signal. Unknown number, you are drifting. Pull in, we will redistribute. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped the phone. The cab smelled of damp wool and copper. My throat felt raw, like I'd been breathing cold air, even though the cab was warm. I tried to focus on physical reality. Lane lines, speed, mirrors, don't let fear hijack your driving. But then I saw headlights behind me, fast approaching, weaving slightly. A four-wheeler, maybe a state unit, maybe a drunk. It pulled alongside on my left, and the driver matched my speed, staying in my blind spot. The car's window was down. A hand waved at me, palm up, a beckoning gesture. I didn't look. The car crept forward until I had to see it in my peripheral. A white sedan, no markings. The driver leaned out, and when I finally glanced, my stomach turned over. There was no face. Just smooth skin where eyes and mouth should be, stretched tight like plastic wrap. The head turned toward me anyway, as if it could still see. The driver's hand pointed ahead. A way station sign loomed in the distance. Way station 17 open. I hit the accelerator, my engine strained. My trailer thumped, shifting weight, trying to pull me back. The sedan kept pace easily, headlights glaring. The faceless driver raised a finger and traced a slow line across its throat. Threat or instruction, I couldn't tell. The way station exit approached, lit by floodlights that bled into the desert like a sterile wound. Cones funneled traffic, only my lane toward the ramp. It shouldn't have been there, I knew this stretch. There were saguaros and darkness, not a facility. But the ramp was real, and the sedan nudged closer, forcing me right. My trailer swayed, and I had a split-second decision. Take the ramp or risk a rollover fighting it. I took the ramp. The exit curled down into a fenced compound that smelled like hot rubber and bleach. Floodlights turned everything harsh and colorless. The air felt cooler inside the fence, damp, as if the desert had been replaced by a refrigerated room. A scale platform waited ahead, and beyond it, a low building with glass windows blacked out from the inside. A row of cameras tracked my movement, their lenses glinting. The sedan peeled away and vanished behind a building like it had never been there. I rolled onto the scale. My tires bumped the metal plates. A red light flashed. Stop. I stopped. A speaker crackled above me, the same flat voice from the text, from the CB, from my own fear. Driver Patricia Sullivan, it said. Remain in vehicle. We will verify weight. My skin crawled. How did it know my name? A display board lit up across from the scale, bright red digits. 79,420 pounds. My jaw dropped. That was impossible. My rig would have been on its frame, tires blown, axles screaming. Yet here I sat, engine idling, suspension somehow holding. The trailer thumped once, soft like a knock. From behind me in the sleeper area, a voice whispered through the curtain, not through the CB. Inside my cab, wet and close. Too much, it said. You're sagging. I didn't breathe. I stared at the windshield, afraid that if I turned my head, I'd see something I couldn't unsee. The speaker crackled again. Open trailer doors. No, I said, and the word came out hoarse. Open trailer doors, the voice repeated, patient. My steering wheel vibrated under my hands. Not engine vibration. This was rhythmic, like a heartbeat transmitted through the column. My palms felt tacky, as if sweat had turned into glue. I forced myself to move my eyes to the mirror. The trailer doors were still shut, the seal still there. Then the seal began to melt. Not crack, not snap. It softened and sagged as if heat was applied, drooping down the hasp. The numbers blurred. A clear fluid dripped from it, thick and stringy like saliva, spattering the scale platform in slow plops. The latch hardware clicked. My trailer doors unlocked themselves. I made a strangled sound. My hands left the wheel. I pressed my palms against my thighs, trying to anchor myself. "I didn't touch it," I whispered to no one. "You carried it," the speaker said. "That is touching." The right trailer door swung open an inch. Warm, damp air spilled out, rolling forward like breath. The smell of wet wool and copper became so intense it coated my tongue. I gagged, tears springing to my eyes. The door swung wider. Inside my trailer, there should have been empty plywood floor and ribbed aluminum walls. Instead, there was darkness, not like absence of light, but like depth, like looking into deep water at night. Something moved in that darkness, a slow heave as if a huge body shifted. The scale display flickered. 79,420, 79,420, 79,420. Then it changed. 79,421. A single pound added. My heart hammered. I watched, frozen, as the right door opened fully, then the left began to swing. The darkness inside wasn't empty. It had texture. It rippled as if it were made of fabric, heavy velvet being pulled. A pale shape slid forward into the spill of floodlight. At first I thought it was a person crouched low. Then I realized it had no joints the way a person should. Limbs folded wrong. Skin hung in thick layers like soaked cloth. It was covered in something that looked like wool matted with water, except the fibers moved on their own, crawling over the skin like living hair. It dragged itself to the threshold and paused, as if sniffing the air. The matted fibers lifted and fell in slow waves. Then it spoke. Not with a mouth. Its chest expanded, and the sound came out of the fibers like wind through reeds. It used my voice. "I'm empty," it said calmly. "I'm clean, nothing but plywood." My stomach dropped. I whispered, "Stop." The thing shifted, and the scale digits climbed. 79,430, 79,500. Each movement added weight as if reality itself was being loaded onto the platform. The speaker above me hissed with satisfaction. "Good, redistribution is beginning." A side door on the building opened. Figures emerged wearing reflective vests and hard hats. From a distance, they looked like any DOT crew. But as they approached, I saw their vests were wet, clinging to their bodies, and their hard hats sat too low, as if their heads were misshapen beneath. They surrounded my trailer, keeping distance from the threshold like attendants at a dangerous ritual. One figure lifted a clipboard. The paper on it fluttered, and my own handwriting appeared across it in thick black strokes. "Consent given." "I didn't," I whispered, voice cracking. The figure tilted its head. I saw under the hard hat the edge of skin that looked like damp wool pressed into flesh. No eyelash. No eyebrows, just wet fibers. It reached into a pocket and pulled out a scale ticket. It slapped it against my driver window. The ticket was the one from Phoenix, 41,000, my empty weight. Except now, a second number was printed beneath it in fresh ink. 79,420 pounds. The figure tapped the paper twice. Then it pointed at my chest. Then it pointed at the trailer opening. "You balance," the speaker said gently, like explaining to a child. "You are the counterweight." My throat went tight. No. The fibers on the creature's body surged, and suddenly I felt pressure in my own lungs, like someone had draped a wet blanket over my face. I gasped. My chest ached. My ears popped. The cab air grew humid, heavy. My hands went numb. I looked down and saw the skin on my palms beginning to pebble, tiny raised bumps like goose flesh but deeper. Then the bumps sprouted fine, pale fibers, barely visible at first, then thicker, like wet hair pushing through pores. I screamed. It came out as a choked rasp. The creature at the trailer threshold leaned forward slightly, and the fibers on my hands responded, pulling as if magnetized. My fingers twitched toward the window, toward the door handle. "Stop it," I begged. "Please stop." The speaker crackled, amused. "We do not stop distribution, we correct it." My cab door unlocked with a soft click. I hadn't touched it. My body moved, not like possession in a movie. Worse, like my muscles were still mine, but the intention behind them had been overwritten. I grabbed the handle and opened the door. Cool, damp air hit my face. It smelled like the inside of my trailer now, wet wool, copper, something sour and sweet. I stepped down onto the scale platform. My boots hit metal and my knees buckled under a sudden increase in weight. Gravity felt stronger. My bones ached. My teeth clenched. The display flickered and changed. 79,420 became 79,200. As if my presence outside the cab had transferred weight. The figures in vests watched, motionless. The creature at the threshold made a sound like a satisfied exhale through cloth. I tried to run back into the cab. My legs moved slow, resisting, as if wading through thick syrup. Each step felt like lifting my feet out of mud. The fibers on my hands thickened, spreading up my wrists in creeping mats. They itched and burned at the same time, like fiberglass under skin. My forearms felt tight, swollen. The speaker's voice softened. "Closer," it said. "A line." My feet turned toward the trailer opening. "No," I whispered again, but my mouth no longer felt fully mine. My lips tingled. My tongue felt fuzzy. I staggered toward the open doors, drawn by a pull I could feel in my bones like tide. The creature backed into the darkness, making room. The darkness inside the trailer breathed outward, warm and damp. The figures stepped aside, giving me a clear path. As I reached the threshold, I saw something inside the darkness, shapes layered, stacked like bodies wrapped in wet cloth. Not dead, moving, shifting, adjusting their weight in slow, patient coordination. I realized with sick clarity what the concept was. Not haunted cargo, not cursed freight. This was a weight that needed carriers. Invisible mass that had to be redistributed along routes, offloaded into living bodies that could bear it without breaking axles. A parasite of logistics, a ghost of supply chains. I stepped into the trailer. The moment my boot crossed the threshold, the air changed. It was like stepping into a sauna made of breath and fabric. The darkness pressed against my skin like wet velvet. My eyes struggled to adjust, and the floodlights outside became a thin strip behind me. Something brushed my cheek. Soft fibers, wet, cold at the tips, warm at the base. I jerked my head, gagging. The fibers clung to my skin, sticking like lint to sweat. I wiped, but more touched me, exploring my face, my neck, sliding under my collar. They sought warmth. They sought purchase. The trailer's floor wasn't plywood. It was spongy, yielding under my weight like soaked carpet over muscle. Each step left an imprint that slowly rose back up. The scale display outside flickered. Through the narrowing strip of light, I saw the number drop again. 78,000, 75,000. They were unloading it into me. My spine compressed. Pain shot down my legs. My knees trembled. My shoulders hunched involuntarily, as if a heavy pack had been thrown onto me. I tried to scream, but my lungs wouldn't fill. The air inside the trailer felt thick, hard to inhale, like breathing through cloth. The creature was somewhere in the darkness ahead, its fibers whispering. My own voice drifted back from it, distorted. "You're sagging," it said again. A hand, my hand, but not quite, touched the trailer wall. The wall felt like damp wool stretched over metal ribs. I pressed my palm, and the fibers in my skin fused with it for a second, tugging me closer. Panic flared, I yanked back, tearing free with a wet, ripping sensation. Tiny strands napped, my palm burned. Behind me, the strip of light narrowed further. The trailer doors were closing. No one touched them. They swung inward slowly, inevitably, like eyelids. I stumbled toward the opening, desperate. My boots sank into the spongy floor. My body felt heavier with each second, as if the trailer poured weight into my bones. My teeth hurt. My jaw ached. I could feel my vertebrae grinding. I reached the threshold just as the doors met. I shoved my hands into the gap, trying to stop them. The metal was warm, slick. The doors pressed, and my fingers screamed with pain. The fibers on my skin thickened, strengthening, almost enjoying the pressure. The doors closed anyway. Darkness swallowed me completely. In the dark, the sound changed. The outside world vanished, the wind, the hum of lights. I heard only breath and shifting cloth and the deep creak of mass settling. Then somewhere close, a voice spoke, Eddie Morales, clear as if he were beside me. "Patricia," he said, frightened. "Is that you?" Hope stabbed through the terror. "Eddie," I gasped, "where are you?" A pause, then Eddie's voice came again, but wrong, flattened, rehearsed. "Open the door," it said. I whimpered, "No." The darkness rippled, and something large pressed against my back, warm and damp, molding to my shape like a heavy blanket thrown over me. Fibers slid around my arms, my torso, binding, not tight like rope. Worse, like being absorbed by wet cloth. My skin prickled as fibers spread up my neck into my hairline. I felt them root in, tugging, integrating. My scalp burned. My vision blurred with tears I couldn't wipe. The pressure increased. My ribs creaked. I felt my lungs compress. Each breath was shallow, panicked. Then I realized something horrifying. The weight wasn't just physical. It was memory. It was presence. It was the accumulated mass of all the loads that went missing on paper, all the pallets that vanished between scan points, all the freight that never arrived. It had to go somewhere, and it went into living carriers who could walk away looking normal until the mass settled and they started to sag. In the darkness, I began to feel other thoughts brushing mine: panic, exhaustion, resignation. Other drivers, other carriers. Their voices murmured through the fibers, overlapping like radio chatter. Scale said 41, but I was empty. A dispatch told me ignore it. I stopped where it was dark. My hands itched. My knees gave out at a rest area. Don't sleep. It gets heavier when you sleep. The wet cloth around me tightened, and I felt my posture changing, spine curving under invisible load. My shoulders rounded, my neck strained. A strip of light appeared ahead, thin, like a door cracking open. The trailer doors, no, something else, a seam in the darkness. The seam widened. I saw a corridor beyond it, lit by buzzing fluorescence, walls tiled white. A facility inside the trailer that couldn't exist. The smell of bleach layered over damp wool. The air there looked cool, misting. The cloth around me pushed gently, guiding me toward that corridor like a conveyor belt. I dug my boots into the spongy floor. It yielded, swallowing the soles. My calves screamed. My arms strained against the wet binding. "Please," I whispered into the dark, not sure who I was begging. "Let me go." My own voice answered from somewhere in the fibers, calm and intimate. "We let you carry," it said. "That is going." The corridor's fluorescent buzz matched the rhythm of my heart. As I was dragged closer, the seam behind me opened wider, and I caught a glimpse of the outside world through it. Not the way station, not the desert, but another stretch of highway at night, another shoulder, another driver's cab idling with hazards blinking. A woman stepped down from that cab, flashlight in hand. She looked like me. Same height, same build, same ponytail stuffed through a cap, same reflective jacket. She walked toward an empty trailer, and I felt a sick pull in my chest as if my body recognized itself in her. The darkness whispered, delighted. "Counterweight delivered," it said. The corridor swallowed me. Hours later, maybe days, time didn't behave in there. I woke on the shoulder of I-10 eastbound outside Benson with my hazards flashing and my engine idling. Dawn was bleeding pink over the desert. My cab smelled like dry dust again. The damp wool odor was gone. My trailer doors were closed. A new blue seal hung on the hasp, neat and numbered. My dash weight sensor read 79,420 pounds. My suspension sat low, tires bulging slightly. The truck should have been immobile, but it idled fine, as if physics had signed a waiver. I climbed down on shaking legs and walked to the back. My hands were clean, no fibers, no bumps, but my shoulders ached like I'd carried a refrigerator upstairs. My spine felt compressed wrong. I peered under the trailer. Beneath the axle in the dust were barefoot prints, deep, heavy, leading away from my rig into the desert toe. Nothing. I followed them for 50 yards until they stopped abruptly, as if whoever made them had simply lifted off the ground. In the last print, pressed into the dirt like a signature, was a faint pattern of numbers. I don't know how I made it to El Paso. I don't remember the drive. I remember pulling into the crossdock and watching the yard dogs scatter away from my trailer like it radiated heat. I remember the dock manager refusing to sign and telling me, voice trembling, that Desert Meridian Logistics didn't exist. Not on any registry, not on any broker list, not even as a scam. I remember the state trooper who showed up and walked around my trailer once, then told me to leave, eyes fixed anywhere but my doors. And I remember the way my body started changing in the weeks after. My posture gradually bending forward, my knees aching as if my bones were filling with sand, my breath getting shallower at night like something heavy sat on my chest when I slept. Now every time I cross a scale, the numbers flicker and settle at 79,420, no matter what I'm hauling, and if I turn my CB up when the static is thick, I can hear a soft, satisfied whisper under it, as if the highway itself is counting pounds and waiting for me to sag just a little more. Story 6. The Waybill That Ate the City. The barcode on my waybill bled across my glove the moment I scanned it. Not ink smearing, blood. Dark, warm drops beating on the paper's glossy surface, sliding down the black and white stripes like the code had veins. The handheld scanner in my right hand chirped a happy green confirmation anyway, like it hadn't just approved something alive. My phone buzzed with an auto-generated pickup receipt, and the screen showed a route I never entered. US 50 East, then a blank stretch labeled "Only deliver." The warehouse lights above Dock 9 in Sacramento flickered, and the air tasted like burnt sugar and ozone. Behind my trailer doors, something tapped once, polite as a knuckle on a coffin. I lowered the scanner slowly, My breath fogged in the refrigerated dock bay even though the night outside was warm. I'd been promised dry freight, but the dock felt like a meat locker. The load was already sealed. No pallets visible, no forklift marks, just a single envelope stapled to the BOL marked for the driver. Name, Marcuschen. I hadn't told them my name. I tore the envelope open with my thumb. Inside was a laminated card the size of a credit card, printed in block letters. Do not read the waybill aloud. A second line, smaller, do not let anyone else read it either. I stared at it, and the tapping behind my doors came again. 2 quick taps, impatient. The forklift operator who'd sealed my doors stood 10 feet away, hands in his hoodie pocket, eyes fixed on the ground. He was young, maybe 19, but there was a tremor in his shoulders like he'd been holding a scream in all night. I tried to make my voice casual. "Hey," I said, "this some kind of prank, that card?" He shook his head without looking up. "Just drive," he muttered. "Don't stop in towns, don't stop where there's streetlights. If you see a way station open, don't go in." My mouth went dry. "Why?" He finally looked at me, and his eyes were rimmed red, like he'd been crying or staring at a fire too long. "Because it likes names," he whispered, "and it likes places with names even more." Then he turned and walked back into the warehouse, leaving me with a bleeding barcode and a sealed trailer that knocked from the inside like something wanted out. I've hauled a lot of weird freight in 8 years. Electronics that had to stay upright, museum crates with armed escorts, food-grade product that stank like solvents. I'm not superstitious. I'm practical. Practical keeps you alive on the road. But the first time my paperwork bled, my practicality didn't have a category for it. The shipper was listed as Holloway Freight Services, but the address on the BOL didn't match the building I'd backed into. Dispatch had brokered the load last minute on March 22, 2024, and the rate was high enough to make me ignore the thin part of my brain that said no. The details were sparse. 1 sealed trailer, dry van, archival materials. Destination: a receiver on the eastern side of Nevada, off US 50 near a place called Eureka. I knew Eureka, small mining town. A couple gas stations, a diner, not much else. I'd passed it before and forgotten it within 10 miles. Nothing about it felt like a destination worth that kind of money. I should have walked away when the BOL printed itself while I stood there. The blank paper on the clipboard had been empty when I signed. Then, as I handed it back, letters surfaced across it in crisp black, as if the ink rose from inside the fibers. My signature sat there like a confession beneath words I didn't remember reading. Cargo description: municipal records, complete, UNREDACTD. That phrase sat wrong in my gut. Municipal records aren't frag. They're paper, their names and addresses and births and deaths. They're the skin of a place. And the barcode, God, the barcode. It looked normal until the scanner beam hit it. Then the stripes shimmered and the blood came and my trailer tapped, and I felt like I'd just been hired to carry something that didn't belong in a truck. I climbed into my cab, locked the doors, and pulled out of the lot without waiting for my usual double check. The warehouse's security lights followed me, then blinked out one by one as I turned onto the frontage road, like the building was closing its eyes. US 50 eastbound out of Sacramento is a ribbon of asphalt that cuts through sleepy towns, empty stretches, and the kind of darkness that makes you aware of how small your headlights are. The city glow faded behind me. The night thickened. I set my cruise at 62, tried to breathe normally, and told myself the tapping was just load shift. Except sealed loads don't shift when you can't feel pallets, and the tapping had rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. Like Morse code. I turned the radio on for comfort. Static. I spun the dial. Static. Then a voice emerged, faint and distant, like someone speaking from a room with the door closed. Marcus Chen, it said. My hands tightened on the wheel. I hadn't keyed the mic. I hadn't said my name aloud. The voice repeated clearer. Marcus Chen, municipal records complete, unredacted. My skin prickled. The air in the cab suddenly smelled like old paper, dry, dusty, with a hint of mildew, like opening a cardboard box of files that's been in a basement for decades. I swallowed, throat tight. Nope, I whispered, and the sound of my own voice felt like a mistake. In the side mirror, my trailer's reflective tape glowed white. For a second, I thought I saw words moving across it like crawling text, but when I blinked, it was just tape. The first town I hit was Placerville, lights clustered along the highway like a spill of coins. A sign flashed for a gas station. My fuel was fine, but the urge to stop, to be around people, to anchor myself, hit hard enough to make my foot twitch toward the brake. The laminated card in my pocket felt hot against my thigh. Do not read the waybill aloud. I kept driving. The road climbed into the Sierra foothills, curves tightening, darkness deepening between pines. My trailer tapped again, harder, and the cab shivered as if something leaned against the front wall of the trailer. The tapping pattern changed. Tap, 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 tap. 4 steady knocks, then silence. My dash clock blinked 3. 09 went dark, came back 3. 09 again, like time stuttered. Then the GPS rerouted without my touch. The screen zoomed out and showed a thick black line branching off US 50, cutting north through forest toward a road label I'd never seen, County Route 0. A pop-up appeared, faster delivery available. Under it, a single button, accept. My fingers hovered over the screen, horrified at myself for even considering it. My dispatch hadn't messaged. No one else controlled my GPS, and yet the offer sat there like a temptation. My trailer tapped once, soft, coaxing. I didn't press accept. I stabbed the screen back to the main map. The black line stayed anyway. My throat tasted like pennies, and the paper smell in the cab grew stronger. The sleeper curtain stirred behind me, though there was no breeze. I didn't look back. I drove until the mountains gave way to Nevada's open emptiness. Sagebrush, long straight grades, darkness so complete it felt like a thing with weight. Near South Lake Tahoe, the sky opened into stars sharp as broken glass. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt watched, not by headlights, by something that could see my route, my paperwork, my name. At a rest area outside Fallon, I finally saw other trucks. A cluster of rigs parked under yellow sodium lights, engines ticking as they cooled. A vending machine glowed. A bathroom building squatted behind it. My bladder ached, my eyes burned. I told myself I'd be quick, run in, pee, wash hands, get back on the road, people, light, safety. I pulled in, parked at the far edge, and killed the engine. The sudden silence made the trailer taps sound loud, aggressive. Tap, tap, tap. I sat there, staring at my steering wheel, and realized the taps were coming from below now, like something pressed against the trailer floor. A door slammed somewhere in the lot. A driver laughed briefly, then stopped as if someone had grabbed his throat. I forced myself to move. I grabbed my flashlight, stepped down, and the desert air hit me like an oven, dry, warm, smelling faintly of sage and diesel. The rest area lights buzzed. Moths battered themselves against the fixtures. As I walked toward the bathroom, my boots crunched gravel. My trailer loomed behind me, dark, silent for the first time since Sacramento. The tapping had stopped. That silence was worse. Halfway to the bathroom, I heard paper rustle. Not from my pocket, from behind me. I turned. My trailer. Doors were still closed, sealed intact. But the reflective tape on the back doors now displayed letters, pale, shifting like condensation forming on glass. FALLON. The name of the town, spelled out across my trailer in wet-looking strokes, as if the trailer had inhaled the word from the highway sign and exhaled it onto its skin. My mouth went dry. "No," I whispered. The letters shuddered, then sank back into plain tape, vanishing. The bathroom building suddenly felt too far away. The other trucks felt too distant. The lights felt weak. I backed toward my cab, eyes locked on the trailer. Nothing moved. No tapping, no letters, just metal and tape and my own reflection in the glossy paint, small and frightened. I climbed back into the cab and locked the doors again, hands shaking so badly my key fob rattled. My bladder could wait, my pride could rot. I started the engine and pulled out, leaving the rest area lights behind like a lie. 40 minutes later, the road was empty again. The paper smell filled the cab, thick enough to make my eyes water. My throat felt scratchy as if I'd inhaled dust. I coughed, and in the cough I heard another sound, soft, whispering pages turning. It was coming from the trailer through the fifth wheel. Something inside was leafing through files. I gripped the wheel harder, trying to focus on the lane. Then my CB crackled. A voice spoke, not static-laced, but clean and close, like someone sitting in the passenger seat. "Marcus Chen," it said warmly. "Say the name of the place you are." My blood went cold. I didn't answer. The voice sighed, amused. "You're on US 50, the loneliest road, but every road has names. Every ditch has a name if you look long enough. Say one." My dashboard lights dimmed slightly, then brightened like the truck was breathing. The GPS zoomed in, and the map labels grew bolder, thicker, as if someone had turned up the ink. Names I'd never noticed appeared: Dry Gulch, Hopkins Draw, Cottonwood Wash. The voice whispered, almost tender, "Feed me." My stomach lurched. I swallowed hard. "I'm not," I started, then stopped. The last thing I needed was to give it a sound, a name, anything. Behind me, the trailer thumped once, a heavy impact that made the rig shiver. The paper smell surged, and for a second I smelled something else under it, damp earth, like a freshly dug grave. A sign loomed ahead in my headlights: Eureka 32. My destination, my receiver, the place my load was supposed to go. I should have been relieved. Instead, dread pooled in my gut like oil. The forklift kid's words came back: "It likes names, and it likes places with names even more." The closer I got, the more wrong the highway felt. Mile markers repeated. The same cracked patch of asphalt appeared twice. My dash clock blinked 4:44, went dark, came back 4:44 again. The stars overhead seemed to shift in slow, unnatural ways, like a sky being rearranged. Then my trailer lights blinked once, and in my mirror I saw the reflective tape again, letters forming, sliding into place like wet ink. Eureka! The town's name bloomed across my trailer doors, bright in the headlights' spill. The trailer thumped twice, like a heart. Tap, tap. My hands shook on the wheel. I whispered, barely audible, "No." The CB crackled with a soft laugh. "Too late," it said. "You brought me to a named place." Eureka appeared ahead, a cluster of lights in a sea of dark. One main street, a gas station, a diner, a few houses. The kind of town you pass through and forget. Tonight it looked like a fragile island about to be swallowed. My GPS directed me off the highway onto a side road. The receiver address came up, 17 Archive Drive. Archive Drive? My throat tightened. I'd never heard of that road here. Eureka's streets were named after mining families and numbers, not archives. But the sign was there when I turned. Archive Doctor, reflective green, bolted to a post that looked freshly sunk into the dirt. The road was narrow, unlit, leading away from the town lights into darkness. My trailer tapped once, eager. I should have turned around. I should have driven back to the highway, called dispatch in daylight, dumped the load at a yard. But my fuel was low, my nerves were frayed, and the road behind me already felt wrong, like it might not exist if I tried to go back. So I drove forward. Archive Drive became a dirt road. Dust rose in my headlights. The truck bounced, suspension creaking. The paper smell thickened until it felt like I was breathing through cardboard. My eyes watered. My tongue tasted dry and bitter. Then the road ended at a facility that shouldn't have existed. A low concrete building half buried in the hillside like a bunker. No sign. No lights except a single sodium lamp over a dock door. A chain-link fence surrounded it, but the gate stood open as if waiting. The dock door was already raised. Inside the dock bay, I saw fluorescent light and shadows moving like people, but not quite. My trailer tapped rapidly now, tap, 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 tap. Like knuckles drumming in excitement. I backed in because the alternative felt worse. My tires crunched gravel. My reverse alarm beeped, then cut out mid-beep as if something had muted it. The bunker's air was cold when I opened my cab door, like stepping into a basement. It smelled of bleach and paper. A man stepped into the dock light. He wore a reflective vest and a hard hat like an inspection worker, but his vest looked too clean, his hard hat too new. His face was ordinary at first glance, middle-aged, pale, but his eyes didn't blink. "Marcus Chen," he said without greeting. "You're on time." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" He smiled slightly, and the skin around his mouth creased like folded paper. "Receiver," he said. "Cut the seal and open the doors." I shook my head. "I'm not supposed to." He tilted his head. "Not supposed to read it aloud," he finished for me, voice gentle. "Correct, but you can still open it. We need the records." My pulse hammered. I glanced at my paperwork on the dash. The BOL was blank now except for the bleeding barcode, which had dried into dark streaks. The words municipal records had vanished like they'd never been printed. The man's smile widened slightly. "You've carried them far," he said. "Now let the town be filed." "Filed," I repeated weakly. He nodded toward my trailer doors. "Every named place must be recorded. Every person must be indexed. Every street, every house, every birth, every death. That's what the cargo is. That's what it does. It makes a place fit inside a box." My mouth went numb. "That's not possible." He stepped closer, and I noticed something that made my stomach drop. His skin wasn't skin. Up close, it had the texture of paper, fine fibers, faint grain. When he moved, his joints creased softly like folded cardstock. "Possible is what gets written," he said. Behind him, other figures approached, 3, 4, each in clean vests and hard hats. Their faces were ordinary until you looked too long, then you noticed the paper texture, the lack of blinking, the way their hair looked printed rather than grown. My trailer tapped again, and the sound echoed inside the dock bay like knuckles on a desk. The man extended a bolt cutter toward me. The handles were wrapped in plastic, unused. "Open," he said. My hands shook as I took the cutter. The metal felt cold, too cold. The laminated card in my pocket burned against my thigh like a warning brand. "Do not read the waybill aloud." I wasn't going to read anything. I was just going to open the doors and leave, drop and hook, get out. I walked to the back of the trailer. The bunker light made my breath fog. The seal hung on the hasp, ordinary blue plastic with numbers printed. But when I leaned in, I smelled fresh ink and damp earth. I put the cutter jaws on the seal. The seal pulsed against the metal, subtly, like a heartbeat. My stomach flipped. I hesitated, and from inside the trailer came a soft whisper like pages turning faster. The figures behind me stood perfectly still, waiting. I squeezed. The seal snapped. The moment it broke, the air changed, pressure dropping, my ears popping. A gust of cold, dry air spilled out of the trailer seam, carrying the smell of old paper so strong it made my eyes sting. I swung the latch bar. The doors didn't open outward. They opened inward. Like the trailer was a mouth, and I'd unlatched its teeth. The right door folded into darkness, and instead of plywood floor, I saw fluorescent lit tile. A corridor extending deeper than 53 feet, lined with metal filing cabinets that stretched into the distance like a city of drawers. The sound of pages turning became deafening. And from the corridor, a wind blew outward, carrying tiny scraps of paper that fluttered around my face like snow. One scrap stuck to my cheek. I plucked it off and looked. It was a birth certificate. Not generic, specific. Name Marcus Chen. Date of birth, place, parents, names, details I'd never put on any form outside official documents. My hands went cold. How? Behind me, the paper-skinned man said softly, "Now you're indexed." The corridor's filing cabinets began to open. Drawers slid out by themselves, one after another like a wave. Inside each drawer were files, thick stacks labeled with street names, house numbers, human names. The labels were printed in a neat municipal font. Eureka. Archive Drive. Main SD. SULLIVAN. HAYES. Names, thousands of them. Then the labels started changing. The drawers nearest the trailer opening now bore the names of places I'd passed tonight. FALLON. Austin. ELY. Each name appeared as if stamped into existence. The paper-skinned figures stepped forward, not into the trailer, but to either side of it, like attendants at a ceremony. Their eyes remained unblinking. The corridor wind intensified, and I felt my hair lift. Loose papers whipped past, slapping my face, my arms. They stung like paper cuts. My skin burned in thin lines, blood welled in tiny beads. One paper flut, red against my chest and stuck to my shirt, soaking into the fabric like it wanted to merge. It was a death certificate. Name Patricia Sullivan. Cause unresolved. My stomach lurched. I ripped it off, trembling. The corridor's fluorescent lights flickered, and in the flicker I saw something beyond the cabinets. Movement, shapes between the aisles. Not people. Something like the negative space of people, the outlines of bodies made of shredded paper and ink drifting like smoke. The paper-skinned man spoke again, voice calm. "We take what's on the record," he said, "and we make it complete." "What do you take?" I croaked. He looked past me toward the distant town lights, visible through the open dock bay behind us. "Eureka," he said. It's small, easy to file. The words hit me like a punch. You're not taking files, I whispered. You're taking the town. A faint smile, you understand. Behind me from the corridor, a sound rose, like 1,000 drawers slamming shut at once. The air shook. Papers erupted from the trailer like a storm, swirling out into the dock bay, then spilling through the open bay door toward the town, carried by an invisible wind. The scraps flew like locusts toward Eureka's lights. And the lights began to dim. Not all at once, one by one, like someone turning off a row of file cabinets. A porch light blinked out, a street lamp flickered and died. The gas station sign sputtered. The diner's neon buzzed and went dark. I stood there, bolt cutter hanging from my hand, watching a town get erased by paperwork. My brain screamed to close the doors, to stop the flow, to do something. I dropped the bolt cutter and grabbed the trailer door handle, yanking with all my strength. The door didn't move. The corridor inside the trailer pulled, a steady suction. The wind was feeding on the named place, feeding on the existence of it. The paper-skinned figures stepped closer. One of them raised a hand and gently placed a palm on my shoulder. The touch felt like dry paper against skin. It rasped. It made my flesh crawl. "Don't fight," it murmured. "You'll tear." I jerked away, and its fingertips dragged across my arm, leaving shallow paper cuts that bloomed blood immediately. The blood soaked into the air as if it were ink. The man's calm voice behind me. "Driver Marcus Chen," he said, as if reading from a form. "You are required to remain until processing is complete." My lungs tightened. I glanced back into the trailer corridor and saw, between filing cabinets, a tall shape moving slowly toward the opening. It wasn't paper-skinned. It was made of file folders, stacked and bound into a humanoid form, its head a swelling mass of manila tabs. Labels covered it like scales. Each label bore a name. As it approached, the names changed to match what it looked at, like it was cataloging by sight. Its hand lifted, a cluster of folder corners, and pointed at me. My name appeared on its chest in bold black print. Marcuschen. The suction from the corridor intensified. My feet slid a fraction on the cold dock concrete, dragged toward the trailer opening. I grabbed the trailer's latch hardware, fingers slipping on condensation. The metal was icy. My arms trembled. The paper storm outside continued, and the town lights kept dying. In the distance, I heard a dog barking frantically, then cutting off mid-bark, like the sound had been filed away. I shouted, voice cracking, "Stop, people live there." The paper-skinned man's expression didn't change. "People are records," he said. "Records are cargo." The folder thing reached the opening. It leaned in, and I felt its presence like pressure in my sinuses, like altitude sickness. The smell of old paper became suffocating. It spoke without a mouth, the words appearing in my mind like stamped ink. "Delivery accepted." Then my own voice came out of the CB in my cab behind us, loud and clear, as if someone had keyed it. "Delivery accepted," it repeated. My stomach dropped. My truck was speaking for me. The suction yanked hard. I lost my grip and stumbled forward, catching myself at the trailer threshold. Tile under my boots now. The corridor's fluorescent buzz filled my skull. My hands began to sting. I looked down and saw thin black lines spreading across my palms like ink seeping into paper. The lines traced my fingerprints, darkening them, making them look printed. I tried to wipe them on my jeans. The ink didn't smear, it sank deeper. The folder thing lifted its arm again. A drawer slid open somewhere deep in the corridor with a shriek of metal on metal. A file floated out, carried by the wind and slapped into my chest. It stuck there heavy. The folder cover read, MARCUSCHEN. Municipal role, driver, status, in transit. I grabbed it, trying to tear it away. The paper cut my fingers deep, and my blood soaked into the file, turning the cover a darker shade like fresh ink. The paper-skinned man's voice softened, almost kind. "You don't have to be afraid," he said. "Being Phi. Lead is relief. No more uncertainty, no more missing. You'll be complete." Behind him, the last visible streetlight in Eureka blinked out. The town became a dark hole in the desert, an absence where lights should be. The stars above it looked sharper, colder, as if the sky had more room now. I felt something inside my chest shift, like my ribs were drawers opening. I gasped. My breath came out tasting like paper dust. The ink lines on my palms crawled up my wrists. I stumbled backward, away from the corridor, back onto the dock concrete. The trailer doors still gaped, still pouring papers like a blizzard. The paper-skinned figures watched me with blank patience. I looked at the bolt cutter on the ground and had a desperate thought: cut the hinges, rip the doors off, destroy the opening. My fingers fumbled for it. I grabbed the cutter, raised it, and swung at the door hinge. The metal rang, sparks jumped. The cutter bounced back as if I'd hit stone. The hinge didn't dent. The trailer didn't even shiver. The paper-skinned man sighed. "You can't damage a filing system," he said. "Only lose yourself in it." The folder thing moved forward another step, and the air pressure shifted again, dragging me toward the corridor like a tide. My mind scrambled for something else, something not physical. The laminated card, the warning, names. It likes names. If it fed on names, maybe starving it would help. Maybe refusing to name would weaken it. Maybe. My eyes snapped to the street sign at the end of the road. Archive Drive, visible in the dock light. If I destroyed the sign, would it lose its anchor? Would the road become unnamed? Would the town resist being filed? I sprinted, or tried to. My body felt heavier, like my bones were filling with paper. Each step was sluggish. My lungs burned. Behind me, the paper storm hissed. The figures didn't chase. They didn't have to. The suction did the work, pulling at me with every breath. I reached the signpost and grabbed it, hands slipping. The metal was cold and damp. I yanked, trying to bend it, rip it free. The sign didn't budge. I looked down and saw why. My own hands had begun to flatten, skin taking on a fibrous sheen. My fingernails looked like thin plastic tabs. My grip strength was fading, replaced by stiffness like drying glue. "Marcus Chen," the paper-skinned man called from behind, voice carrying easily. "Return, processing is incomplete." I turned. The trailer corridor glowed, a mouth of fluorescent light. The folder thing stood at the threshold, patient. Papers continued to stream past it, swirling into the night where a town had been. In the distance, where Eureka should have been, there was only darkness and a faint, shifting outline of buildings like sketches erased and half redrawn. I realized with a sick lurch that the papers weren't just leaving the trailer. They were becoming the town, reforming it somewhere else, somewhere inside the filing corridor, a miniature municipal grid stored in drawers. Eureka wasn't gone. It had been archived. And I, the driver, was the delivery method. My knees buckled. I dropped to the dirt road, panting. My breath came out in little puffs of paper dust that drifted away like ash. I tried to think of someone to call, but my phone's screen was blank white when I pulled it out. Not dead. Blank like erased paper. Then new text appeared, typed in crisp municipal font. Next delivery required. Below it, a list of names. Towns, streets, people. And at the bottom, my own name, bolded like a stamp. Marcuschen. The suction tugged at me again, and I felt my body slide backward across the dirt without me moving my legs, dragged toward the open trailer doors like a file being pulled into a cabinet. I clawed at the dirt, fingernails scraping, but my nails were turning into tabs, bending uselessly. The dirt under my fingertips felt like shredded paper. I screamed, and the sound came out as a dry rasp, like a page tearing. The last thing I saw before the corridor swallowed my vision was the archive drive sign, reflective green, still standing, and the blank desert beyond where Eureka had been, an unnamed hole waiting to be filled by the next set of records. And somewhere in the fluorescent distance, drawers slid open with a hungry, bureaucratic patience, ready to file whatever I delivered next. Because on that road, once your name is on the waybill, the route never really ends. It just gets archived under a different label. Story 7, the trailer that kept breathing. The reefer unit behind me exhaled. Not the steady diesel chug and fan thrum I'd been listening to for the last 6 hours, but a wet, human breath that fogged my side mirror in a perfect oval, as if someone had leaned close and sighed onto the glass. I jerked my eyes off the lane lines and saw it again, condensation blooming on the mirror, then streaking downward like a slow tear. My dash clock blinked to 17 a.m. The outside temp read 38 degrees F. No reason for warm breath, no reason for anything back. There to be alive. Then the sealed trailer door latch clicked once, like a fingernail tapping metal from the inside, and the whole rig shuddered as if something heavy had shifted against the bulkhead. I didn't touch the brakes. I didn't even swallow, because the last time I checked the seal, the cargo was not supposed to move. It was supposed to stay missing. I'm Wyatt Kincaid, and on March 14th, 2023, I pulled a refrigerated load out of Omaha on I-80 that was already wrong before I ever dropped the fifth wheel into the Kingpin. It wasn't my usual line haul. My dispatcher, Lyle, called me at 6:05 p.m. while I was eating greasy chicken tenders at a pilot outside Council Bluffs. He sounded like he was reading from a script and holding his breath between sentences. "Wyatt, you want a high-paying run, no questions, cash bonus on delivery," he said. I remember the way his voice kept clipping, like he was too close to a bad phone mic. No questions is an invitation to ruin, but the number he offered was a number you don't say out loud unless you're buying silence. I asked what it was. Medical. I asked where. Salt Lake City. Drop at a facility, they'll meet you. I asked for the BOL. There was a pause long enough that I heard his office AC kick on. It'll be in the pouch. Listen, don't open the trailer, don't break the seal. If you get pulled in for inspection, you call me before you say a word. That was the first red flag. The second was when I got to the yard and found my assigned trailer already staged, already running, reefer humming like a giant refrigerator on a porch. The third was the smell. Even through the insulation, even through the thick rubber of the dock plate, there was a faint odor like pennies and old meat. I did my walk around anyway, tire thumps, light check, glad hands seated, tandems pinned, seal intact. The seal wasn't a normal plastic strip either. It was a dull gray band with an embossed number and a tiny symbol that looked like an eye with too many lashes. I'd seen plenty of seals. I'd never seen one that made me feel like it was watching me. I remember looking at the trailer's identification plate. It wasn't ours. No company markings. Just a serial number scratched in by hand and a warning sticker that said caution, biological in faded black letters like it had been scraped with a knife. I hooked up anyway. Money makes you do stupid math with your life. By 8:11 p.m., I was westbound on I-80, Nebraska, flattening out into black. The trailer rode heavier than it should have for medical, but lighter than it should have for the paperwork weight listed, 42,000 and change. The load felt inconsistent, like the center of gravity kept drifting. I told myself it was sloshing pallets, loose straps, a reefer unit cycling. At 9:36 p.m., just past Grand Island, I got my first call from a number marked unknown. I ignored it. Then it called again, and again. I finally answered with my hands tight on the wheel, eyes flicking between the road and my mirror. A voice said very calmly, "Do you hear it yet?" I almost dropped the phone. "Who is this?" "Do you hear it?" the voice repeated, like it wasn't a question but a check mark on a list. Behind me, the reefer unit changed pitch. It wasn't cycling. It was sinking, like it had found a rhythm to match something else. The vibration traveled through the frame rails and into my seat, and for a moment I thought I could feel it in my teeth. "I'm calling my dispatcher," I said. "You can," the voice said, "but you won't like what he tells you." The line went dead. My screen showed no caller ID again, as if the number had never existed. I called Lyle immediately, straight to voicemail. I called the after-hours line, straight to voicemail. I called another driver I knew, Jesse, who ran the same lanes. He answered on the third ring with the sound of wind and a blaring TV in the background. "Wyatt, man, it's late," he said. "Ever haul anything medical out of Omaha, no questions?" I asked. He chuckled like I'd told a joke, then he stopped chuckling. "Why?" "Just answer." A long pause. "I heard about one," he said. "A guy named Everett Long took a reefer to Utah, never made it. They found the tractor abandoned near Ogallala, trailer gone, no sign of forced disconnect. Fifth wheel jaws were open like it had never been hooked." My throat tightened. "When?" "Couple years back, maybe 2020. His wife posted about it online, said he called her screaming about something breathing behind him. Then nothing." I stared at my mirror. The fog patch on the glass was gone now, as if whatever had exhaled had pulled back. "Jesse, I'm hauling one right now." "Drop it," he said immediately. "Get off the road, unhook it, call state police." "Seal says biological," I whispered. "I don't care if it says birthday cake," he snapped. "Drop it." A semi passed me, its side marker lights flicking in my peripheral like orange embers. The wind buffeted. My trailer. Inside, something thumped once, soft but deliberate, like a fist testing a wall. I did not drop it. Not yet. I told myself I needed a safe spot. A well-lit truck stop. A place with cameras and people. You don't just abandon a load on the shoulder and hope whatever's inside stays inside. You don't become the idiot in the news clip who left hazardous materials unsecured. So I kept going. The first time I smelled it clearly was near North Platte. The odor seeped through the cab vents even though I had recirculation on, even though my windows were up. It was metallic and sweet, like blood warmed by breath. It made my saliva thicken. I kept swallowing and it kept coming back as if the smell was inside my mouth now. I pulled into a Love S at 11:02 p.m., parked in a back row away from the bright storefront and got out with my flashlight. The cold hit me hard, damp, and biting. The reefer unit's exhaust puffed white steam that curled and lingered low to the ground. My boots crunched on gravel. The noise of idling engines surrounded me like a herd of sleeping beasts. I walked to the trailer doors and shined my light on the seal. Same gray band, same I symbol, but the embossed number was different. I stared until my eyes watered. I'd checked that number at the yard. I'd even typed it into my Eld notes out of habit. I could see the digits in my head, 601,739. The seal now read 601,731. It had changed by itself, not broken, not swapped, not tampered with in any way I could prove, just wrong, like the universe had misremembered. I touched it with my glove. The plastic felt warm. I yanked my hand back so fast I almost fell. Warm plastic in 38-degree air, warm like skin. A trucker in a hoodie walked past, carrying a bag of ice. He glanced at me, then at the trailer. His face tightened in a way I recognized, the look of someone seeing a wreck happening in real time. "You okay, brother?" he asked. "Yeah," I lied, "just checking my seal." He stared at it too long. "That's a weird one," he said quietly. "You seen it before?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "I seen the symbol, not on a seal, on a door in Wyoming. Old maintenance yard off an exit that ain't on GPS." My stomach dropped. "Where?" He leaned closer, voice lowering. "If you see a sign that says Way Station closed and it's lit up anyway, don't go in. Don't even slow down, just keep rolling." Then he walked away like he'd said too much. I went back to my cab with my heart hammering and locked the doors. I checked my Eld for the seal note I'd typed. It was gone. The entry that should have been there, seal number, time, trailer ID, was blank, not erased. Never entered, like my screen had no memory of it. At 11:19 p.m., the reefer unit behind me shut off. Silence on a truck stop is never total, but when your own trailer stops making noise, you feel it like a pressure change. My cab seemed suddenly too still, too large. The air inside grew cold in a way that wasn't from outside temperature, cold from something removing heat on purpose. I watched my side mirror. In the dark between parked trailers, the back of my reefer was a black rectangle with two red taillights glowing faintly. The reefer's digital display, normally bright green numbers, was blank. My phone rang again, unknown. I answered on the first ring, because not answering felt worse. "Do not open it," the voice said. "What is it?" I demanded, louder than I meant to. A guy 2 spots over glanced at me through his windshield. "It's not cargo," the voice said. "It's a mouth." I felt my scalp prickle. "Who are you?" "I was you," the voice said, and for an instant it sounded like my own voice layered under it, a half-second delay. "I hauled it. I thought I could deliver it. I thought I could get paid and forget." My throat tightened until it hurt. "Everett." The line crackled like something wet moving over a mic. It learned my name. It learned how I breathe. It learned how to make my wife's voice when it wanted me to stop. I stared at my phone so hard my vision blurred. "Where are you?" "Behind you," the voice whispered. Something tapped the back of my cab. Not a bump from a passing truck, not wind. A precise, patient tap like knuckles on a door. Tap, tap. I turned slowly, expecting nothing, hoping nothing. The sleeper curtain hung still. The back wall of my cab was solid. There was nowhere for a person to be. Tap, tap, tap. Then the fifth wheel area beneath me groaned. A deep metallic complaint, and the whole tractor rocked as if someone had climbed onto my catwalk. I grabbed my tire thumper like it was a weapon and threw open the cab door. The air outside smelled wrong, not diesel and fryer grease. Something heavier, like damp carpet left in a basement too long. My flashlight beam cut across the catwalk and the back of the cab. There were handprints on my sleeper wall. Not dirty prints, not grease. Impressions like the metal had been softened and pressed from the outside inward. Fiv. Fingers, a palm, then another. 17 of them, overlapping, traveling upward toward the roof as if whatever made them had climbed like an insect. I backed away until my knees hit the fuel tank. From inside the trailer came a sound that wasn't a thump anymore. It was chewing. A slow, deliberate grinding, like teeth worrying on bone. The reefer unit display flickered on for 1 second, showing a temperature that made no sense, 98.6 F. Body temperature. Then it went blank again. A door slammed somewhere in the truck stop. Someone laughed too loudly. Life went on around me like I was underwater. I tried to tell myself I was hallucinating from fatigue. I tried to blame carbon monoxide, bad coffee, stress. But the metal beneath my fingers was still dented with those pressed-in palms, warm to the touch. I climbed back into my cab and started the engine. The rumble felt like a prayer. I rolled out of the Love S at 11:41 p.m. without buying anything, without using the restroom, without looking at anyone. I merged onto I-80 like I was fleeing a crime scene. My plan was simple. Drive until dawn, get to a way station or a state patrol office, put the whole situation in front of uniforms and cameras, force it into reality. Wyoming came at me like a wall of darker night. By 1:08 a.m., the sky had clouded over, swallowing the faint starlight. Snow started as small pellets that bounced off my windshield and then melted, leaving streaks like spittle. My wipers squeaked in protest. The reefer unit started again, but the sound was wrong. It wasn't the steady mechanical churn. It was a pulse. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The vibration matched the rhythm perfectly, and I realized with a sick jolt that it matched my own breathing too. I held my breath. The reefer held its breath. I exhaled. It exhaled. My hands began to shake on the wheel. At 1:22 a.m., my CB crackled to life without me touching it. "Wyatt," a voice said. I nearly swerved. Nobody calls you by name on an open channel unless they know you. My CB wasn't even on the right channel for that kind of chatter. I looked at the display. It was lit up, channel numbers scrolling rapidly like someone was spinning a dial. "Wyatt," the voice repeated, and it was my mother's voice. My mother died when I was 19. I tasted copper. "No," I said to the cab, to the road, to whatever was using my radio as a mouthpiece. "Baby," my mother's voice said, soft and coaxing. "Pull over, you're tired, pull over where the lights are." In my mirror, the trailer's taillights brightened, then dimmed, like eyes blinking. "I'm not pulling over," I whispered. The CB hissed with laughter, my laugh ragged and short. Then it shifted into a different voice, a woman's strained with tears. "Wyatt, please," it said, and it was my ex-wife, Tara. "Please stop. The truck is shaking. I can't breathe back here." My stomach lurched. I gripped the wheel until my knuckles ached. "You're not her." "Open the doors," Tara's voice begged. "It's so hot, it's so dark, I can hear them chewing. Wyatt, I can hear them." I slammed the CB off, yanked the power cord from the dash. The voices cut out mid-syllable like a throat being crushed. Silence, just road noise and the pulsing breath of the reefer. A green sign appeared ahead. Way Station 2 MILES. My heart spiked with relief so sharp it hurt. Lights, cameras, authorities, a place where the world had rules. As I got closer, I saw the sign was lit even though it said closed. A harsh white glow from floodlights painted the snow in a sickly sheen. The entrance ramp was open. Cones moved aside like someone had been expecting me. I remembered the trucker in the hoodie at the Love S. Way Station closed and it's lit up anyway, don't go in. I kept rolling past, eyes locked forward. The reefer unit behind me screamed. Not mechanically. A high, thin wail that rose and rose until it vibrated the glass in my mirrors. My dashboard lights flickered. My LED screen went black. For half a second, my headlights dimmed to near nothing, and the road ahead vanished into a tunnel of snow. Then the scream stopped. My headlights came back full, and I was suddenly on an exit ramp I didn't remember taking. My stomach dropped into my boots. I hadn't turned. I hadn't signaled. My hands were still at 10 and 2, but the lane markers were different, the angle wrong, the guardrail closer. The ramp curved downward into a basin of darkness where no town lights waited. I hit my brakes hard, Jake brake barking, and the rig shuddered. The trailer behind me pushed forward like it wanted to climb into the cab. My seatbelt bit my shoulder. The ramp ended in a gate. A chain-link gate with a sign that said Way Station closed, lit up by floodlights mounted on poles that weren't there a moment ago. Beyond the gate, a lot stretched wide and empty, painted lines visible under thin snow. At the far end sat a low building with no windows, just a doorway, open like a missing tooth. The gate was open. The chain hung loose, swaying slightly as if something had just passed through. I sat there, engine idling, breath fogging the windshield. My hands smelled like metal. My mouth tasted like pennies. The reefer unit behind me breathed in slow, satisfied pulls. I threw my rig in reverse, tires crunching, trying to back up the ramp to the highway. My mirrors showed nothing but darkness behind me, the curve hiding the main road. The trailer lurched. The fifth wheel groaned again, louder, a scream of steel under strain. My dash flashed a warning I'd never seen, Kingpin release. "That's not possible," I said out loud. My fifth wheel release handle was inside the cab. No, outside, but it could not pull itself, it could not unhook while I was moving. The warning flashed again, Kingpin release. The whole tractor jolted forward an inch, then settled, as if the trailer had shifted its weight and tested the coupling like a jaw testing a tooth. My door lock clicked down by itself. I grabbed it and yanked it up. It clicked back down. I tried again, harder. Down. The cab felt smaller, as if the walls were inching inward. The air grew warm and damp, smelling stronger now of blood and old refrigerator rot. From behind me came that latch click again, slow and deliberate. I reached for my phone, no service, not one bar. The screen showed 2:17 a.m. It had been 2:17 at the start when the mirror fogged, hours ago. My clock hadn't moved. Outside in the floodlights, snow fell in a straight line, not drifting, not swirling, like it was in a box. I forced myself to act. Panic gets you killed. I unbuckled, climbed into the sleeper, and grabbed my bolt cutters, cheap ones I used for zip ties and stubborn padlocks. I didn't know what I planned to cut, but holding them made me feel less like prey. I climbed out of the cab and stepped onto the catwalk. The cold bit my face. The air tasted like static. I shined my flashlight back toward the trailer doors. The gray seal was still there. But now there were two seals, side by side, overlapping. One read 601,731. The other read 601,739. Both intact, both real, both wrong. Between them, the metal of the door was bulging outward, as if something pressed from within and held there patiently, letting the steel stretch around its shape. My flashlight beam trembled as it slid over the bulge. The bulge moved. Not a jerk, a slow shift, like a shoulder rolling under skin. I staggered back and nearly slipped on the catwalk. My boot hit something and clanged. I looked down. There was a pallet jack handle lying there, half buried in snow. Rusted, old, not mine. Then another object caught my eye near the landing gear. A torn piece of fabric, frozen stiff. A denim sleeve with a reflective strip like the kind on a safety jacket. Pinned to it with ice was a name patch, Everett. My stomach heaved. I gagged, bile burning my throat. I turned toward the lot building, the open doorway. The floodlights around it hummed softly, and I realized the hum matched the reefers breathing again. Inhale, exhale, like the whole facility was a lung. I could stay with my truck and let whatever was happening finish unhooking me. Or I could run into the building and try to find someone, anyone, to make this real. A rational part of me knew there would be no one. That the open doorway was an invitation the way a trap is an invitation. But the trailer behind me shifted again, the coupling groaning, and I felt a vibration through the frame like teeth chattering. I ran. My boots pounded on packed snow, my breath tore in my throat. The lot was too quiet, even my footsteps sounded swallowed. The building doorframe was concrete, damp to the touch, and the air inside was warmer than it should be. It smelled like wet hair and iodine. I stepped in and my flashlight beam hit a hallway lined with doors. Dozens of them. Each one metal, each one with that same eye symbol painted above the handle in black. The hallway lights were on, but they buzzed like flies. The walls were painted institutional beige, stained in places with streaks that looked like someone had dragged something heavy and leaking. A sound came from deeper inside, not chewing, not breathing. Typing. Fast, frantic typing, like someone hammering at a keyboard with shaking hands. "Hello," I called, voice echoing too sharply. The typing stopped. A door at the end of the hallway creaked open. A man stepped out. He was wearing a high-vis vest and a hard hat like a way station worker. His face was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes were bloodshot and unfocused. He smiled too wide. "Wyatt," he said. My skin crawled. "How do you know my name?" He tilted his head, listening to something I couldn't hear. "It told me. It tells me all the names, keeps them organized." I backed up a step. "Who are you?" His smile twitched. "I was Marcus, then I was Robert, then I was Patricia, then I was Everett." He licked his lips and his tongue looked swollen, bruised. "You can be Wyatt for a WH. It likes new ones, fresh ones." My stomach lurched again. I raised my bolt cutters. "Where's my trailer?" He laughed softly like I'd asked where my shadow was. "Right where it always is, right behind you, right inside you." My chest tightened. What did I haul? He took a step closer, and I saw his vest was soaked dark at the abdomen, as if he'd been standing in blood. It dripped slowly onto the tile floor, but the drops didn't splatter. They sank into the tile like the floor was thirsty. "You hauled the part that eats," he said. "The part that learns, the part that practices being human by wearing us from the inside." The hallway lights flickered. For a split second, the walls weren't walls. They were ribbed, wet tissue, pulsing gently with each inhale from somewhere deep. Then the beige paint snapped back, but my brain kept the afterimage. I ran past him. He reached for me, fingers long and too flexible. He grazed my shoulder, and the touch was hot, feverish. Pain flared instantly, like a burn. I screamed and stumbled, bolt cutters clattering. I sprinted down the hallway, yanking at doors. Locked, 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 each handle cold, each door vibrating faintly like something behind it was humming. Behind me, the man, Marcus Robert Patricia, followed at a calm walk. His footsteps were wet slaps. "You can't leave," he called. "The road loops, the clocks stop, the only exit is delivery." I reached the end of the hall where the typing had been. There was a room open, lights bright. I dove inside and slammed the door. The room was an office, but not a normal one. The desks were arranged in rows like a classroom. On each desk sat a binder labeled with a date and a name. March 14th, 2023, WIATTKINCAID. March 2nd, 2023, PATRICIASULLIVAN. February 18th, 2023, Robert HAYES. January 9th, 2023, MARCUSCHEN. Older ones stacked in leaning towers, paper edges yellowed. In the center of the room was a scale, like the kind used for freight, but the platform was stained dark and sticky. A camera hung above it, lens pointed down like an eye. A computer monitor on the nearest desk was still on. The cursor blinked in a document titled Delivery Confirmation. The last line typed read, "Trailer contents, human." My hands shook so hard I could barely breathe. I grabbed the binder with my name and flipped it open. Inside were photos of my truck, my route, my face at the Love S taken from a distance. A printout of my Eld logs, except the seal note was there, and it listed both numbers as if it had always been two. At the back of the binder was a single sheet of paper with a signature line. Deliverer acknowledges transfer of identity and waives claim to physical contents. My vision tunneled. I heard the reefer unit outside louder now, like it had moved closer. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The office lights pulsed with it. The doorknob turned slowly. I looked around for a weapon. My bolt cutters lay by the door. I grabbed them and backed toward the window. There was no window, just a painted rectangle where one should have been. The door opened. The man stood there, head tilted, smile stretched. Behind him, the hallway walls rippled, beige paint sagging as if it were skin. And from the ceiling came a new sound, latches clicking, dozens of them, like every door in the hall was opening at once. "You can sign," he said gently. "Or you can be taken anyway. It prefers consent, but it eats without manners when it's hungry." Something moved behind him in the hallway, shapes pushing against the doors from inside, making the metal bulge and flex. Hands pressed out from within, leaving warm impressions. 17 hands, then more. I made a desperate decision that felt insane, but was the only one that wasn't surrender. I ran at him. He reached for me and I swung the bolt cutters into his face. The metal bit into something soft. There was no crunch of bone. His skin split like wet paper, and underneath wasn't muscle. It was refrigerated foam, white porous, dripping pink fluid. He staggered back, still smiling, and I saw his mouth open wider than it should, jaw unhinging like a snake. His throat was a tunnel of frost and darkness, and somewhere deep inside it, I heard the reefer fan spin up. I turned and ran out of the office, down the hallway toward the entrance, toward my truck, toward anything familiar. The building seemed longer now, doors multiplying, hallway stretching like a throat. I burst out into the lot. My tractor was still there, engine idling, headlights painting the snow. But the trailer was gone. Not unhooked and sitting. Gone. The fifth wheel behind my cab was empty, jaws open, grease exposed to snow. Airline hoses dangled, snapping in the wind like severed veins. No skid marks, no broken seal, no tracks except mine leading from the cab to the building. The reefer breathing was still there, though. It was coming from my sleeper. I climbed into the cab, hands numb, and the interior was warmer than before. Damp, the curtains and the sleeper bulged outward as if something pressed from behind them. The air smelled like pennies and old meat, stronger than ever. My dash clock still read 2:17 a.m. My phone buzzed with a notification. 1 bar of service appeared, then 2. A text message from Lyle. Delivered, great work, bonus processed. I stared at the message until the letters blurred. Then I heard the latch click again, but this time it wasn't behind me. It was under my ribs, like a tiny metal tongue testing the inside of my chest. And when I inhaled, something in my lungs inhaled back. Story 8, the bill of lading that ate miles. My trailer was empty when I opened it, and the air that rolled out was still screaming. Not a sound you hear with your ears, more like a pressure in your sinuses, a vibration behind your eyes that made my teeth buzz as if the reefer unit had been wired directly into my skull. The smell hit a half-second later, scorched paper, hot plastic, and something sour like spit dried on a heater vent. My flashlight beam landed on bare aluminum walls and clean floor grooves. No pallets, no straps, no shrink wrap. Nothing but a single sheet of white paper lying perfectly centered, fluttering like it was breathing. The door seal dangled broken in my hand. I hadn't cut it. I hadn't touched it. And my dispatch had just texted me. Confirm count AT delivery. Do not deviate route. I stood at mile marker 89 on I-40 outside Barstow, California, staring into an empty trailer that had been loaded with 18,000 pounds of lithium batteries in Phoenix 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, and somehow the cargo had vanished without leaving so much as a dent in the scuff marks. My name is Damon Rourke. March 7th, 2024 was the last day I believed paperwork was just paperwork. It started at the South Phoenix Industrial Strip, the kind with chain-link fences and sun-bleached warning signs that look like they've been yelling for decades. The shipper was a company I'd never heard of, Vesper Logistics, operating out of a warehouse with no logo and a security gate that opened like it recognized me. I'd been called in because their regular carrier had a mechanical issue. That's what my dispatcher, Marlene, said at 2:48 p.m., her voice crisp and strangely rehearsed. You're closest, she told me. Pick up in Phoenix, deliver to a cross dock in San Bernardino. Hazmat paperwork is in order, load is sealed, you just drive. I asked why the rate was so high for a simple I-10 to I-40 run. She paused, and I heard her swallow. Because they're paying for certainty, she said. And because the customer is particular, keep the route. Do not take detours. Do not stop except for fuel. If you get inspected, you call me before you answer anything. Those were the same kinds of phrases that always show up right before a driver becomes a cautionary tale in a safety meeting. But my truck, my 2019 Cascadia with a bunk that smelled like coffee and old leather, needed front steer tires, and my ex was behind on child support payments I'd been covering. Money has gravity. It pulls you into bad decisions. The warehouse yard baked under a hard white sky. I did my pre-trip, checked my fifth wheel lock, airlines, lights, and then backed into door 6. They loaded fast, forklift beeps echoing inside the trailer like a heartbeat. I never saw the product. Just palleted blocks wrapped in black film, no markings, no standard UN labels visible from my angle. The dock manager, a woman with tight hair and a badge that only said Vesper, handed me a BOL in a clear pouch. "Sign here," she said, pointing with a pen that had no company name. Her hand didn't shake. Mine did a little, and I hated myself for it. I glanced at the paperwork. Commodity, power storage modules. Weight, 18,040 pounds. Pieces, 24. Destination, San Bernardino, CA. Route, I-10W to I-40W. The route was printed in the notes field like a commandment. There was another line in smaller type, almost like a legal footnote. Driver acknowledges route as product. I laughed once under my breath because corporate paperwork gets weird sometimes. But the dock manager didn't smile. "Do not open the trailer," she said. "If the seal breaks, call us." "What kind of seal is this?" I asked, because it wasn't the standard plastic strip. It was paper, thick gray paper banded around the latch with a number printed in red ink, like a raffle ticket. "It's compliant," she said. "It's enough." I took the pouch, climbed into my cab, and pulled out of the yard at 4:21 p.m. The trailer felt right. Heavy but stable, my suspension loaded, my engine working, everything normal. For the first 60 miles on I-10, the strangest thing was the paperwork itself. The BOL in the pouch kept slipping, like the plastic sleeve was greased. Every time I reached over to tuck it under my clipboard, it slid back out and landed on the passenger seat with a papery whisper. I finally set it in the cup holder like it was a living thing. Gee, that wanted to be seen. At 5:17 p.m., I hit a construction slowdown near Buckeye. Traffic stacked, sun in my eyes. I was crawling at 12 miles per hour, watching the heat shimmer off the hood. That's when I noticed my odometer. It read 219,884 miles. I knew my truck's mileage the way you know your own phone number. It was 219,912 when I left my driveway that morning. I'd checked because I was tracking maintenance intervals. I blinked, looked again. 219,884, 28 miles lower. My first thought was electrical glitch. I tapped the dash. The number didn't change. I pulled up my ELD on the tablet. It showed my trip distance as 0, like I hadn't moved since Phoenix. But my GPS map showed me crawling west, my little triangle inching along the line. I told myself the ELD was lagging. Bad signal, software hiccup. Then my phone buzzed with a text from Marlene. "Keep route, no stops." I hadn't told her anything. I stared at the message until the letters felt like they were floating. Then another buzz. "You are ahead of yourself." That one didn't have her name, just an unknown number. A horn blared behind me. The line of cars surged forward. I moved with them, hands sweating against the wheel, feeling ridiculous for being rattled by numbers. The human brain will cling to normal explanations even while the abnormal is chewing through the edges. The first real escalation hit at 6:03 p.m. after sundown when I stopped for fuel at a pilot near Quartzsite. I'd promised myself I wouldn't stop, but diesel isn't optional. I pulled to the island, killed the engine, and stepped out into desert air that smelled like dust and fried food. As I walked past my trailer, I heard a sound inside it. Not shifting cargo, not straps. A faint scratching like pencil on paper moving in short, frantic strokes. I froze, listening. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, 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 scratch. My skin tightened over my ribs. I forced myself to keep walking, pretending I hadn't heard it. Pretending I wasn't the kind of driver who believes in haunted freight. I fueled fast, glancing at my mirrors the whole time. The gray paper seal on the latch looked intact. No tears, no slack, but the red number printed on it was different than I remembered. I couldn't have sworn to the digits, but I knew there had been a 4. Now there was. I leaned closer, and the paper seal fluttered, though there was no wind. The scratching inside the trailer stopped. I held my breath. The seal went still, as if listening back. I climbed into the cab and locked the doors. My BOL was no longer in the cup holder. It was on the dash, spread flat as if someone had carefully smoothed it out. The route line, I-10W to I-40W, looked darker now, the ink thicker, like it had been traced over. I picked it up with 2 fingers. The paper was warm. I threw it onto the passenger seat like it had burned me and pulled back onto the highway, my heart thumping hard enough to shake my vision. At 7:12 p.m., I merged onto I-40 near the Arizona-California line. The desert went black except for the pale wash of my headlights and the occasional red tail light ahead. The road here is wide and straight, the kind of stretch that makes time feel syrupy. You can drive for an hour and feel like you've been suspended in the same moment. That night, it was literal. My dash clock kept snapping back. 7:12, 7:13, 7:12, like a broken record. The radio lost stations one by one until it was all static, then a low tone, like someone humming into a microphone. The BOL slid off the seat and onto the floorboard. I ignored it. Then it slid again like it was crawling, and its corner touched my boot. I looked down. The printed line driver acknowledges route as product had changed. Now it read, driver acknowledges self as product. I laughed again, sharp and involuntary, the way you laugh when your brain can't decide whether to run or vomit. My phone buzzed. A check seal. That was Marlene, finally. I called her immediately. She answered on the first ring too fast. Damon, she said. My odometer is dropping, I blurted. My ELD says I'm not moving, the BOL is. Do not open the trailer, she cut in. Do not break the seal. You keep driving west on I-40. You do not take exits that aren't on your route. You do not. What is this? I demanded. What am I hauling? A pause. In the background, I heard faint typing, like someone taking notes on my panic. You're hauling a contract, she said quietly. A very expensive one. What does that even mean? It means the cargo is not what you think, she said. And the route is not just a route. Damon, listen to me. If you stop, it will reconcile. I swallowed hard. Reconcile what? She didn't answer. The line clicked and her voice came back lower, almost a whisper. If you see mileage on a sign that doesn't match your GPS, don't look at it too long. Keep your eyes forward. And if you find a scale house open, you do not pull in. That was not something a dispatcher says. Unless she's seen something ruin a driver. Marlene, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Did this happen before? Silence, then keep driving. The call ended, not hung up, dropped. My screen showed no service again. The desert ahead seemed to tighten. The darkness pressed closer to my windshield, as if the world beyond my headlights had thickened into something with weight. At 8:26 p.m., I passed a sign, Barstow 86 miles. My GPS said Barstow was 118 miles away. I stared at the sign, trying to reconcile it, and the numbers on it shifted. The 86 became 84. Then 81, counting down too fast like the sign was eating distance. My odometer ticked down one more mile. 219,883. I tasted metal. My mouth was suddenly full of saliva, thick and bitter, like my body was preparing to throw up. I forced myself to keep my eyes on the lane markers, but every reflective post on the shoulder looked a little too tall, a little too close together, like the road was narrowing in ways my brain couldn't measure. The scratching started again from the trailer, faint but constant now, like a pen scribbling non-stop. I imagined someone inside frantically writing, desperate to get words down before something erased them. At 9:03 p.m., my CB, unused, mostly ornamental, crackled to life. "Driver," a voice said, male-com with a faint echo like he was speaking in a tiled room. "Confirm you have acknowledged route." My hands tightened on the wheel. "Who is this?" "Confirm," the voice repeated. "Your paperwork is incomplete." "I don't know what you're talking about." Static hissed. Then the voice shifted into something else. My own voice, delayed and distorted, repeating the last thing I'd said. I slammed the CB off. The humming tone returned through my speakers anyway, bypassing the power like it owned my truck's wiring. The BOL on the floorboard rustled. I glanced down and saw new text printed on it in fresh black ink, as if the paper had always had it. "Mileage is collateral." I didn't know what that meant until the first time it took something real. At 9:22 p.m., I thought about my daughter, Lily, 8 years old, missing her front tooth, hair always in a knot because she refuses to sit still long enough to brush it properly. I pictured her face as I drove, the way I do when I'm tired and trying to remember why I keep running loads for people who don't care if I come home. The instant her face formed clearly in my mind, pain stabbed behind my eyes. A pressure like thumbs pushing inward. My vision blurred, and for a second the lane markers doubled. Then her face slipped. Not out of sight, out of memory. I knew I had a daughter. I knew her name because it was in my phone contacts. But when I tried to picture her, there was nothing. Like someone had scraped the image out and left a raw blank space. I made a sound, half sob, half growl, and swerved slightly. The trailer tugged heavy as if approving. My phone buzzed with a new message from the unknown number. "Thank you for payment." My hands shook so badly I had to grip the wheel with my wrists stiff, elbows locked, like a man trying not to drown. I pulled off at the next rest area despite every warning. I needed air. I needed to see something stable. I needed to stop the world from sliding sideways. The rest area was lit but wrong. The lights were too white, too steady, no buzzing. The parking lot was empty, no other cars, no other trucks, no sound of distant traffic. It felt like I'd driven off the highway and into a photograph. I parked, set my brakes, and sat there listening to my own breath. The reefer unit wasn't running. It shouldn't have been running anyway. This wasn't a reefer load. But I heard something behind me, a faint shuffling inside the trailer like paper being stacked. The BOL on the floorboard slid forward again, as if pulled by an invisible string, and bumped the firewall with a soft tap. I snatched it up, anger surging through fear. "Fine," I said aloud. "You want acknowledgement." I grabbed a pen from the cup holder. My name was already printed at the bottom in the signature line I hadn't noticed before. "Sign here to confirm delivery of route." I pressed the pen to the paper. The tip sank in like the paper was wet. A bead of ink formed, then spread too fast, blooming into a dark stain that smelled like burned hair. The paper warmed under my palm, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. I ripped the pen away and threw the BOL onto the passenger seat. Outside, something knocked once on the trailer wall. Not wind, not settling cargo. A deliberate knock, as if someone had tapped to get my attention. I climbed out with my flashlight and walked back, boots crunching on gravel that sounded too loud in the empty lot. The air was cold, dry, dead. The gray paper seal on the latch was intact. But the trailer doors were slightly open. Not wide, just a hairline gap enough to show darkness between the door and frame, enough to let out that smell of scorched paper and sour spit. My stomach rolled. I shined my light along the latch. The seal band was still looped, unbroken, yet the doors had separated as if the metal had decided the seal didn't matter. I grabbed the handle and pulled. The doors swung open smoothly, too smoothly like they'd been waiting. Inside, the trailer was not empty. It was full of road. I'm not being poetic. I mean literal asphalt, lane markers, reflectors, the faint shimmer of heat mirage, all receding into darkness as if my trailer was a tunnel extending the highway straight through the back of my rig. I saw a green sign inside it, floating at the proper height, reading Barstow 86 miles, and the number ticked down as I watched, 85, 84, like a countdown to something inevitable. The air pouring out was hot, smelling like sun-baked tar and brake dust. I felt it on my face like opening an oven. My flashlight beam disappeared into the trailer and didn't reflect back, swallowed by the impossible distance. Something moved far down that interior road, headlights, tiny at first, then larger, approaching fast. A vehicle inside my trailer, driving toward me from impossibly far away. My throat closed. I stumbled back, nearly falling off the bumper. The approaching headlights, inside the trailer, resolved into a semi. My semi. A Cascadia, same color, same dents on the bumper, same bug splatter pattern on the grille. It barreled toward me down the trailer road with its high beams on, roaring louder with every second, like a freight train confined in a box. In the driver's seat, I saw myself. Not a mirror image. Me, hands on the wheel, face set in exhausted concentration, eyes forward. He didn't look at me standing at the doors. He drove like he couldn't see me, like he was trapped in the route. The truck inside the trailer hit a bump, and I heard it in my bones. The sound vibrated through my trailer frame. My stomach lurched with it. I shouted without thinking, "Stop!" The other me didn't stop. The semi inside the trailer closed the distance and slammed into the inside of my trailer doors with a crash that should have crushed metal and snapped hinges. Instead, the impact made no dent. It made a ripple, like the door was water. The other me's grill pushed through the plane of reality and then snapped back, as if the trailer door surface had flexed and refused. I screamed and staggered back, bile rising. The other me kept driving, circling inside that impossible corridor, passing the Barstow sign again, the miles ticking down, down, down. Behind the rest area building, the real highway was silent. No cars, no wind, no crickets. The world was holding its breath. I slammed the trailer doors shut with shaking hands. The seal remained intact, as if mocking me. The knocking from inside stopped. I ran back to the cab, climbed in, and locked the doors so hard the plastic creaked. My dash clock read 7:12 p.m. It had been 9, it had been night for hours, but the clock snapped back like a rubber band. My odometer read 219,912. Back to where it was that morning. Relief flooded me so hard I almost laughed. Then my phone buzzed. Payment reversed, mileage due. The odometer ticked down, fast now. 219,911, 219,910, like a slot machine counting my life away. I started the engine. My hands were slick with sweat. I pulled out of the rest area, tires crunching onto asphalt, and the instant my wheels hit I-40 again, the rest area lights vanished in my mirrors like they'd never existed. Traffic reappeared. Headlights, taillights. The normal world snapped back into place with sickening ease as if it had only stepped aside to let something feed. The scratching from the trailer returned, faster now furious. My ELD pinged, route deviation. I hadn't deviated. I was on the same highway. But the system thought I'd left and come back, and somewhere in the paperwork universe, that was a debt. My phone rang, Marlene. I answered with a hoarse, broken sound. It's inside my trailer, I said. The road, there's a road inside it. She didn't pretend confusion. She sighed, a sound of someone who has watched too many people drown and knows there's no reaching them in time. Did you open it? She asked. I didn't break the seal, I said. It opened anyway. Silence, then you gave it a look, she said softly. That's enough. What is it? I demanded again, voice cracking. Where did the batteries go? They were never the cargo, she said. They were the cover story. Damon, the customer, buys routes. They buy time. They buy missing miles. My grip tightened until my fingers cramped. With what? With you, she said, and I heard tears in her voice for the first time. With whoever signs, with whoever acknowledges. The paperwork is the hook. It makes you agree without knowing. I didn't sign, I whispered. You touched the pen to the line, she said. That's a signature to them. My stomach dropped into a cold pit. How do I stop it? You deliver, she said, voice flat now, resigned. You keep the route, you get to San B. Arnardino, you let them close the contract, do not stop again. What happens to me? She hesitated. You arrive lighter. The call cut out. The desert ahead looked the same, but now every reflective post felt like a tooth, every green sign like a mouth counting down to swallow me. I kept driving because there was nothing else to do. My odometer continued to tick down in small, hungry bites every time my mind wandered toward something I loved. I stopped thinking of Lily. I stopped thinking of my own face. I focused on lane markers, on the vibration of the steering wheel, on the taste of stale coffee, anything neutral. At 11:38 p.m., a sign appeared. San Bernardino 40 miles. My GPS said 92. I didn't look too long. I kept my eyes forward, throat tight, breath shallow. The trailer scratched like it was writing a final draft. In my side mirror, the gray paper seal fluttered, and for an instant I saw red ink bleeding through it, forming words that weren't there before. Delivery confirmed, driver. I drove on because stopping would reconcile, and I was starting to understand what that meant. The road inside my trailer was hungry, and if I didn't feed it miles, it would start taking them from my mind in larger pieces. When I finally hit the San Bernardino exit, the ramp was empty and too smooth. The streetlights along it buzzed like insects. My dash clock read 7:12 p.m. again. The cross-dock address on my GPS led me to a dead-end industrial street with warehouses that had no logos. At the end sat a building with a single open bay door, darkness inside like a throat. A man in a reflective vest stood in the doorway, waving me in with slow, patient motions. I backed into the bay, hands numb, and set my brakes. The scratching in the trailer stopped abruptly, like a pen lifted from paper. I got out and walked back with my flashlight. The man stayed in the doorway, watching. The seal on the trailer latch was intact, gray paper banded tight. The red number on it now matched the number printed on my BOL. I opened the door anyway. The trailer was empty. No road, no batteries, just bare aluminum and a single sheet of paper lying centered on the floor, fluttering as if it were breathing. I picked it up with shaking hands. It was a scaled ticket. Weight 0 lbs. Mileage paid. Name Damon Aroyorkei. Below that, in smaller print, was a line that made my vision blur. Return address, N.A. Goods non-returnable. Behind me, the man in the doorway spoke for the first time. His voice was calm, practiced, as if reciting policy. "Thank you for your delivery," he said. "You may depart." I turned to ask where the cargo went, where the batteries were, what they'd done with the road that had lived inside my trailer. But the man was gone. The bay door was still open, but beyond it the streetlights had gone out, and the dark outside wasn't night dark. It was the same depthless black I'd seen inside the trailer, a void that felt like asphalt stretching forever. My dash clock in the cab blinked 7:12 p.m. My odometer read 0. When I tried to remember the way home, the image slipped away like Lily's face had, scraped clean, leaving only the sick certainty that I had once known it. I climbed into the driver's seat anyway, hands on the wheel, staring at the windshield as if it might print a route for me to follow. From the empty trailer behind me, I heard a faint scratching start again, slow and deliberate, like someone writing my next destination in ink that would never wash off. Story 9, the load that stopped showing up on camera. My trailer vanished in the Fuel Island security feed while I was standing 10 feet away from it, and the clerk kept asking me to smile for the camera like he was doing me a favor. I just finished swiping my card at the Loves in Amarillo off I-27, hands still smelling like diesel and cheap sanitizer, when the kid behind the counter waved me over. He had that eager, bored look of someone who spends his nights watching monitors like they're aquarium glass. "Hey," he said, tapping a screen, "your trailer's not on the camera." I laughed because the words didn't compute. "It's literally outside." He didn't laugh back. He zoomed the feed in. My white Freightliner was there, angled at pump 5. My cab, my headlights, my silhouette. But behind my fifth wheel was a clean stretch of concrete as if I'd never hooked anything. Outside, my rig sat with a 48-foot dry van hitched tight, tandem axles planted, reflective tape winking under the canopy lights. Inside the monitor, I was pulling nothing at all. My name is Selena Duarte, and on October 19, 2025, I hauled a sealed, high-value load from Memphis to Albuquerque on I-40 that didn't want to be witnessed. Not by cameras, not by paperwork, not eventually by me. It was supposed to be simple. A consumer electronics run, palletized, strapped, no hazmat. My dispatcher, Curtis, called at 1:11 p.m. while I was rolling east of Little Rock, my cab full of sun. And the smell of burned coffee from my thermos. "Selena, I've got a premium," he said. "Straight shot, Memphis pickup, Albuquerque drop, rate stupid." "Why me?" I asked, already suspicious. "Premium runs always come with a hook." "Because you don't talk," he said, and I heard the grin in his voice. "Because you run clean, because you don't stop to sightsee, and because the shipper asked for a woman driver specifically." That last part landed wrong. Asked for me. Asked for a woman, he corrected quickly. They've had issues with guys, you want it or not. I should have said no. I should have listened to the quiet part of my brain that keeps you alive. If someone is selecting drivers like a menu, it's not about the freight. But I just paid for a transmission flush, and my maintenance account looked like a wound. I told him yes. The shipper in Memphis wasn't a normal warehouse. It was a low building off a frontage road near the river. No sign, just a gate and a line of cameras that tracked my truck like eyes following prey. A security guard scanned my CDL, then scanned my face, then scanned the inside of my cab with a handheld device like he was checking for ghosts. "No passengers," he said. "No problem," I replied. "No dash cam," he said, and his gaze flicked to the mount on my windshield. "That's company policy," I said. "Insurance." He cut me off. "Remove it." I called Curtis. Curtis, for once, didn't argue. "Take it down," he told me. His voice sounded tight, like he was trying not to cough. "They're paying." So I unclipped my dash cam and tossed it into the bunk. They loaded me at door 3 with forklifts that moved two quietly electric motors whispering. The pallets were wrapped in matte black film that swallowed light. I caught a glimpse of the labels, not barcodes, but blank white squares, like stickers waiting for ink that never came. A woman in a gray blazer handed me a BOL in a sealed envelope, not a pouch. "Do not open until arrival," she said. "If you open it early, you void the terms." "What terms?" I asked. She smiled without warmth. "Witness terms." Before I could respond, she pressed a seal onto my trailer latch. Not a plastic strip, not a numbered cable. It was a disc of clear resin stamped with a fingerprint in the center, as if someone had pressed their thumb into it while it cured. The fingerprint ridges caught the light and looked disturbingly fresh. "Don't touch the seal," she said. "It's sensitive." I did my tug test, checked my lights, and rolled out at 4:38 p.m., merging onto I-40 West with Memphis shrinking behind me in the mirror like a bad decision you can't undo. The first weird thing happened 45 minutes later near Forest City. A state trooper got behind me and paced for a while, then pulled alongside. I watched his spotlight rake across my trailer. He slowed, matching my speed, then sped up abruptly as if startled. He got ahead of me, braked, and I felt that spike of dread every driver knows, the moment you're about to be lit up. But he didn't pull me over. He just drifted to the shoulder and stopped, hazard lights on, sitting there as I passed. I glanced in my mirror. He was out of his car, staring at the space behind my tractor like he was looking at a missing person's outline. I told myself he'd gotten a call. I told myself it was nothing. At 6:02 p.m., my eld glitched. My trailer number field went blank, not the tractor, just the trailer. As if my unit had somehow become a bobtail in the system, I typed the trailer ID back in. The field erased itself the second I hit save. I tried again, gone. I pulled into a rest area outside Brinkley to reboot the tablet. When I parked, my brakes hissed, and my trailer suspension settled with a groan that felt oddly relieved. I climbed out and walked back with my flashlight, checking that resin seal. It was intact, but the fingerprint in it looked deeper than before, like the thumb had pressed harder. The ridges seemed almost moist under the clear surface. My flashlight beam caught the inside of my trailer through a small crack in the door gasket. Total darkness, of course, but I swear on everything I ever loved, that the darkness shifted as if it had depth, like a curtain moving in a room you haven't entered. I got back in the cab, and drove before my mind could make pictures out of it. The next hours were a grinding push through Arkansas into Oklahoma, night swallowing the plains, the road lines flashing like teeth. I kept my music low because too much noise makes you miss things. And around 8:41 p.m. I heard a second set of tires. Not a car passing, not wind. Tires moving in sync with mine, exactly matching my speed, close enough that I could feel the faint vibration through the frame. I checked my mirrors, no one beside me, no one behind me. The lane next to me was empty black. But the sound persisted, and it wasn't on the road. It was inside the trailer, like rubber rolling across plywood. The hair on my arms lifted. I turned my air conditioner down because suddenly I felt too warm, sweat beating at my lower back. The inside of my cab smelled faintly of hot electronics, that sharp plastic tang you get when a charger overheats. My phone buzzed with a text from Curtis, all good. I didn't answer. I didn't want to admit to anyone, especially him, that something was wrong. People write you off fast in this job. I heard tires inside my trailer, and suddenly you're the crazy lady they don't dispatch to good loads. At 9:10 p.m., I passed a billboard that made my stomach drop. It was a missing person sign, a photo of a man in a trucker cap smiling with bold letters, "Have you seen HIM?" Under it smaller, last known location, I-40 westbound. The photo looked familiar in that vague way faces do when you've seen them on message boards, but the name under it was not familiar at all. It said SCLINADUARTE. My own name, my own face. I jerked my eyes back to the road and nearly drifted onto the rumble strip. My heart hammered so hard it felt like my chest was trying to claw its way open. I checked my side mirror, expecting to see the billboard again, to verify I hadn't hallucinated. The billboard was gone. Just empty posts, like the sign had never existed, like I'd imagined the whole thing because my brain had a cruel sense of humor. My phone buzzed again, unknown number. Don't look back. I dropped the phone like it burned and gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles aching. I didn't look back, but I felt it, the sensation of being watched from behind, not by eyes, but by something that didn't need eyes to know where I was. The trailer behind me felt heavier now, like it had filled with wet sand. My engine worked harder, RPM climbing on the slightest incline. At 10:37 p.m., I pulled into a Love's outside Oklahoma City for fuel. I told myself it was necessary. I told myself I could do this in bright light with people around with cameras. That's where the camera thing happened. Inside, the clerk showed me the feed, his finger tapping the screen. "See, it's just your cab, that's weird as hell." On the monitor, the canopy lights glowed. My truck sat at pump 5, but no trailer, no reflective tape, no tandems. I walked outside to prove it to myself. My trailer was there. I slapped the side panel with my palm hard. The metal rang, solid, real. I went back inside, and the clerk rewound the footage. On camera, I slapped empty air. My hand passed through nothing, my arm swinging like a person miming a wall. Even my expression on the grainy feed looked confused, like I couldn't understand why the sound didn't happen. Outside, my palms stung from impact. I stared at the screen until my eyes watered. "Is your system messed up?" I asked, voice thin. He shook his head. "Everything else shows up. People, cars, trucks, just not your trailer." A woman in line behind me cleared her throat impatiently. I turned and caught her staring at my hands. "Ma'am," she said quietly, as if she didn't want the clerk to hear, You got something on you." "What?" She pointed at my wrist. On the inside, just below the base of my thumb, was a faint gray smudge shaped like a fingerprint ridge, like someone had pressed the resin seal's thumbprint onto my skin. I scrubbed at it, it didn't come off. When I went back out to the pump, the resin seal on my trailer latch was warmer than the air, and the fingerprint in it looked flatter, as if the thumb had lifted away. My stomach rolled. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, and pulled back onto I-40 West at 11:05 p.m. with my fuel receipt crumpled in my fist like a talisman. I told myself I would not stop again until Albuquerque. I told myself daylight would fix it. The next stretch into the Texas panhandle felt like driving into the mouth of something enormous. The wind came up, hard lateral gusts that made my trailer sway, and my steering wheel fought me like it wanted to turn on its own. The sky was moonless, the kind of black that makes your headlights feel weak and temporary. At 12:26 a.m., the sound inside my trailer changed. The rolling tire sound stopped. In its place, a soft shuffling, then a scrape, then a wet, sticky noise like tape being peeled slowly from skin. I tasted bile. I forced myself to focus on the lane. Then I heard a voice. It came from my sleeper, behind the curtain, whispering in the exact tone my mother used when she wanted me to calm down as a kid. "Selena," it said, "you don't have to keep doing this." My mother is alive. She lives in Corpus Christi and calls me every Sunday. Hearing her voice in my sleeper at midnight on I-40 made my blood turn to ice. I didn't answer. I didn't even glance back. I stared ahead, eyes burning, praying it was stress, fatigue, imagination. The voice sighed, soft and intimate. "They can't see it," it said, "so it doesn't have to exist." My hands shook. "Shut up," I whispered. A laugh thin as paper. "You don't even know what you're hauling." I tried to call coup. Artis, no service. My signal bars flickered like dying fireflies and went out. At 1:14 a.m., a set of headlights appeared behind me, far back at first, then gaining fast. A black SUV, no markings, running with its lights off until it was close enough that I felt it rather than saw it. Then its headlights snapped on, high beams flooding my mirrors. It pulled alongside, pace matching mine. The driver's window rolled down. There was no driver. No silhouette, no movement. Just darkness inside, deeper than night, like the interior was an empty space waiting to be filled. The passenger window rolled down too, and a sheet of paper floated out, catching the wind and slapping against my trailer side before sticking there as if glued. I watched it in my mirror, my heart crawling up my throat. The paper was a photo. It was me at the Love's counter, staring at the security monitor. Taken from behind my shoulder, close enough that whoever took it had been breathing on my neck. Beneath the photo, printed in neat type, "Witness confirmed." The SUV accelerated and vanished ahead, disappearing into darkness with no taillights, as if it simply stopped being visible once it passed my headlights. The paper stayed stuck to my trailer, flapping, refusing to fly away. I wanted to pull over and rip it off. I wanted to stop the world and scream. But I kept driving because the highway had become a thin line of rules, and every instinct told me breaking any more rules would make it worse. At 2:03 a.m., my trailer brakes locked for half a second on their own. A sharp tug like a leash jerk, my rig lurched. My ABS light flashed. Then everything returned to normal. Except my trailer was lighter. I could feel it immediately. the way the tractor surged with less resistance, the way the wind pushed it easier, the way my engine note changed, higher, freer. That wasn't possible. Freight doesn't evaporate, weight doesn't just leave. And yet my suspension rose slightly, my rear leveling bags hissing as if compensating for a sudden drop. My palms went slick. I whispered to myself, no, no, no. The voice from my sleeper whispered back, delighted, it's working. I gritted my teeth and drove harder, pushing speed despite the night, despite the wind, despite the fact my instincts were screaming that speed was exactly what whatever this was wanted. At 3:29 a.m., I crossed into New Mexico. The welcome sign flashed by like a warning. The sky ahead had the faintest hint of gray, dawn bleeding into the east. My eld pinged with a message that made my stomach drop again. Trailer status not detected. I slapped the tablet, it didn't change. My mirrors still showed the trailer, the reflective tape still winked, the mud flap still fluttered. Reality still insisted it was there. But the system, paperwork, cameras, logs, had decided it was. At 4:12 a.m., I hit a way station near Tucumcari. It was open, lights bright, cones laid out like a funnel. A sign flashed, all trucks must enter. I remembered the Memphis woman's words, witness terms. I remembered the clerk's monitor. I remembered the SUV with no driver. I didn't want witnesses, but I also didn't want to be the truck that blew past an open scale and got chased down. I chose the lesser evil, or what I thought was lesser. I pulled in. The scale platform was empty. No other trucks. No attendant booth lights. Just the glowing sign and a row of cameras pointed at the lane. I rolled onto the platform and stopped. My brakes hissed. The air felt thick, electrically charged. The sign above me blinked. Wait 0. I stared at it, sure I'd misread. Wait 0. I looked in my mirror. The trailer was still there. Then the cameras on poles along the lane rotated, all at once, and pointed directly at my cab windows, as if the facility itself was turning its head to look me in the face. My tablet beeped and displayed a new document. Delivery receipt, signature required. My name was already typed in the signature field. Below it, a line in small print that made my stomach cramp. BY signing. Driver acknowledges observation as transfer. My hands went numb. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips like a trapped insect. I didn't sign. I threw the tablet onto the passenger seat. I hit the ignition and tried to pull forward off the scale. My truck didn't move. Not like stuck brakes, not like engine failure, like the world had frozen my tires in place. My RPM climbed, my engine strained, my truck shook, but the scale lane held me like a fist. From behind the sleeper curtain, the voice whispered, close enough to feel against my ear, "They see you now." I couldn't breathe. I clawed at the curtain and yanked it aside. The sleeper was empty. But on the back wall, pressed into the upholstery, was the outline of a person sitting there, as if invisible weight had sunk into the cushion. A head, shoulders, hands folded in a lap. The outline shifted slightly, like whoever sat there adjusted to get comfortable. I screamed, a raw sound that T. Or my throat, and in my mirror I saw the trailer ripple. Not sway, ripple, like the side panel had turned to liquid aluminum for a second, reflective tape bending like a smile. The way station sign blinked again. Weight transferred. My truck lurched forward suddenly, free. I shot off the scale lane like a scared animal, tires chirping, heart slamming. I didn't stop until I was back on I-40, dawn spilling pale, light over the mesas like it was trying and failing to cleanse the world. The farther I got from the scale, the quieter the cab became. The voice stopped whispering. The scratching inside the trailer ceased. For a few miles, everything felt almost normal, and that was worse because it felt like calm after a bite. At 7:06 a.m., I reached Albuquerque. The delivery address led me to a distribution center that looked normal. Chain link fence, guard shack, dock doors. A manager in a neon vest met me at the gate with a clipboard and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Selena Duarte?" he asked. "Yes," I said, though my voice felt thin and distant, like it belonged to someone else. He scanned my truck, then frowned as if confused. He walked to the back of my trailer and stared at the latch. There's no seal," he said. My stomach dropped. I walked back with him. The resin seal disc was gone. The latch was clean, bare metal as if nothing had ever been attached. No adhesive, no residue, no fingerprint. I touched the latch. Cold, ordinary, my wrist still bore that faint fingerprint smudge. "I had a seal," I said. He looked at me like he'd heard that sentence from too many drivers. "Open it," he said. My hands shook as I unlocked the latch and swung the doors wide. The trailer was empty. No pallets, no straps, no scuff marks from forklifts. The floor grooves looked unused, clean, as if the trailer had never hauled anything in its life. I stood there staring, waiting for my mind to offer any explanation that didn't make me sound insane. The manager's smile tightened. "What did you do?" he asked softly, "with the freight?" "I hauled it," I said. "It was loaded, He held up his clipboard. "There's no BOL," he said. "No dispatch, no appointment, no record of you. I don't have you on the schedule." My mouth went dry. I ran back to my cab, tore through the envelope the Memphis woman had given me. It was empty, too. No papers, no BOL, no receipt. Just blank sheets, pristine, like new paper cut to size and slipped in to mimic weight. My tablet showed no load. My ELD showed no route. My fuel receipts still existed, but the trailer number field was blank on them, like the system couldn't decide what I had been attached to. I pulled up the Loves app, desperate, and checked my fuel transaction history. The Amarillo stop was there, time-stamped, but the receipt image showed my truck at the pump with no trailer behind it. I stood in my cab shaking, trying not to vomit. The manager called someone on his radio. 2 security guards started walking toward me. I looked in my side mirror. Behind my tractor, the trailer was still there. Sunlight glinted off its reflective tape. The tires sat firm. It cast a shadow on the pavement. I blinked hard. The shadow was wrong. It wasn't a rectangle. It was a human silhouette stretched long, like someone standing behind my truck, watching. I climbed into the driver's seat and shut the door. My heart hammered. My hands smelled like paper and diesel and cold fear. I put the truck in gear and rolled forward. The trailer moved with me. In the yard office window, I saw my reflection as I passed. Cab me. No trailer. Just empty air behind my fifth wheel, like I was hauling nothing at all. When I hit the street and merged back onto I-40 East, my mirrors insisted the trailer followed, loyal and silent. But every camera I passed, traffic cams on poles, security cams at gas stations, the little black domes above intersection lights, tracked only my cab, panning smoothly like they were trained on a target. And every time I glanced down at my wrist, The fingerprint smudge looked a little darker, the ridges a little clearer, like something was pressing harder from the inside, trying to leave a better impression. By the time I reached the outskirts, my phone rang. It was my mother. I answered with shaking fingers. "Mom." She paused. "Who is this?" My throat closed. "It's me, Selena." Silence, then carefully. "I don't have a daughter named Selena," she said, and her voice trembled with the same fear I felt, like she was speaking to a stranger wearing a familiar number. Behind me, the invisible outline in my sleeper shifted, settling in, and though the cab was full of morning light, I suddenly felt the weight of unseen eyes on my spine. Because whatever I'd hauled from Memphis didn't disappear. It just stopped being something the world agreed to see. Story 10, the weight that would not leave the scale. My steer tires climbed onto the scale, and the digital board flashed a number that made my lungs forget. How to work? 80,440. That was gross weight. That was my tractor, my trailer, my fuel, my body, my boots, my coffee, my lunch bag, everything. The legal limit plus a few hundred. Annoying but not impossible. I'd deal with it. Then I watched the number keep climbing after I stopped. 80,512, 80,690, 81,004. Like something invisible was walking up my trailer ramp and taking a seat. The scale house speaker crackled. "Driver, kill your engine." I did. The rumble died, and the silence hit like cotton stuffed in my ears. The number rose anyway. 81,221. My skin broke into goose flesh in the warm night air, and I realized with a dry, sick certainty that whatever I was hauling, it wasn't just freight. It was weight with intent. And the scale was the first place it could prove it was there. My name is Grant Mallory. On June 2nd, 2024, I ran a night haul from Shreveport, Louisiana to Atlanta, Georgia on I-20 with a sealed load that kept getting heavier the closer I got to being seen, until the cargo didn't disappear from the trailer. It disappeared from the world and left the weight behind like a curse you couldn't unload. Curtis at dispatch called at 3:09 p.m. while I was finishing a shower at a Petro near Bossier City, towel around my waist, phone balanced on a sink. "Grant, I need you on an expedited," he said. "What kind?" "Industrial," he said too fast. "High value, no stop-offs, straight to Atlanta. They'll meet you at a yard, you drop and go." I asked for the details. He emailed them while we were still on the phone. The rate confirmation came through with more zeros than I liked. Pickup, Shreveport, destination, Peachtree Consolidation Facility, commodity, calibration weights. That made me laugh because it sounded like a joke. Calibration weights are what you use to test scales. "You're kidding," I said. "I'm not," Curtis replied. "They're paying for speed. They want it overnight." I should have recognized the poetry in it then. I should have heard the way the universe was clearing its throat. Instead, I heard money. I heard a chance to get ahead on repairs. I heard my own bills shuffling like impatient feet. The pickup address led me to a low concrete building tucked behind a scrapyard, the kind of place that always smells like hot metal and old rain. A faded sign over the gate read Southern Metrology Services. No one came out to greet me. The gate opened when I pulled up, slow and reluctant, as if it wasn't sure I belonged. Inside, the yard was empty except for one trailer already staged at door 2. A brand new dry van with no company markings, just a VIN and a clean white side panel that reflected the sky like a blank page. My assigned tractor was mine, but the trailer wasn't on our fleet list. Curtis had warned me. Use their trailer, you're just pulling. I backed under it, felt the kingpin seat with a metallic clunk, did my tug test. Everything locked, air lines connected, lights worked, no obvious defects. Then I walked to the trailer doors and saw the seal. It was a thick braided cable seal, black, with a small silver tag stamped with an 8-digit number. Normal enough. But the tag also had a second stamping. Tear must remain true. I frowned because tear weight is the empty trailer weight, and nobody puts philosophy on a seal tag. A man finally appeared from inside the building. Late 50s, maybe, coveralls, safety glasses perched on his head like he'd forgotten them there. He carried a clipboard and a small handheld scale, the kind you hang a hook from. "You Grant?" he asked. "Yes." He didn't offer a name, he didn't offer a hand, he just held the clipboard out. "Sign, no opening doors, no bathroom access, no wandering, you're late." "I'm not late," I said automatically, checking my watch. 4:41 p.m. He stared at me until I stopped talking. His eyes were a little too pale, like the color had been washed out. "Just sign," he said. The paperwork was thin, BOL. A line item list that didn't list any piece count, just total weight, 19,200 pounds. Calibration weights, sure. That's heavy but plausible. Except the trailer didn't feel heavy when I hooked it. It felt neutral, like it wasn't committing to being anything yet. I signed. He nodded once, and for a second his mouth twitched like he wanted to smile but didn't remember how. "Don't take it to a scale," he said. I blinked. "What?" "Don't," he repeated, and his voice lowered. "If you get pulled in, you keep rolling. If you have to stop, you stop where no one weighs you." "That's illegal," I said before I could help it. His eyes fixed on me. "So is what's in there," he replied, and walked back inside without another word. I stood in the yard for a full 10 seconds, the afternoon heat pressing sweat out of my pores, my stomach twisting slowly. Then I climbed into my cab and rolled out, merging onto I-20 East with the feeling of a door closing behind me. At 6:18 p.m. near Monroe, the first physical sign arrived. "My trailer suspends." Ian hissed. Not the normal little adjustments when the road changes grade, but a sustained, angry hiss like someone letting air out of a tire on purpose. My trailer dipped an inch, then 2, as if the load was settling deeper into the floor. My steering got lighter, then heavier, then lighter again. The trailer was shifting without any bump, without any curve. I checked my mirrors constantly. Nothing visible, no sway, no tire smoke, no debris. But the sensation was unmistakable, weight moving. I told myself it was those calibration weights breaking a strap and sliding. I told myself I'd stop at the next safe place and check. Then I remembered the man's warning and felt a fresh wave of nausea. Don't take it to a scale. Don't let anyone weigh you. My phone buzzed at 7:03 p.m. with a text from Curtis. "How's it riding?" I stared at the screen. Dispatchers don't ask that unless they've been told to. I didn't answer. At 7:47 p.m. in Mississippi, the sky turned the color of bruised steel. Storm clouds piled up ahead, thick and low. Lightning flickered deep inside them without thunder, like silent camera flashes. The wind started pushing against my trailer broadside, and the trailer pushed back harder than it should have, resisting like it had planted itself into the asphalt. My fuel gauge dipped faster than normal. My RPM ran higher to maintain the same speed. The truck felt like it was climbing a hill on flat ground. I passed a dot sign, portable scales ahead. My throat tightened. I eased off the throttle automatically, scanning shoulder and median for troopers. I didn't see any, but my stomach insisted they were there, hidden just beyond my headlights. Then the sign flickered. The letters blurred and rearranged as I drove past, like an electronic billboard glitching. For a split second it read, "Portable SOULS ahead." I blinked hard and it was back to SCALES. I didn't tell myself, I imagined it. I didn't have the luxury of denial anymore. Something was editing the world around me in small, careful strokes. At 8:22 p.m., my CB crackled to life without me touching it. "Grant Mallory," a voice said, low and intimate, like someone speaking from the sleeper. I almost swerved. My CB hadn't been on. The channel display was dark, but the voice filled the cab anyway, coming from the speaker like it belonged there. "You got a heavy one?" the voice said. "Who is this?" I demanded, hands sweating. Static hissed, then the voice chuckled. "You know what heavy means, don't you? It means it's here." I reached down and yanked the CB power cord. The display stayed dark. The voice continued, softer now. "Tear must remain true." My skin prickled. That exact phrase from the seal tag. "Stop talking," I said to the cab. "Stop." The trailer suspension hissed again, longer, and my rig dipped as if something had climbed up into the front of the trailer, pressing down near the bulkhead. A sudden pain flared in my lower back, sharp and hot, as if the weight had hooked into my spine. I gasped, biting back a groan, and for a moment the steering wheel felt like it was pulling forward out of my hands, eager. I gritted my teeth and drove. At 9:56 p.m., I crossed into Alabama. The rain started as fat drops that splattered the windshield and then turned to a steady sheet. My wipers thumped. The road shone black under my headlights. Cars slowed, taillights smearing red through the wet. I could have made it all the way to Atlanta without stopping, but my body was telling me no. My bladder, my eyes, the ache in my back that kept pulsing every time the trailer settled. I needed a truck stop. I needed light people, a place where reality had rules. I pulled into a TA near Birmingham at 10:33 p.m. The lot was busy, engines idling, air brakes popping. The smell of diesel and fried food hit me like normal life. Relief washed through me so hard I nearly cried. I parked along a row of reefers and got out with my flashlight, rain tapping my hood. I walked back to my trailer, checking the seal. It was intact, but the silver tag was warmer than the air, and the stamped numbers were different. I know because I took a photo at the yard like I always do when I'm hauling someone else's trailer. Habit. Insurance. My phone photo showed the seal number ending in 62. The tag in front of me ended in 68. I stared until my eyes blurred with rain. The braided cable was the same. The lock was unbroken, no sign of tampering, just the number rewritten as if time had edited the evidence. I wiped rain off my face and tried to breathe. From inside the trailer came a sound like metal scraping metal, slow and patient, as if something heavy was being dragged across the floor. Then a deeper sound, a low groan like a building settling. My stomach turned. I placed my palm on the trailer wall. It vibrated gently, like a throat humming. I jerked my hand away, heart slamming. A driver 2 spaces over. Big guy, beard, eating chips under his open cab door, watched me with narrowed eyes. "Everything okay?" he called. "No," I almost said. Instead, I forced a laugh that sounded wrong. "Just checking my seal." He frowned. "That one of them metrology loads." My blood went cold. You know about it. He spat into the rain. Heard about one? Dude took a calibration weights load out of Louisiana last year. Never delivered. Tractor found abandoned on I-20 shoulder near Tallulah. Trailer was there too, empty. Empty, I asked, throat tight. He nodded slowly. Empty but still too heavy to tow. Wrecker couldn't lift it. Dot tried to drag it and snapped a chain. Folks said it felt like it was bolted to the road. My mouth went dry. What happened? He shrugged. They left it, like you leave a dead animal when it starts stinking. Rumor is it's still sitting out there behind a fence, and the fence keeps bowing inward like something, leaning on it. I tried to speak. No sound came. The bearded driver studied my face, then his gaze flicked to my trailer wall as if he could sense the vibration, too. His voice dropped. Don't go weighing it, he said. And don't open it, that's what I heard. The ones who open it. He trailed off, shook his head, and went back to his chips like he'd said enough. I went back to my cab and locked the doors. My hands shook so hard I fumbled the key even though it was push start. Curtis called at 10:51 p.m. I answered immediately. The seal number changed, I blurted. My trailer feels heavier, something's wrong. Curtis didn't act surprised. He sighed like a man listening to a storm he knew was coming. You stop at a scale? He asked. No. Good, he said. Don't you keep rolling, you don't open the doors, you deliver it to Atlanta and you leave. You do not accept any inspection requests. If Dot lights you up, you call me and you keep your mouth shut. What is it? I demanded. What am I hauling? A liability, he said. A debt. What does that mean? It means somebody wants weight moved, he said, and his voice cracked slightly on the last word like he hated it. And you're the one moving it. The call cut out. My cab felt too small. The rain sounded louder. The vibration from the trailer seemed to travel up through my frame rails into my seat, into my bones. I could feel it in my teeth again. I pulled out of the TA at 11:04 p.m. back onto I-20, rain washing the world into a tunnel. By midnight, the storm was behind me, but the air stayed thick. I drove through Alabama's dark pine stretches, the trees crowding the road like they were trying to lean in and listen. At 12:37 a.m., my dashboard flashed a warning, trailer ABS fault. Then air pressure low. Then kingpin sensor error. One by one, my system started complaining about things that hadn't changed. My gauges flickered. My overhead lights dimmed. My GPS rerouted without asking, trying to push me off the highway onto a frontage road that didn't exist on the map. I kept forcing it back to I-20. I kept insisting on the main line because detours felt like traps. At 1:11 a.m., I passed an exit sign that read, Way Station open 1 mile. My stomach clenched. I hadn't seen any mention of an open scale in my route notes. It wasn't on my atlas. My GPS didn't display it. The sign flickered as I approached, letters smearing like wet ink. For a moment it read, WEIGHSTAYOPEN. Way stay open. I gripped the wheel so hard my wrists ached and kept going past the exit ramp. The trailer responded immediately. A deep bang jolted the whole rig like something enormous had thrown itself against the front wall of the trailer. My cab rocked. My seatbelt bit into my shoulder. My vision blurred. I tasted blood where my teeth cut my cheek. My trailer brakes locked. The tires screamed. My rig began to slow violently even though my foot wasn't on the brake. Come on, I choked, pounding the steering wheel. Come on. The brakes released with a jolt. My truck surged forward again, but the message was clear. The weight could punish. The weight could yank. I drove the next hour with my jaw clenched, every muscle tight, afraid to trigger it again. At 2:49 a.m., near the Georgia line, I started hearing footsteps. Not outside, not on the catwalk. Inside the trailer, heavy, slow steps that made the suspension creak. One step, pause, another, like something pacing, testing the floor. I told myself it was straps shifting, but there were no straps sounds, no rattling, just those steps, each one precise and deliberate like a person walking in a hallway. Then softly from the trailer, a knock. 3 knocks evenly spaced, like someone asking to be let out. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. "No," I whispered, "no." The knock came again, louder. My side mirror fogged briefly, as if warm breath had touched it. I blinked and the fog cleared, leaving a faint smear like a fingerprint. At 3:18 a.m., my odometer began to lag. The numbers didn't roll forward smoothly. They hesitated, then jumped in little jerks, like someone was deciding how much distance I deserved. My fuel gauge dipped, then rose, then dipped again. My dash clock flashed 2:02 a.m., then 3:18 a.m., then 2:02 again. Time was stuttering. Distance was stuttering. The only constant was the growing heaviness behind me, pressing down on my frame like an invisible hand. Dawn finally started to pale the sky at 5:11 a.m. as I rolled into the Atlanta outskirts, traffic thickening, brake lights blooming red like infected wounds. My nerves were raw. My eyes felt sanded. My back throbbed with a deep ache that felt borrowed, like the pain wasn't mine but had been strapped to me. The delivery address Curtis sent was not a real warehouse. It was a way station. An old one supposedly closed, tucked near a service road. The sign over the ramp said closed, but the lights were on, harsh and white. Cones guided me in like a funnel into a mouth. My stomach turned. I slowed, almost stopping, every instinct screaming to turn around. Then my phone buzzed with a single message from Curtis. "Lend IT." I rolled in. The scale lane was empty. Cameras mounted on poles turned to track me as I approached, each one pivoting smoothly, mechanically, like insects turning their heads. I drove onto the platform and stopped. The digital board lit up. Weight 80,440. Then it began climbing. 80,512, 80,690, 81,004. I felt my breath short and chest tight. The air in my cab warmed as if the heater had kicked on. The windows fogged from the inside, though my defroster was running. The speaker crackled. "Driver, kill your engine." I did, hands shaking. The number climbed faster now. 81,221, 81,600, 82,119. My cab creaked softly, as if the frame was bending under pressure. "Open the trailer," the speaker said. "No," I whispered. "Open the trailer," it repeated, and the voice sounded like Curtis now, then like the Shreveport man, then like my own voice, layered and wrong. My hands moved before I decided. I don't know if it was fear or compulsion or the weight pulling strings. I climbed out of the cab and walked back along the catwalk, legs stiff. The air smelled metallic here, like a hot penny. The seal cable hung loose. It was still looped through the latch, still locked but slack now, as if the doors had grown thinner, as if the latch points had shifted closer together. I grabbed the latch handle. It was warm. I yanked, and the doors swung open easily. Inside was nothing. Not empty trailer walls, not bare aluminum. Nothing like a hole cut out of reality. A depthless dark that didn't reflect my flashlight beam, didn't show corners or floor grooves. Just absence, thick and heavy. And in that absence, I felt a pull, gentle at first, like standing too close to a moving conveyor. Then stronger. My boots slid forward an inch on the trailer floor. My stomach lurched. I grabbed the door frame, knuckles whitening, and felt the metal vibrate like it was alive. From the darkness inside came a sound like gravel pouring, like weight shifting endlessly without ever settling. And underneath it, a low murmur like 1,000 voices whispering numbers. Weights, measures, totals. I heard my own name spoken among them, stretched thin. I tried to back away. The pull yanked harder and my shoulders slammed into the door frame. Pain shot through my arms. My grip slipped. For a second I saw my hands reflected in the darkness, not as hands but as dense blocks, heavy, featureless, like calibration weights with fingerprints ground off. I screamed and shoved backward with everything I had. The pull let go abruptly. I fell off the trailer bumper onto the scale lane, landing hard, ribs jolting. My breath whooshed out. Stars burst behind my eyes. The trailer doors swung shut by themselves with a soft, final click. The digital board on the scale flashed once. Weight 0. Then the lights on the way station went out all at once, plunging the lane into dawn-gray silence. The cameras stopped moving. The speaker went dead. I lay there gasping, staring at my trailer. It looked normal. White walls, reflective tape, tandems, ordinary. Except my truck sat higher now. Suspension relaxed like the weight had truly gone. I staggered up and climbed into my cab, shaking. My ELD showed the load delivered. My dispatch app showed the run completed. Payment pending. Curtis didn't answer my calls. The Shreveport number disconnected. Southern Metrology Services didn't exist when I searched it. When I pulled out of the way station and merged into Atlanta traffic, I caught a glimpse of my side mirror. For a split second, there was no trailer behind me, just empty air where it should have been. Then it flickered back into place, like a bad video feed correcting itself. I don't know where the weight went. I don't know what I opened my doors onto. But I know this. Ever since that morning, every time I pass a scale house, my truck radio crackles with a whisper that sounds like a number climbing. And my spine aches like I'm still carrying something that never truly unloaded.